Hello, everyone, and welcome to Week 7 of the LCK. We're here in the space, and I'm Degon. Welcome to the pre-show. Joining me, of course, is Wolf and fan favorite Chronicler.
Yeah, keeping Chronicler on the show since Chronicler's still missing for some reason, but it's definitely just me and Chronicler ready to break down the week ahead.
Just you
week
two.
7. Yeah, just the two of us.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wolf. I'm really excited. I can't wait to do another day of the show. I was really happy with the response to me last week, and I'm happy to be here for another one.
I'm really excited too, Chronicler, as we take a look at the standings after 6 weeks of play. Genji still on top. D+ solidifying. D+ has an opportunity to solidify their spot here in the top 3 against T1 later on. Hanwha Life sitting pretty there at second, and a nice little fight here for the playoff spots.
Yeah, I think the matchup between D+ and T1 we have, our first match of the day, is a huge pivotal one, because if T1 can win that one, there's an argument they could actually make their way into top 3, and then if Hanwha makes some mistakes, they could possibly even get top 2.
The main thing with Hanwha, I think, is that their game score is still looking really good, but after today that could be completely different. So I really hope, for Hanwha's sake, that they can get a convincing victory here.
Me too. All right, let's take a look at the POG standings. As it's a little different than what we saw at the beginning of last week, where it was justice for junglers, but now Paze has made his way on in there, Showmaker as well, and Faker's still in this top 5.
I mean, Pace has had some fantastic games. Last week in particular, he really jumped up in the standings, but Faker, still with a great early season, is up in this conversation. Peanut as well, dominant for Hanwha. Preds-wise, you know, not everyone is blind enough to go KT when T1's in the slump, but one man.
Only one.
One man, he knew that this was not a safe vote.
Unfortunately for Degon, he took some gambles. Didn't quite end up paying out, but next week will be better, buddy. Don't you worry.
Yeah, bro is never a gamble, as there is Chronicler. And now we would like to welcome back Chronicler. Welcome back, Chrony.
I'm back. It was really weird not being on the LCK and watching from home from the Netherlands, because I haven't done that in 3.5 years.
Yeah.
So it felt weird, and I'm happy to be back. Gonna be some great games here today.
Glad to have you back. It wasn't the same without you.
Yeah, well, before we take a look at what's coming up this week, let's look at some of the stats from last week. Starting off with the picks and bans from week number 6, as, yes, Ezreal, very strong. Rumble, very strong, but still getting to see some of them more than what we thought.
The big thing here for me is the fact that Ezreal, for some reason, has made it through to 11 games. I think the Rumble one, it's like, we've played so many games a week, like him getting through 4 times, I feel like is still obviously kind of egregious, but it's a little bit more understandable. I feel like Ezreal should just be getting banned at this point. And then the fact that Zeri has come in, I think, is also because Zeri mid is a thing, which it shouldn't be.
Also, you know, 2 big standouts for me. Renekton being 2 and 6 despite his high priority means maybe we need to be looking at some of these B1 Renektons. And then the Lucian coming through, actually breaking into our top 10, sitting at 6 and 2, kind of mirroring oppositely the Corki win rate, because Corki is no longer safe because Lucian is such a great counter pick to him. So if you want the Corki and that Lucian's up, you have a hard time in that matchup. We've seen that a lot last week.
Exactly. We got to see a lot of Luciano. We got to see a lot of Zeri, and also Draven in the mid lane, as ADs in mid have now become way more prevalent.
Yeah, there already was, obviously, the endless handshake, the 2, and unfortunately, one of the 2 got nerfed, and that Corki got nerfed a while back already. It did not alleviate the situation. Arguably made it worse. We've seen this in solo queue already. This was a trend, because the Lucian is one thing, but the fact we're seeing like the Drave and the Zeri, I don't think it's going to stop until we see a full overhaul of some of the itemization for AD carries.
I mean, you think about why you would pick a mage that does consistent damage over an AD carry, and it just doesn't really make sense in this meta, because it's always a somewhat tanky top laner, right? With the exception of like Cannon coming through, we've seen GP fringe, but you need that damage to break through the tanks. The items are super cheap. We'll talk about that in a minute. And just in general, you get to dominate lane and you can make an impact on the map early. This Draven pick that Chovy pulled out against the Corki was such a smart tech. And we're just basically seeing everybody realize, okay, yeah, Tristana's gone, but there's still so many other options. The Ezreal we haven't really been seeing in Korea, but the Zeri, maybe we should see a little bit less of her, but she's popping through as well.
And it, to me, is one of those things where it started out because AP junglers were insanely strong, AD mids came back, but now we're seeing a pivot away. There's still, Zyra, Brand. I think these picks are still good, Nidalee, obviously, but they're not as strong as they used to be. We're still seeing Sejuani, we're seeing Poppy, but the reason why AD mids are getting played is this right here, and I think it just took a meta shift for us to figure out that, oh god, they're so broken.
Shiv gives you really easy, consistent farming, gives you a lot of good AD stats, but also when you're considering how much money AD carries get right now with the plates, if you're winning, you get plates. If you're losing, you might still get plates because you're going to lane swap and go top. Maybe you're going to get plates there, then you're going to get that mid farm with your Shiv, and then you get these really cheap items. Look at the mage items that we reference here. Azir utilizes 2 of these really well to tank bust. That's why he's the only real AP champion we're seeing consistently. And then LeBlanc utilizes the Luden's Companion. Very expensive, but at least it's a big spike for her, so she can stay relevant. But the other ones, they're just not relevant at all.
It's also the prio, right? Shiv gives you, and Hurricane both give you insane levels of prio, and for mages, you usually need multiple rotations. Until you get a couple of items.
Yeah, well, it's not just us that have thought that. We also have mid lane great. Fnatic's Humanoid has stepped on in and said the movement speed, that is base movement speed that AD carries have compared to mages has been difficult. So other than Azir, which we've both talked about in terms of the items base, it's a systemic issue that really feels is making this meta shift here.
I mean, when you talk about like missing spells and stuff too, that's why champions like Ahri are only viable if you have setup with a Vi, because you can guarantee you hit that charm. There's no dodging that if the lockdown is there. Looking at some of these stats, AD carries obviously have that built-in armor because they're playing in the bottom lane. Look at Draven's health, makes sense, right, based on the trade patterns he's supposed to have early. You look at some of the mages and how low their health is early. It makes it difficult to trade into AD carries, so you always feel like you can at least go even. And if you're a great AD carry player, you should be able to beat out a lot of these mages because they have less armor, less health.
It's really, really tough, right? AD carries are statted because they're playing in a 2v2. That's where they're supposed to be. Outside of edge cases like Kalista and Smolder, that's also why we, often don't see them in other lanes. And in this case, they probably shouldn't be because it's very, very tough to play into. Yeah,
and it feels like the teams that have been able to adapt are the ones that have found continued success. As we take a look at the standings graph, other than Gen.G at the top that's been all the way throughout, you see teams that have been able to adapt and move on up, and teams like Guangdong Freaks that have kind of been solved and haven't really figured it out yet.
We all go through it, Degon.
I know.
It's happened to literally everyone. This is really just a rite of passage. The Guangdong collapse is real yet again, unfortunately for everyone involved. My favorite part is just Gen.G, which is just a line.
Yeah, if you look at T1, KT, and BNK, they all have that upward trend at the end, and it's because they're playing towards their style. We'll talk about how this is going down with some of these teams, right? Because you're seeing KT's indexing into the Ivern. T1, 2 strong bottom lanes. This is what T1 was known for when they had their big perfect run, is winning bottom lane and using that to actually get plate gold and move that advantage around the map. The Caitlyn and Lux, the Draven and Soraka. Teams indexing into their own style is how they've bounced back in round 2.
Absolutely pivotal, given that as we go towards playoffs, but even as we go towards Worlds, you want teams to kind of find their style and then hope that the Worlds meta fits you or you can warp it around you. So things like the Lee TF for DK, in addition to what Wolf already mentioned, no one else could play that and make it look good. So really cool to see the teams really in the depths of summer kind of finding their own style.
Yeah, well, last week we got to see Keria go back to playing some unique champions, like the second most played champion, Sejuani, down on the bottom side of the map at support, which leads us to Degon's Fact of the Week. Coming all the way from the Netherlands, we have Chronicler and LCK Great Wolf. 2 questions, only one can be crowned King of the Week. Are you ready, contestants?
Can't we draw?
No, you're just going to answer.
Okay.
All right. All right, here we go. Question number 1. What is the most played champion this split? Played champion this split.
I'm going to say Corki, final answer. I think I'm pretty confident about that.
I go Tristana.
Final answer.
Oh, get wrecked!
It is Corki. with Sejuani being played 60.
Corki stayed relevant this last week when Tristana didn't, so that's kind of why I went
Good point.
that way.
Yeah, I wasn't here. I couldn't have known.
So then, because, saying earlier, Sejuani has been played second most times, Keria played it off role, it got me thinking, who has also played Corky in an off role this split.
I think Aiming played it early on in the season. I want to say it was Aiming.
I think so, yeah, because it was the one. I mean,
But it says
overall, he's an 80
players.
carry.
The hint is that there are 2 players.
So aiming is 1.
Aiming and
Is it like Leaper?
it's like Teddy maybe. Hold on. I'm going to say Aiming.
Gentlemen, final answers need to be locked in.
Right.
Right, to Aiming and Teddy.
Aiming and
Fine.
Leaper.
The answer, DRX
Damn.
Teddy and Aiming. who-
I remember those games because I'm a big bottom lane Corky hater, okay? So they really stuck in my mind.
Everyone, clap in the chat here for your king of the week, Wolf, who gets both questions correct.
No draw.
No draw this
Ew.
time. No drawing. All right. Which also perfectly leads us to this week's Uri Bank Gold King. It's Aiming.
What a segue.
Yeah, that was very slick, Degon. You know, we always make fun, we always make jokes, and I think they're often warranted. But this week, the man earned it. Like, he was insane in terms of individual form.
Yeah, sometimes we make jokes because they play long games and he's given all of D+'s farm, and that's been their playstyle for a really long time. However, this time he just got money from killing people and was in the right place at the right time. His Kaisa was phenomenal. And I think it's a really well-deserved Gold King. I really think that this is one of Aiming's best weeks. Now that Kaisa is super relevant again as a counterpick to both Ezreal and Zeri, you might have to consider banning it against this guy.
I love to see it. I think that, as we were saying earlier as well, I think DK are also getting better at playing around Aiming, because even though obviously he did get, again, an insane amount of gold, it doesn't feel like Lucid and Showmaker are as gold-starved as we saw in some of our earlier weeks. So I feel like they're slowly kind of reaching the breakpoint that we saw KT hit last year as well, where they're able to get the most out of Aiming by playing around him specifically in that style.
Well, it has been dominant Gold King performances here by Aiming, as now he has 7 of these silver coins and is locked in as the #1 Gold King of the split. And so he will receive a gold bar, pure gold bar from Ori Bank. Congratulations once again to Aiming. But now it's time for our OPGG Player of the Week, who's calculated by OP Score and voted upon by us experts. And it is Pays who scores at a 9.1.
So Pays had a really high OPGG score. Like, he almost had a perfect score, sitting at 9.1 out of 10. He also had fantastic games. I didn't vote for him just simply because of the caliber of opponent, but to be fair, his performances in these games were pretty legendary.
It really was. I'm with Wolf on this one. I think I'm known to be a bit of a Pace fan. I think he had an incredible week. I think he played exceptional, but he was also playing against the mid collapse Kwangdong. If this was week to week, Kwangdong might be a little bit different, as well as Brion. But it is still good to me whenever Pace and Lahens, because one doesn't go without the other, to see them really step up. I feel like they are still arguably like the weakest point of Gen G, which doesn't say a lot because, again, they're undefeated and they're really, really good. But them being in good form, I think, is what makes this team truly impossible to deal with. So I personally was a Zeka voter. I think that Zeka, Humble Life had a lot of tough opponents, and I think Zeka had a really standout week. I think the Aiming vote super based, even though they obviously didn't end up winning. He individually was a standout.
Yeah, I really liked Viper's performances, even in the extended game there, where he was able to do a ton in the late game. Some people were saying Viper's early games weren't as strong this week, but I thought he was pretty defining in their win over D+. I think all of these votes are pretty legit. Delight, also big shout-outs to him, who has really... we were worried about him in the beginning of the season, a little bit shaky, but the last 2 weeks he's really risen back up to the top, so happy for him.
Yeah, I got to vote with that list, and perfect 10 out of 10 Helios with the pick there for Pays as we take a look at this week's schedule. Week 7, as it's time for playoff push for many of these teams, and we start off with 2 matches today that have those implications.
Today is I'm going to be probably the best day as a whole. Obviously, T1 Gen G, always delivers. Okay, let me. You can take that one, Dion. No, that's fine. But I think today it's a full West Side match. These matches have incredible implications. Even individual games can be a big difference maker in where you end up in terms of playoffs. As a reminder for everyone, we haven't talked about it in a while. We'll probably hit it in POC State as well, but being on the higher end of playoffs means that you have a safety net compared to where you'd otherwise be. So you actually slot into the double elimination immediately. And then this is a big week for Kwangdong. I don't think it's a good week, but this is where they kind of need to start, especially the Nongshim match start to pull back up.
T1 as well, if they are able to beat D+ today, which would be a slight upset, but it's definitely possible. I think that match is really close, and then maybe even take that upset win over Gen G. They could actually get second place. Like, it's still on the cards. They could actually go from the bottom of playoffs to actually second place there and skip that first round. Not off the cards just yet.
And of course, my favorite part of the week, time for Preds. How did everyone vote? Scared, except me. T1 winning this one against D+. And of course, the bros. Oh, me and Atlas. Atlas is never scared as well over at DRX.
Yeah, I've been burned by the Kwangdong collapse, so I was like, yeah, I'll throw the Noodle Boys a bone. I don't think that one is very likely. The rest, though, I'd mainly look at T1's prediction today. As mentioned, I think that T1 are definitely like the underdog, but not by a large extent, because we know how high the peaks of this roster are.
Elios and Coco going for T1 in that first series, and you've got a fellow bro voter in Pony for that DRX series. I think otherwise pretty...
What's up, Brony?
And I think the T1 absolutely could, like I said, upset today. I think that is going to be so defining. If T1 actually look good today, even if they lose, you'll know for sure that they're back.
Yeah, let's not kid ourselves. Gen G T1 is coming. We know it's always on its way. It's just about how they get there. We don't want it to be true, Wolf, but yeah, we know it to be true.
It's just what happens.
It is inevitable. The Gen G T1 rivalry will do again on the Saturday Showdown, but we get to see T1 right now versus D+. Let's send it on over to the casters, get into Week 7's action.
Seen the darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. When the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
화이팅! 페이커, 캐리아, T1 화이팅! 플러스기야 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. We're starting off this week, week 7 here with a banger. T1 up against D+ Kia. A very close match, although most of us did go ahead and vote for D+ Kia in the predictions. I'm Valdez, with me is Ox. How are you feeling about this one?
Pretty good. I mean, I feel like both series today, we have a team higher in the standings, in really good form that we expect to win, but there's enough hope that the other side will give them a good match and maybe an upset. I think that's the main takeaway with today's series, and this first one especially, hard to get a read. I think this first one probably going to be the closer one, and T1 definitely showing a bit of a resurgence.
They definitely are. I think that, even as Chronicler sarcastically mentioning, oh, it's probably going to be T1 Gen.G again in the finals. T1 need to start, kind of climbing, especially as we are reaching the end of summer here. And you can see that the head-to-head is actually extremely favored towards T1. And of course, this was with this roster since 2022.
Yeah, I think a big thing as well, even though T1 have had struggles so far this season, they still 2-0 D+ in round 1 of Summer. And I think this is kind of the thing, like the Gen.G T1 matchup that Gen.G seems to have a massive edge in. It's one of these situations where I feel like stylistically T1 has matched up well into D+. So even though D+ are in great form and had a fantastic match against Honor Life Esports, showed some amazing League of Legends, they still have to watch out for T1 and what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, I do think that T1's preparation and some of their draft problem solving has been pretty strong. Even though the individual play has been a little bit shaky, they still have the ability to potentially challenge this one as top Pog Acre matchup. The center of T1's victory, Faker versus Showmaker in improved form. Which card will they play against each other? I would say that Showmaker definitely in much better form right now.
Yeah, and I think the Showmaker Lucid combo has been really powerful. I think a lot of the wins for T1 is when Owner's been stepping up massively. If they struggle in that mid-jungle 2v2, if Showmaker gaps Faker, we could see T1 crumbling as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of those pogs for Faker earlier on in the season. Showmaker getting a lot recently. The bot lane draft is the key. Guma and Keria duo prioritize lane dominance comps. Come prepared with exceptional comps against Gold King Aiming. Aiming having a exceptional week last week, and it really feels like he's ramping up as we get closer to playoffs.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I've definitely been critical of Aiming in the past, but I think last week was his best week since he was on KT. Just in fantastic form, and when Honor Life Esports took them down, Aiming was the person trying to keep them up, so I think it's going to be super important for T1 to challenge him in the bot TV2 and keep him down, because if he's allowed to farm, if he's allowed to get gold, he will take over the games, especially on picks like his Kai'Sa, which would be monstrous.
Yeah, it's also Gold King Aiming, as you mentioned. If he gets gold, he is getting gold from Udi Bank, which is really cool for just winning that award so many times in a row almost.
And the thing is as well, no one else has gotten above 2 wins on the Gold King. He has 7. He has completely stumped that. It definitely shows how D+ try to put resources into him. That has been a problem we saw in spring, but now I think he's definitely making the payoff for that for those resources he is given.
Absolutely. T1, a lot of talk about the bot lane. I feel like that is part of how T1 have always won in the past. It feels like they're trying to find themselves again, and it feels like this is also the time to do it, right? Week 7, you still got 3 weeks to go. You have some really strong opponents, especially this week. T1 have to face T+Kia, but then also Gen.G on Saturday. So a lot of preparation should have been done coming into this week, and I'm sure they're going to be in tip-top form. Or at least they have to be, otherwise they might lose to these guys tonight.
Yeah, and this is actually a big match when it comes to standings as well, because T1 will overtake D+ if they end up winning this series. And D+, who were chasing second place, that first round bye, if they lose here, I think that becomes extremely hard. It's already difficult with that loss to Honor Life Esports, but they could end up dropping further and further down the standings pretty quickly, which would be a huge shame considering the level they have shown during summer. So a potentially tricky matchup that they definitely want to get in the bag.
Yeah, absolutely. D+Kia, for comparison, by the way, they have Kwangdong Freaks on Saturday. So a little bit less prep, I would say, as Kwangdong are currently in a bit of a rough one. I would assume that DK have put all of their preparation into this matchup.
Yeah, and you can see Faker 10 solo kills in the bag. I feel like Faker definitely sometimes going for these over-aggressive plays on Tristan and Corki. We saw that earlier in the season, definitely playing very aggressively, level 2, 3. That sometimes backfired, but paid off. But I think Showmaker, really this team has come alive. I feel like in spring, when Showmaker and Lucid were popping off, the team looked great. Now it feels like they're leaning into that. We've seen these strong duos that work really well together. And I think there is just now picks you have to ban against them. I think the Vi is a big one. The Lee Sin, I'm not sure it needs to be banned, but is a threat. The LeBlanc, though, has been an absolute menace from this player. And Showmaker fans will be so happy seeing him on a pick like that again and just taking over games.
Absolutely. I think LeBlanc will be one champ that is contested in this one. We know that Faker can play it as well. We'll see if they've got that prepped, as a potential takeaway. And if they want to go down that road, T1.
Yeah, and I think honestly, blue side is going to be a big advantage. T1 starting on blue side, and they're in a situation where banning things like the Vi, like the LeBlanc, a lot easier when you're on that blue side. Don't have to let Ezreal go open for that to happen.
Please don't.
Yeah, I think Ezreal definitely should be banned. Aiming is
I've seen enough.
definitely a play you need to ban it against. But also, I'm starting to wonder about the Kai'Sa. You know, we saw last year when Katie had that huge winning streak, they were just playing Kai'Sa every single game. And it wasn't just a series winning streak, it was a game winning streak. They were unstoppable with aiming on his pick. I think it is his best AD carry, period. Ezreal obviously stronger right now, but I think honestly, that will definitely be a second rotation ban. But if D+ pick it up before the second rotation, could end up being a major problem. So we'll see. I think blue side, you have a lot more wiggle room when it comes to those bans. I think we've seen things like the Rumble, even with the nerfs, still feels must ban. So I think red side is kind of locked in.
Yeah.
We have to take away.
You got to ban Rumble, you got to ban Ezreal, and that doesn't really give you a lot of room for leaving stuff open or for banning other things. And, you know, T1 have also looked good from the red side, saving counter pick for Keria. So that could be something that we look towards even later on in the series if DK lose game 1 and they move over to blue side, because we all know that, you know, Draven Soraka, Caitlyn Lux, whatever it is, T1 will pull out some crazy lane dominant duo, and maybe that shuts down aiming's Kai'Sa and doesn't allow him to get fed.
Yeah, and I think when we talk about the strategy for the teams, it's definitely those side lanes having strength for T1. D+, as we said, strong pick for aiming that he can clean up with, but also mid-jungle power. And, you know, I think red side has advantages that can kind of dissuade that, but not necessarily a guaranteed thing. Now, T1 going to open up with the Ezreal ban. I definitely think aiming has shown really good play on it, and it hasn't felt like as much as a Guma pick, but he's still been pretty solid on it. So it's a bit of a surprise they opt to ban that on blue side, and it will give a lot more space to D+. They're banning the Ashe, they're banning the Azir. Presumably the Rumble will be their third ban. Now, will T1 opt? We've seen a lot of teams ban Lee Sin here. I don't think it's warranted. I think LeBlanc is a much bigger pick, and they do take that off the card. So that LeBlanc Vi makes complete sense.
Yeah.
Ezreal, you know, we don't want to see them given over to aiming, but Rumble also coming through. So I don't think any surprise in those first 3 bans. Do T1 prioritize the Sejuani in this situation? Is the question, really. Looks like the Corki is something they're going to go towards. You know, a lot of AD carry picks in the mid lane, but I don't think they're really being Showmaker's forte. And it seems like they're really happy getting Faker on a solid pick here.
Yeah, I think that's a solid strategy for T1. Also, Owner, he does have a pretty wide champion pool. I think just forcing him into Sejuani every game doesn't feel great either. So just picking up Corki, making sure Faker's going to be relatively safe in the mid lane is good. But the Lee Sin was left up, and does he just slam it here in game 1 is a big question.
Yeah, so Sejuani is the meta pick, but I feel like D+ have looked way better when Lucid's been on these bruises. I don't think this Sejuani's been as strong, but it's such a good pairing with the Renekton. That's the difficulty in these situations. They opt to go for the Talia. Could be for Showmaker, could also still be for Lucid, although we haven't really seen him play that. So expectation is just going mid. Now T1, I don't think you pick Lee Sin into Talia. I'm just going to say that off the bat. One thing to take into account is we do have a counter pick for Zeus into that Renekton, so it'll be interesting to see what he can pull off here. And it looks like he might just be going towards that Kennen. Very much Zeus has been the player who will pick these ranged champions into Renekton and just bully them, just make them have a horrible time. Now T1, I feel like they could pick up an AD carry here if they're concerned about being banned. I don't think there's a major concern. There might just be jungle. They have plenty of AP in their composition with the Kennen already, so they could just go Sejuani if they're trying to be safe, trying to be a bit standard. See what Owner wants to bring out. Yeah.
Could also look for a Owner, you know, an Owner pick. Poppy is one of those, actually, so they're just going to go for the Poppy, opting to not go for Sejuani here.
So this works really well for the playstyle of T1, because as we said, they love having strong side lanes, they love leaning towards it. Poppy's so devastating in those early dives in side lanes, so if Renekton gets low in the Kennen matchup, slam him into the wall, finish him off, easy kill. And definitely if the Lee Sin was going to come in now for D+, we'd have a bad time in the Poppy, so it looks like D+ going to go for the Maokai. A lot of team fighting power. Not really the combo we were hoping for from Lucid and Showmaker. These two picks work well together, the point-and-click CC into the knockback. But again, I don't think it's going to be a major challenge for T1 in the early game, even though in the 5v5 it's going to have a lot of strength. And now Go in the next rotation. I think Kai'Sa should be a ban from T1. Honestly, if they just ban Kai'Sa Zeri, I wouldn't be too surprised.
Yeah.
D+ trying to trim down the strong laners that T1 can go through.
Any Draven bans?
Potentially. I think a big advantage, though, is D+ being on red side. They get counter-pick support, which is so important in a matchup like this.
It's huge, and we know that Kellen also can play some champs to a really big degree. Now, Senna's going to be the target here, actually, and has been something that Guma has gone back to many a time, so I don't even mind that. Not expecting a blind Draven.
I was going to say, actually, Kalista left open, and aiming's been good on it, but I think now you're just probably going to pick up the Kai'Sa. They banned the Zeri Kalista. I think you just take the The one thing with the Kai'Sa, though, is you almost always pair her with a melee support, an engager. That does mean that T1 might be able to pick something that does well into that. You know, potentially like Draven Renata, and you don't really want to take a range support with the Kai'Sa, so we'll see, but I think it's his best pick. I think it makes sense, and they opt instead to go for the MF, so not trying to pick up a pick that is great for aiming, but instead going for some team fight and laning power. I think in particular the laning phase of the MF is strong. Very concerned about opting into the Kai'Sa and being punished by T1.
So let's see. Jhin, another thing that Guma has gone back to many a time. It's great for setting up with the cannon. We see the Draven hovered there, but as you mentioned, the MF is pretty strong in that lane. I was thinking also about Leona, just, you know, curiously left available. I feel like just, you know, they want to target the AD carry, so Leona gets left through. And they will pick that first. It's great into MF as well, because obviously she has to stand still to ult to just drop a solar flare. Yeah, you can counter that.
I think a lot of supports, even the engaged ones like Alistar, can struggle to reach MF when she ults. Leona always has that answer. Yes, MF's going to have cleanse, but your ult still interrupted, the job is done. Let's just see what is picked up here by Guma. He was hovering the Draven and the Jhin before. Looks like it will just be the Jhin. When, as you said, the Kennen sort of opens up on the team, you have that follow-up. We've seen like Viper, fantastic games on it. And now the pick for Kellen. Alistar has kind of been his favorite he's gone to into Leona. Could also pick the Braum, though. Very popular into the Leona, and the shield has a lot of value into the Jhin. Even if it only blocks one shot, it can drastically reduce the damage output from him. So they will lock that in. So I think overall, not a hugely advantageous bot lane matchup for T1. I think D+ did a decent job mitigating that. I am concerned about this Renekton, though. Zeus playing Kennen into Renekton with the Poppy to assist could be problematic. And ultimately, the mid-jungle from D+ doesn't inspire huge hope from me in how they've been playing so far. I think ultimately the tools are there for D+, but you know, it's just about that top side I'm a little bit concerned with.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we didn't talk about leading into the draft very much, but Zeus, you know, if you do give him counterpick, he will be able to utilize that to a big degree. I thought maybe he would just go back to his very favorite Gnar, but instead he goes for that cannon that has been played a lot more recently, especially into the Renekton. And that is going to give him a nice little advantage up there. I'm sure a lot of people wanted to see some crazy duo from the side of Showmaker and Lucid, but instead we just get Talia Maokai. Feels like they're kind of just almost not really playing their game, but almost trying to neutralize what T1 are doing and trying to just draft a team fight comp.
Yeah, it does feel that way, which, you know, I don't think necessarily is a bad strategy. Clearly planned a lot coming into this. I think one thing with the bot lane matchup feeling very neutral, it does mean you can focus attention top lane. If you find a counter gank when Ona goes in, if the timing is right for Lucid or Showmaker with that Weaver's Wall, maybe you can stop T1 in their tracks.
Well, this is a very interesting draft moving into the first game. Let's see how it all pans out as we hop into the Rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, game number 1 of this first series of the night. T1 up against D+ Kia. As we enter week 7, and both of these teams desperate for these extra wins. So this matchup in particular, very important.
Absolutely. So exhaust picked up by Kellen into the Kennen, as we always love to see. Both supports going top lane and getting a ward down, which in these range versus melee matchups actually makes a pretty big difference, having that extra vision. I've seen that happen a few times. But yeah, I think ultimately what Ona's able to do, if he's able to make things happen towards the top side in the early game, it's potentially going to be complete devastation for Kingen. So we'll have to look to see how that pans out. Also, the mid lane matchup, you know, we saw a lot of Talia Corki when it was the old Corki, and it was really favorable for Talia, particularly at MSI. But the new matchup's very different. I still think Talia does completely fine in it, especially considering how well Corki does into a lot of matchups, but he can just kind of press E and walk at you. That's the Corki special nowadays.
Yeah, and he'll throw some auto attacks in there, and Talia can try to, you know, throw some rocks, but generally the Corki will enjoy it. We do see the E taken here first. Zeus trying to utilize that fantastic spacing that he always seems to have in the bag in these top lane matchups, as he's already played 4 games of Kennen, 3-1 on the pick. So certainly one of the players here in the LCK that is not scared to go to this pick.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, we've seen such a range of top laners from Zeus when he's trying to find these advantageous matchups, and I feel like the Kennen, the payoff is pretty big. If you do win lane on that pick, then when you get to team fights, the damage can just be absolutely absurd. We've seen this more sort of sustained damage bruiserish build from the Kennen, you know, Leandries being an early pickup, and the value here is going to be pretty big. A lot of high health targets that you're going to be able to burn through.
Yeah, it does feel very nice there. I do wonder, you know, already it looks like Kingen's doing a pretty good job of even pushing in the wave, hitting level 2 first. You know, Kennen in his own right can obviously put on a lot of pressure, but we might have a clash up in the top side as both junglers are clearing to the top lane and are just letting the bottom lane kind of do their thing as you expected, Ox.
Yeah, and we do see Goom and Kerry have a bit of an advantage in terms of the push, but it's not really going to amount to too much aiming. Very easy to CS on MF under the tower. You know, there's a lot of champions. I think Zeri's another good example with her right click as well as a Q. But MF with the double tap, it's very hard to miss CS, so you don't gain too much by pushing under. And yeah, early levels, the Renekton can kind of just tank up the autos from the Kennen and just Q the wave. But it's kind of this point where it starts to become a little bit more threatening. But the wave state, really good for Kingen. Throws him under this tower, but this scrying plant gets hit, the ward is cleared, and they have full information on Lucid, so Zeus isn't really vulnerable right now.
Yeah, you know, if that plant wasn't there, may have had a little bit more action with less vision on the map, just saying. Owner is going to go ahead and take this Scuttle Crab on the top side. You see Lucid, you know, he's spotted, he goes for a quicker back, and is going to look to actually head downwards on the map as Showmaker steps forward. Now he's just going to get flashed and comboed, and Showmaker gets dunked on by Owner here, first blood.
Yeah, really nice play there, and Faker baited out the Unraveled Earth from Showmaker. That was the important thing. You could see Owner was hesitating a bit. The Unraveled Earth gets burned, he sees, he goes for it. Showmaker, I'm going to be real, he should have flashed that.
Yeah.
Absolute mistake not to flash it. Does end up going down. The one silver lining is at least a future gank is going to be, you know, not super easy to pull off with that flash available, but definitely a big advantage for Owner and Faker there in that mid-jungle 2v2, which is typically where we've seen D+ excel.
Yeah, and this is what kind of worries me for the side of DK, as now Lucid very far behind on his clear and hasn't been able to affect the mid lane yet, and Showmaker, you know, has to go up against a Corki that already has the Merc Treads now, and it's not going to be a fun time for him already behind, as we'll take a look from his point of view. Flash?
이게 벽공이 닿네.
That hit against the wall actually landed. So he didn't think he was going to be stunned.
Yeah, he thought the angle was a little bit better, so didn't want to flash. I feel like, you know, from our perspective, it's easy to go, oh, well, yeah, of course it's going to connect, but when you're in the moment, like, you think maybe like a couple more units and it wouldn't have connected. Just made a judgment call, ended up backfiring, and you could tell he was frustrated about it. But as you said, big advantage for Faker. Merc Treads already, not only is the MR nice, but also hitting a seismic shove, hitting any skill shots becomes a lot harder when tier 2 boots already completed, especially with fleet footwork in the bag as well. Faker can kind of just navigate away from Showmaker's skill shots. And I think when we talk about the impact on the side lanes, Showmaker having a good lane on Talia with the Weaver's Wall would have been a great win con for D+ to be able to apply pressure elsewhere. That's not really going to be a thing right now when Faker is kind of zoning him out.
Yeah, I mean, it's pushing into Faker, and he's just keeping it right there, and Carry is already up here, as is Kellen, as we might have a little bit of a skirmish for these grubs. Lucid just kind of watching for now. And actually the push from the top lane may favor DK here, so Kingen is going to come down as level 6 Renekton and try to bully and stake their claim over these grubs for now.
And honestly, Kingen's been having a great lane. He's up against Zeus. He's doing really well in this matchup so far, and the Renekton's so strong in these grub fights.
So they should know he's in the pit, but apparently they don't, as now Faker's got a flash and a double seismic shove comes in, but they get the knockaway on Kingen, and he is just out of the fight. So Kellen also in a lot of trouble as Ace comes on down, and he is going to hop over to the Renekton and might just barely be able to survive here. Kingen, though, is getting knocked into the wall, and now there's a slicing maelstrom. Kingen doesn't have flash anymore. T1 convert in a huge way on these grubs.
And you know, we talk about the impact of a Renekton in those early grub fights, but Ona just solo carrying that. It's so powerful just to remove one person from the fight. In the ensuing play, gets so much value in that stun at the end to clean up the kills. A big edge now for T1, and Ona 2-0-1. He's so strong with his Poppy. They should have had a read that he was there. They kind of overstepped, but Ona, this ult is just such a game changer. Faker was just dead pretty much immediately if it wasn't for that. We see the Maokai and the Braum get chased down, and the fact that he also gets the stun at the end, just such a clutch play.
Yeah. Even Gumo is coming up, by the way. I think he threw in a deadly flourish. Here's the stun, as it looks like he's over the wall, but not quite.
Yeah,
he's stunned mid-dash.
I bet Kingen had some choice words to say about that one.
I mean, you gotta completely get over the wall. Otherwise, well, that's gonna happen.
His tail was stuck in the wall, and it got pinned to it, you know?
Renekton's a relatively long champion. You saw aiming, he ulted the bot wave. He was trying to push in, but Goom is able to get down there as well. Doesn't miss anything. And right now, on the top side of the map, especially in the jungle, we see a huge lead for Owner. And T1, as a team, more than 1,000 gold ahead already.
Yeah, and considering the top matchup was going so well for Kingen, he ends up going down, ends up losing the flash as well. And Zeus pretty strong now, able to get a gold lead in that matchup. So entire top side doing good for T1, and that's kind of where we had the concern for D+ in this draft, was that top side. But I think it's a little bit even more frustrating because Kingen was doing so well in lane, and now they end up losing that top side fight. I think that probably feels the worst thing overall.
Yeah, I mean, Kingen seems like he's really on a mission up there to not miss many CS and just continuing to try to push in and not really interact with the cannon. And he's doing a great job, so hopefully he can stay on that horse and not really feel too tilted by the way that team fight did play out. Feels like Showmaker, 13 CS behind, is not in a great spot just yet, but at least he has stabilized. Doesn't have his flash yet after that team fight. As Lucid is here hanging around, maybe looking to make a move at that dragon. Okay, just gonna dash over the rocks, and now Lucid's gonna flash on in. Faker getting very low, trying to get Showmaker low and set up the kill here for Owner, which Owner will be able to lock that one down. And now these two junglers that don't do a lot of damage.
Oh, D+'s bot lane.
Yeah, the root comes in, and now D+'s bot lane gets there on time. Aiming gonna pick up double buff.
That's why
and
he's
a kill.
folding. Picks up a shutdown on Owner. And ultimately, Faker ends up going for what would win the trade, but is losing in the fight. He dashes through the Unraveled Earth to trade onto Showmaker, doesn't expect Lucid, dies for it, and then Owner commits heavily to kill this Talia, but it's so hard to get away from a Maokai. The call comes in, the bot lane's moving. Once that Winter Spike connects, he knows he's dead, and it's a big win for D+, Felt like they were losing out around the mid-jungle, and they get a bounce back on the back of that play.
Yeah, and there was a push that came down in the bot lane, but you'll notice that there's no plates that went over to T1. So I was wondering, what was traded back? What did T1 get on the bottom side of the map? Looks like not much, except maybe denying one wave.
Yeah, maybe Guma had to reload or something.
Yeah.
He's fumbling, he's dropping the bullets all over the place.
It's just a mess down here, honestly. Like, someone calling the cleanup crew.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen too much advantages gained for the bot lane on the back of just, one side moving, the other side getting a push. I mean, Aiming got that plate earlier, but that's about it. But now Bloodthirster picked up for Aiming, and I feel like this is why the MF has been so strong. The first two items give so much AD, the Bloodthirster makes you so hard really to challenge and push out. And this is pretty huge from Kingen, forcing Zeus' ult in the 1v1. I mean, it didn't feel like T1 wanted to contest the Dragon anyway, but without the Cannonal, no shot, they're going to go for it.
Yeah, and the early Ocean is really going to help out in that matchup, especially for the Renekton, who is taking a lot of harass, who does have a relatively large health bar eventually here, and should be helping out all the lanes as well. As we do have red buff here for aiming, he really wants to land that one shot. Thankfully, that blast cone is there to deny us from any other action in this one, especially with the grubs coming up. Does look like DK Lucid there does want to start on this one.
Yeah, and to be honest, with Zeus' ult still down, I'm not sure there's too much you can do in this situation. You can see Kerry is nowhere near. It looks like he's potentially setting up a play onto Showmaker. T1 are just opting out. Considering the first big fight we saw in this game was so favored towards T1, D+ are doing a good job of navigating back into the game. Now the trade-off is going to lose some plates here. Kerry has moved down. He was spotted on a ward, so Showmaker was ready to back away, but this is the trade-off. You know, grubs for D+, a couple of plates for T1.
And Carrier is sticking around, but we do have Owner down here on the bottom side of the map as well. Carrier not looking to get involved in that battle,
yeah,
but Showmaker's not able to approach the turret.
I'm not sure Leona and a Poppy have the damage to kill a Braum, but they will force Kellen away and secure even more of a lead here for Faker. You can see in this matchup in the mid lane, significant advantage over the Faker here.
Yeah, and there's really not much that Showmaker can do,
oh man,
at least on the bottom side. Yeah, don't know what happened.
Aiming ulted, so I guess he got caught in a bit of damage from that.
Yeah, Guma still has Cleanse and Flash, so I guess maybe he just walked it off. And he'll go for a back now.
Oh, and aiming, stepping up and using the E just to interrupt him, I think he did there, so... Definitely, it's so hard. We talk a lot about these mid laners who cause a lot of issues when you're trying to contest mid priority. Ezreal, you know, the old Lucianami was a big one. MF as well. Like, Guma cannot walk up to aiming because he can get slowed and he just autos you and out heals all your damage. Obviously, MF is a bit easier with no mobility. Like, there's no escape, no dash to evade engages. But the movement speed from Struck combined with Cleanse Flash, I don't think there's much T1 can do to get on top of aiming unless he makes a big misplay. So it's just Guma weathering the storm right now. You can see that mid tower down to 2 plates only on T1 side. And they can't really do much in return because Kellen can just block the Jhin autos with his shield.
Yeah. And, you know, even a couple of plates in top lane for a Renekton into Kennen. And part of that is because Lucid was shadowing up there, you know, allowing to pressure, King into pressure, but also Kingan's continuing to just win that matchup.
Yep.
In the top side. It's kind of insane.
We've seen so many, I mean, we saw in the pre-show, it was like 2 and 6 Renekton was last week. We've seen so many Renektons just get absolutely bodied in the 1v1. And Kingan's been having a fantastic game so far, matching up to Zeus in particular on this cannon.
Waiting for the E here from Zeus. There it is.
Dead.
Uh-oh, he does have Flash, but I don't know if he gets away from this one. Not without his E and a Maokai ultimate coming in. I think Zeus is just going to be rooted and taken out as Kingan sets it up once again.
Beautiful patience, beautiful setup, and now Herald is for sure going to be D+'s. They're even TPing Showmaker in to defend mid, and with how low that mid tower is, it's just going to go down with the Herald easy as anything.
Yeah, I mean, they might just be able to push in as a squad here. Owner's going to go for the helicopter and try to push them away, but a stun into the wall now, and Kellen, but they have to eat the MF ult. There's now another stun comes in from Keria, and down will go Kellen. Ton of damage was done. Meanwhile, Faker just taking a bottom turret, is going to get the first turret of the game, so that's a nice win for them. But Rift Herald and a turret on the top side for DK.
Yeah, so T1 managed to defend for now, but not for much longer.
Owner, yeah, he's going to flash away and barely get away from that one. Now Guma's going to have to abandon ship and just give up another turret to D+Kia.
Yeah, even with that kill onto Kellen, still a humongous advantage for D+. They don't even need the Herald to get the tier 1 mid. They get the tier 1 top, and Faker, who's pushing the tier 2, I think he's just dead.
We do have Owner coming over with this ult. Also, the angle of that wasn't great. Here comes the ult. Lucid's gone as Faker, he is going to actually try to fight this one. And with a couple of teammates, they are going to fight. As meanwhile, Zeus's TP doesn't get too much value, but there is a Drake coming up. As it's getting pretty hectic here on the Rift.
Yeah, really nice ult there from Owner just to disengage and keep Faker safe. Managed to get him out, managed to extract him, but he doesn't get that tier 2 regardless. And here, just great patience from Kingan, waits for the E, as you said, and as soon as that's down, Zeus doesn't even burn the flash. He knows there's no way he escapes from the situation.
Yep. just accepts his fate. This was the mid-fight where Kellen thinks, okay, I'm Braum, stand behind me, but kind of just dies.
Yeah, steps up too far forwards, and Carrier's ult immediately follow is beautiful.
Okay, trying to go for a dive here on a King, and there are so many members on the top side of the map. This King is barely going to go down. I almost left him alive there as Lucid, if he was a couple of seconds earlier, maybe he saves him.
Tries to flash to block the damage from the Jhin, but doesn't end up achieving anything. This is kind of what we're talking about with the Poppy dive threat on the Renekton, but unfortunately for T1, well, Kingen has been laning so well, never really saw a possibility for that before now, but they find a good play. They find this angle. They know they have to make it fast. They're converging, but they expect a return play. So it's basically throw down your CC and get out. Carrier throws a CC, starts running, same with Owner. And they narrowly get out of tower range before Lucid's ult arrives there. So pretty good play from them. They do have the gold lead now. That dragon is up.
Yeah, Infernal Drake here, so make sure you got your, your focus in on the Drake Ox.
Seems like they're not actually playing for the Drake though, T1. You can see Faker going topside again. Ping's coming out. Looks like what they want a repeat play, but Owner was spotted on a ward. Kingen should see this coming, and he will just clear the wave out.
He doesn't seem to care. He's just like, yeah, I can clear this and survive. Now he's just trying to run away. It is only Owner.
Yeah, he knows the wave gone. Faker can't get to him. Owner alone isn't enough, so doing a good job of playing defense. And on the other side, not only do D+ get Dragon, but they also throw the Herald down to help with that push. They may get a second charge on this if they really want to.
And it's Mountain Soul, by the way.
That is a good one for them.
Huge value for, I'd say, both teams in this game. But, yeah, especially on the side of D+ Kia, I suppose, with all their tanks and an MF, as now a wall's going to come down. The amount of value they're getting in the bottom lane is pretty huge at this point in time. Looks like they want to get an inner here. Solar Flare comes down on aiming, who just throws in a cleanse, and we get a Slicing Maelstrom. Meanwhile, a dive on the top side, as, again, Kingen says there's no wave.
Yeah, Kingen doing a great job disengaging. Naaman actually waited a bit with his cleanse, and I feel like he baited Zeus into ulti.
Yeah.
So great mind games there. Does take a bit of damage, but he's got Bloodthirster. It doesn't matter. Kingen does have to flash the stun, but they're nowhere near getting the tower right now. D+ got the dragon on the bot side, got 2 towers. They are winning in this trade by a pretty large margin.
Yeah.
And even though the gold leads in favor of T1, you look at where all that gold is, it's on the Poppy. And don't get me wrong, a tanky Poppy is useful, but it's not game winning.
It's definitely not game winning. I think that, at least there's not going to be a huge amount of armor pen built, I suppose, here. But, once we get to the later stages of the game, I feel like the MF will get in there, but not your traditional kind of auto attack, hyper carry, 80 carry. And they have a Talia, so we'll see if they can shoot through that Poppy. But as you mentioned, it's just Poppy. Everybody else is I guess mid is going well for Faker. He's ahead by 40 CS. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, the mid jungle are doing good for T1. And in fairness, it's not like Guma or Zeus are super far behind. But D+'s structure and objective control has had the edge so far. And I think, we're seeing a total CS on the side. There is a big gap in the mid lane. So it's still anyone's game, I think, is the takeaway. But this third dragon, I think, is really going to tell the story. If we do see D+ secure it, they get close to Soul, but also the winner of that fight could just translate straight into a Baron on the back of it. We do see teams starting to set up vision in that area as it will spawn up.
Yeah. No Zyra on the Rift, so it's not like anyone's going to just be able to start it up right away, especially with the Jhin there for T1. They do have the Corkius. Now they're trying to get on top of Kellen here, but this is Braum, so he holds the door. And that's about that. This side lane is still a problem for T1, it feels.
He's like 10% of his health, that's something, right?
Yeah, he is level 8.
Yeah, I feel like there's... Oh, Lucid taking a bit of damage. Definitely a lot of jostling for control of this area. It's still 2 minutes till the dragon, and they're just making sure they have control here first and foremost before it comes to that. Kingen has incredible amounts of prio, though, in the bot lane, and that always makes pushing up mid scary, because if Guma goes too far, suddenly a Renekton could be on the flank. And, with aiming, with this Bloodthirster Essence Reaver, so easy to shove up without contest, means that D+ have found control in this area, and are just sweeping out all the T1's vision.
Yeah, it does feel like D+ Kia is taking this very carefully, just trying to set up as much vision as possible with the prio that they have, not really overstepping their bounds, respecting where T1 have their leads. And aiming still pushing. I feel like that play for the bottom tier 2, generally it just feels nice to get all that gold, but as you mentioned, that extra pressure from the bottom lane, that's just been going well since minute 1. You know, this was a counter pick for Zeus, and we still haven't seen huge value out of the Kennen. And now that they're not hugely ahead, unless he gets like a massive 5-man flank, he's just going to get exhausted and kind of just not do much.
When you're setting the pace of the game with a Kennen and you're basically just finding fights and ulting, it's so hard to have exhaust up for it.
Yeah.
But when the game is slowed down and D+ are the ones leading the charge, they can set the pace and play around their exhaust cooldown. It's going to be a struggle for Zeus to get an impactful ult, I feel. And you know Kellen's going to be trying to shut him down in this next one. No Locket, though, I will say. Definitely a great item against Kennen. We've seen the owners picked up the Locket for himself, so he can definitely mitigate a decent amount of aiming's ultimates. But seeing Kellen going for the Warmogs that we typically get from most supports, but also Lucid as well, going in that direction.
Yeah, do a little extra running, I suppose. Got to be in the right place at the right time. Now Showmaker's going down to the bottom lane. It's not going to be Kingen anymore, who actually goes to the top lane, but is backing. Maybe trying to set up here for the Dragon that we do have in 20 seconds.
And you can see the control so in favor of D+ right now, and especially with the Maokai, those saplings, pretty hard to deal with. If you've lost control of the area, it's going to be difficult to get it back.
Little engage Braum action here from Kellen, just trying to make some room, as now a wall's going to happen as Keria gets very far ahead of his team, but already Kellen getting pretty low. It is going to be just a Maokai ultimate to disengage. Kellen has to flash away, but he gets hit by the 3rd bullet, and now we've got Owner right on top of him. Kellen is just dead, and Lucid might die too. He has to flash away, and he gets a disengage cone and survives.
And what an unforced error from D+. There was no reason for Kellen to go for this, and now you've lost all bot lane sums. Zeus has flash ult, and there's no exhaust.
They want to fight.
Cannot fight. There's no way. There's no way they should fight this.
Well, they're going to TP, and I mean, Owner has Hex Flash, and maybe he doesn't get it off, as, yeah, the stun will come in, and he's in a little bit of trouble. Now everybody on T1 is going to stay. The knockout comes in, but Kingen is a raid boss right now, and Faker's just going to Valkyrie over the wall, and they TP in, they get nothing.
Yeah, they even extract the Poppy. They don't end up going for the fight in that situation, don't want to risk it. But honestly, I feel like there was a decent chance if Zeus got a big ult, they would have just won it, and there's no reason for this play here. Forcing on Aguma, he ults Owner. This is why engage Braum isn't a thing. And they get the summons from aiming. Keria flashes out, and the ult angle from Aguma means he doesn't connect on a Kellen. But here, the exhaust is so unnecessary. Just save it, you know?
Yeah.
Burn for no reason, I feel there. You're going to die anyway. And then they try and set up on an Owner to pick him after the Dragon, but T1 hang around just to make sure they can extract their jungler. The movement speed for the Poppy doing a good job, and Faker able to Valkyrie out again. I feel like D+ were in such a good spot for that fight, and they just threw it away.
They set it up so nicely, and then I don't know who it was, but somebody made the call to go for that, and it just did not look very good. It's like your little brother comes in and knocks over your house of cards that you set up so nicely after 3 hours.
Braum, never again.
Yeah, I don't know. That was definitely questionable. And T1 immediately trounce on that, and they get the value. They don't get massive value, but they do get the Drake. They get the exhaust. They get the bot sums, as you mentioned. And they're still in this game. They're still ahead on gold. I feel like they very much like their position a lot better now than they did, 2 minutes ago.
Yep. So managed to navigate a bit of a tricky one. And those extra resist, we talked about the tanky Poppy not being an auto win, but she is getting very tanky. And those extra resists, especially with her W passive, she can just be so hard to finish off when she's low. And as you said before, MF isn't a tank killer. And sustained damage on a single target is tricky for her because of passive, she has to switch targets if she wants to keep rocking it. I think that even with the LDR coming through, Owner is one of these champions who can very quickly get out of an MF ultimate.
And Talia does not deal with Poppy very well in terms of dealing damage, especially with that build from behind.
Yeah, Horizon Focus instead of the Liandry's. So really no major threat to Owner in this situation. It is an underfed Talia, not going to pose too much of a threat. And I think this is where the concerns start to come in for D+.
Yeah, it's almost like, I don't know, it feels like support Talia. It's like, hey, let me hit this long-ranged rock and give everybody a little bit of vision. yeah, just maybe trying not to engage too much in the fights, but they need another threat that's not MF. I mean, Aiming has done so much for this team over the last couple of weeks, and they need someone else.
And you know, if this was Aiming's Kai'Sa, I think I'd feel a lot more concerned for T1. The MF, though, I think the thing he illustrated in draft was the Leona being able to shut down the ultimates. If that's still a potential thing, if Zeus is on a flank, the cleanse isn't going to allow you to freely ult, you know? It's not like Olaf Ultimate, where you can just pop it and then channel for free. He is going to come back up. His flash is up pretty soon. We'll be up, obviously, for that dragon. But T1 trying to set up vision once again around this Baron. T1 notorious for their Baron setups.
They did just have 3 people walk right past a ward, which was kind of unfortunate.
This ward here, you can see in T1's blue side jungle, just a little bit north of where the blue spawns. I feel like D+ have had a ward there pretty much the entire game when they've had them freely available, and it's had a lot of value as spotting T1 members trying to make a move towards top lane.
Also could be huge if we get Kingen hitting level 16 and getting like a huge flank. If T1 are really trying to pressure onto the Baron and they don't clear that out, you're going to have a Croc in places you don't want to have it. And it's at least for the side of T1. So we'll see how that goes. Still a very even game. And it does feel like both teams are kind of slowly just moving towards getting ready for this dragon spawn.
Yeah, definitely feels like the focus is just around playing for these dragons, and you know, all those sums that we'd been earlier hasn't really led to anything. They're back up, obviously, you know, in the moment, not having sums means D+ were hesitant about opting in the fight, but now they have them back up again. The exhaust is available for Zeus' ultimate. We do see Ona now with 3 items on that Poppy, and there's some good items. Infinity Edge comes in for Guma, that's a pretty big spike, and Faker's well past his 3 items.
Yeah.
And
why did Owner even build MR? Like, I don't know. Is it really even worth it to build the 1?
There's a decent amount, you know, getting thrown about. It still gives a lot of health.
Yeah. They give you a shield as well.
Tank the saplings.
Sure. Now we are just trying to fight here for this one. Kingen is on the flank and he is level 16. But the dodge from Lucid, he will not be denied from this pit. It just comes down to a flip and it goes to Jin. It goes to Jin. How did he even get that? Did he just W it? Or just ult it maybe, I guess. And now DK are like, well, we'd really love to fight. Oh, that's a nice little knockback. Carry in a bit of trouble. Now Lucid looking for that frontline carry, just has to go in. Knows that he's going to be cutted out once to get his team away. But Guma, you're going the wrong way. Okay, well, he's actually just going to run up through the top jungle and get away. I don't know about Zeus, though.
Zeus is...
He's buying time.
A tree in a hard place.
They're trying to, like, threaten Baron. That's not going to happen with 3 people. Okay, well, here comes King, and he's just going to flash on them. He's got Aiming nearby, but King is just dead. And, yeah, Poppy's unkillable, so I don't know about this one. Kellen in a rough spot, but Aiming running into 3 people, has to flash away and baits Kellen in as well. Aiming is just going to die, as once again, D+ Kia dropped the ball. T1 immediately picked that one up, and Faker picks up 2 kills.
And D+ just get rushed into the play. They lose the dragon on a flip. They have Zeus dead to rights, but the rest of the team try and force something like, hey, Zeus is going to die, we should make something happen. They get baited in, and the Poppy value comes up huge, shutting down King. And now they are starting this Baron. Showmaker and Lucid are there to defend, but it's 4v2. And with Carrier there, I'm not sure Lucid's going to get anywhere near.
Yeah, I mean, you just get stunned away. He does have flash, but yeah, there comes Carrier over the wall. There goes Owner as well, just zone them away. But now he's done the pit! He went out of the pit! No way! And Lucid just going to come in and say, thank you very much. Free Baron. I will take that 100% of the time.
What a massive play there. The Baron was too low. T1, who we typically praise for their patience, for their control around Baron, completely fumble. And we'll see the play here. It's a great dodge from Lucid. He then pops the ult. Owner starts to disengage. And I guess...
I think he just autoed it. 4th shot? No?
It wasn't even 4th shot. Maybe
no, it wasn't.
I have no idea. I couldn't see.
Was it Jin Trap? Like, what?
I honestly don't know. We'd need a slow-mo, and that was going pretty fast. But yeah, a great ult from Carrier to stop the MF ult. Carrier knows he's dead. He just backs up. But here, D+, like, everything's great, we're healthy, Zeus is 100% dead.
Oh boy.
But then they face check in here, and the Poppy's such a good answer to the Renekton. Just slams him in, he gets bursted. Kellen, not tanky enough to withstand this damage. And Aiming is confident, but it's 280 carries against 1. you don't win that. And at
Yeah.
this point, I'm like, wow, well, T1, that might be the game-winning play. But Lucid. Oh,
I
the
mean-
flash. Oh, just a little late. Gives him the free ride in the Baron.
It's like literally everything that could have gone wrong went wrong for T1.
You see how stunned they were? Because no one expected him to pull that off. Fantastic from Lucid, and now Baron in favor of D+. Gold is even.
I mean,
Gage Braum,
Yeah,
still not working.
it's not working.
Trying to pitch it, but like, stop trying to make Engage Braum work.
Yeah, they don't have that much great engage outside of Lucid flash Wing, which, as we know, is not good for Lucid or for Maokai, really. He's more of a disengage, kind of you throw up your ult and you say no to everybody that's coming at you, but
Yeah,
other than that, it's like Braum.
The problem is, if you throw the ult in, Owner blocks it, and Owner is so tanky, it's like, it's so whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, D+ definitely having some struggles with closing the distance on this one. Renekton getting shut down heavily by Owner on this Poppy. But all in all, D+ not really finding much with this Baron. I think part of the difficulty is they'd already taken a lot of structures, and these deeper structures are harder to get. But T1 still focused on this mid tier 1 tower. Dragon in a minute would be the third for the team. T1 really want to take this down before he gets to that point, but you can see D+ in full force to defend.
Yeah. Faker will respect that. And, I mean, at the end of the day, I think everybody on the side of T1 also knows that, okay, unless we get flashed on by Maokai, who, by the way, they should know he doesn't have flash.
I think they're very aware he doesn't have
They will know that he does not have that because he just maybe pulled back the game with it.
I probably imagine like 10 to 15 Maokai flash pings after that Baron. Maybe more.
And now Lucid is just getting engaged on. He might just die. He's gonna twist it advance, so he's still alive. Gets his ult out, and they save Mr. President somehow. But Kellen and Lucid super low. Down will go Kellen. Faker just gonna, well, shoot him. And T1's still desperate to take this T1. I don't think they're gonna get it. Faker?
You don't do that much damage to towers, Fake. I think the problem is, though,
This game, man.
D+ were actually fine if Kellen didn't die. He had Warmogs, he could have healed up.
Yeah.
But now he's gone down, the exhaust is off the map for a bit, but it looks like T1 feel the need to heal up, so they go for the reset. Looks like Kellen's going to get time to respawn. You know, despite this being super close, Owner's so tanky here. Face tanks so much damage, and Lucid narrowly surviving thanks to Kellen blocking. But this would be fine for D+ because of the double Warmogs, but Kellen just oversteps. For no real reason there. Unfortunately, D+ doesn't seem to amount to anything. You can see Kellen moving over, but he might be too late. They're already doing the Dragon. They could just get this and get out.
Yeah, Lucid almost has his flash, but it's a little bit too late. He is in the pit. There. Okay, there's the ult. I was like, what?
And Kellen just single-handedly cost them the Dragon by stepping up that you have Warmogs. Play for it.
Yeah. That wasn't great. And now we have 3 Mountain Drakes here for T1.
Yeah, this Poppy, we've talked all game about
Where's
how
his
tanky-
Warmogs? He doesn't want Warmogs?
You only need Warmogs if you lose health.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, to be fair, he did lose a lot of health in the last fight, but definitely going for more resistances here. Going for the Thornmail next, which has a good amount of value. It's a lot of armor, but also cuts down on Aiming's healing, and he is nearly full build now. You can see Guma nearly has that LDR, big spike for the Jhin. Faker already has his Infinity Edge. So T1 really approaching some big spikes, and you look on the other side and Showmaker, he now has that Liandry's, but he's still so far behind.
Yeah.
Not really posing that much of a threat, and I think with a composition like this, with Showmaker behind, with Kingen struggling to have impact against the Poppy, if Aiming's ult is low value, you just lose the fight on Owner.
Yeah.
And he outruns it.
POG Owner is his name from, well, he did leave the pit on the Baron, but
Yeah.
I think he did everything else very well.
I can forgive him for that. But,
Yeah.
but also Lucid with a clutch play in return.
I don't think anyone else really is vying for that POG on the set of T1.
Maybe
honestly.
Faker's had a decent game.
Yeah.
He did.
He does have 415
He did right-click Kellen when Kellen walked up.
True.
That was a really strong, powerful play.
It was a very clutch right click.
Yeah.
Say that. Third Mountain Drake in the bag. Mountain Drake, or Mountain Soul point. And it denies it from DK, obviously.
Yeah, QSS picked up from Aiming. And again, like the value of the cleanse against the T1 composition is huge, but these cleanses don't change Don't make it so you're able to just free channel an ult.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think we'd see it ever, but even like an Edge of Night could actually be a value buy to stop the carrier ult to deny.
Yeah.
Just an interesting thought, but going for the mix-him in this situation, and both teams posturing again around the Baron River. Kellen threatening. He'll engage if you allow him to walk at you.
I feel like T wants to just like kind of move back and forth right in front of Kellen and be like, hey, we're very vulnerable here. You might want to engage Braum on us. Take a look at that mid-item value gap at the moment. Over 4,000, the difference.
A decent amount. Kingen once again pushing on the bot lane. And you know what? I honestly feel a bit bad for King because he had such a fantastic lane. But then he's playing Renekton in a Poppy Leona in the late game.
Yeah.
Yeah, not having the most fun.
Can't really push into the cannon either. I mean,
Yeah,
he is still ahead.
Kennen with Zhonya's and ult, it's not like you can dive that.
Yeah.
So he kind of just pushes the wave in and looks to move. But there's a lot of good vision from T1. You can see in the bot side covering.
They're scanning around the Baron pit and they're missing every single ward. There's 2 around the Baron, 1 over the wall here.
Oh wait, they missed that!
They even missed it with the plant! And I've seen this before. That's a root. A little bit of damage. Okay, Kellen's just desperate to get away, but man, Faker does so much damage right now. Forces the flash.
No flash, no ult on Kellen. How will D+ engage now?
Yeah. It does feel pretty silly, but that's been what they've been relying on.
And now they're starting up. Lucid has flash.
Lucid is here.
Going 50-50 again. They're gonna.
They're just gonna. Okay, well, he dodged the ult. Oh, but the timing. They burst it down. T1 get away with the Baron.
Yeah, good coordination, and the timing is perfect because it's still a minute 15 till Dragon. Often teams will be waiting for that Dragon to spawn and try and threaten the Baron in return, but they get Baron, they can reset, they can push out, they can get control, and look to secure souls. So huge for T1. Definitely in control now, and Kellen's had a rough one. You know, him losing the pressure there allowed T1 to set up for that Baron and aiming. Sorry, not aiming. Lucid wasn't even able to get there in time. I think at this point, D+ are starting to feel a lot rougher about how their team fights are going.
Yeah, I would say. We do have the finished Scimitar here from aiming. He is full builds, but he's still MF into a Poppy that's unkillable. And a Leona that's going to be right on top of him.
I think it's just difficult to keep everyone in your ultimate. Guma has Cleanse, Merc treads on 3 members of T1. You know, it's going to be hard to root people up and make them sit inside your ultimate. Oh my, did you see that damage on Showmaker from the Jhin?
Yeah.
I think, you know, we've seen a lot of useless Jhins in the LCK. You kind of forget how much AD he gets in the late game and how even something as simple as like a trap into a W can just do that to a squishy.
Yeah, and Guma's been one of our best Jhins. Maybe just our best Jhin in the LCK, as Lucy's just going to engage here on a Poppy, nearly dies, but now the knockout, and Faker's just going to go down in the front line, just get Seismic shoved into the team, and now Owner's got to back away. T1 can not fight over this one, and they had Baron. This feels like a game of volleyball. We're just booping the ball back and forth between the 2 teams.
Good catch though from D+ there. See, they were toying with the idea of Owner and decided against killing the Poppy, mostly because it wasn't really an option for them, but they find Faker and now they can apply the pressure. Guma dodges the engaged Braum, but the turret is definitely going to go down. And D+, just when it started to feel like the game was slipping away, they find their angle, they find their way back in. Now Showmaker threatening with a wall.
Yeah. He'll throw it up, and that should... Okay, we're just going to stun the front line here. Carry on a bit of trouble, but the Owner ult does come out, but it's not enough, as that only hit the Maokai. And yeah, they get another pick. So now DK, they've got a little snowball rolling here in mid, looking for this inhibitor at least, even into Baron. Not carrying with the man advantage, just able to push in and take mid inhibitor.
And you can see Guma looking for an angle there. With the rapid fire cannon, he could have done a ton of damage to aiming, but doesn't quite have it ready. A sequence of mistakes from T1. Owner, I know he's tanky, but he's got to be a bit careful.
Yeah. At this point in the game, there's just so much damage that tanks even have to be careful.
I think at least Owner is very tanky, but the supports, they're so starved in gold, as is in pro play, how it always goes, so they are easy targets. We see the replay here, and Faker had to flash the seismic shove. You know, we saw Showmaker in the laning phase not flash when he needed to. A lot more impactful at this point when Faker doesn't, so ends up getting caught out. And this play, carry a Celestial opposition, and Aftershock and W feels tanky, but you know, you have one item as a support at this point of the game against full build MF. You're just not going to be able to survive. Guma now has his rapid fire though, and that is a big spike. His autos are going to do absurd damage, especially like a fourth shot. A fourth shot, if you're like 60% HP, I think you just die as a
So that's aiming and Showmaker mostly, and with the amount of movement speed he gets as well, like you already see sprinting around the map, reloading, fooling us all. But yeah, he's not going to be fooling anyone when he shoots either Talia or MF down. And you know, this game is still up in the air. You know, there have been a bunch of critical mistakes from both teams. Easily, we can say that here. But we're 42 minutes in. The gold is pretty much exactly even. Both teams have an even number of Drakes. Yes, T1 have more tankiness. But I really just think it's going to come down to one team fight, one big execution from either side to take the win.
We are pushing towards that point. If it's a big team fight win, then definitely it can be in the bag at this point. The teams have so much damage, they can end so quickly. But if it's even a slight one, you know, the Baron's in a minute 30. Baron definitely useful, don't get me wrong, but the Soul being in 2 minutes, such a big difference maker. Obviously, the tanks have already got a decent amount of resistances from the Dragons, but that extra shield can make such a difference for the squishies, just making them more durable. Aiming already has a massive shield, so he's kind of cheating. He gets 2.
Yeah.
Soul.
No Ivern in this game. Finally, the Locket was built, by the way, by Kellen, so he's got 2 items.
Yeah, Locket and Exhaust is just anti-Kennen itemization. Not going to have a fun time if you are Zeus playing into that.
Do the top laners matter?
There are top laners in this game?
Actually, no, yeah, I take that back. I don't think so. Yeah, no, I think it's 4v4. So Showmaker did, okay, he got him, he did like 500 damage.
He got the Rukin shield, you know?
Yeah.
That's an achievement in and of itself. But not as strong as it used to be when the Iron Fist came out. But D+, set up well, get the tier 2 top. You can see how quickly they can take those right now. Aiming had sold his boots for GA, so he's gone beyond the full build. He's gone full build.
Even further beyond?
Yeah, at this point.
That's slow. Oh, okay. Engage Braum again. They are going to get Guma, though, in a really rough spot. He nearly dies as he's able to back away. And Engage Braum actually pays off here for DK, as now Jin ult's going to be open up. Guma trying to do his own impression, but that's not going to do nearly as much. And now I see the top laner, Kingen, just standing in front of the team. The meat shield is his function, as now DK just going to play with all this vision. And they will take the Baron.
Engage Braum does something. Guma doesn't want to burn summoners there. He's like, I am not burning summoners to an Engage Braum. He refuses, nearly dies for it, and is so low now. The reset has to come in, but T want to focus on, like, we don't care about Baron right now. We care about Soul. A little bit of extra AP and AD. We'll just tank it. But they managed to disengage from the situation. And Guma a little bit overextended. He tries to auto for the movement speed, but Kellen flashed Qs, and then he's like, you know what?
Oh, one more tick, he's dead.
Calculated. And then Ona's like, oh, please leave me alone. But he's very tanky, so it's fine. And now we get a setup for Dragon. Aiming's ult is coming next soon. Lucid's is as well. Kellen's is too. Everyone has sums apart from Kellen losing that flash. But those ult timers is going to be critical when we're setting up for this. You can see D+ starting off the Dragon, and T1 trying to move in.
Yeah, we'll see how this one goes. We do have the Weaver's Wall up, and Owner's going to be on the opposite side of that. It's just going to be, yeah, taken down by DK, and now Carry is caught on the top side. Down will go the Leona, and they still have 2 minutes of Baron buff, plus Mountain Soul, plus 5v4.
You see that double shield on Aiming. So much to burn through, and remember, he's got the GA and the Mix Sim. He actually has very high resists with those double Mountain Dragons, 480 carry. He's not going to be an easy target to punch through. Zeus was already having a bad time. It's just gotten worse if he's trying to take down any targets. And D+, this game's been so back and forth, but they've regained control right now.
Just trying to push here for the mid inhib. They're going to taxi this kind of minion in, and they will take this one down. As meanwhile, there's the engage, this time from the Maokai. Owner does get an ult away, and he is so tanky, but Faker will be the first one to go down. And Owner also very low. Lucid nearly loses his life. Looking for that top turret right now, and they should be able to take down this inhibitor.
the owner, nearly gets shredded there, but does just survive. So tanky, but Faker down. 5v4. Zeus needs a monster ult here if they're going to make their way into this game.
He hasn't had a big opportunity. Now he's going to throw it in the exhaust immediately, and he just dies. He just pops like a balloon, and Guma desperate to do something in this game, but it's not going to happen. D plus Kia will finally take game number 1, even losing Showmaker there right at the end. They don't care. They just want the victory that you see on your screen. D plus Kia take the lead 1-0.
And it was such a back and forth game there. Felt like there were so many moments where people made mistakes, people sort of threw the game back to the other side, but D plus held strong. Their setup around objectives on the back of the Maokai was huge. And in the end, you know, things like the Lucid Baron play were the difference makers. In a game that close, clutch moments will define it. And Lucid pretty clutch in aiming. Having a really solid game. You know, we talked about how the Kai'Sa would be the pick for him. He's been monstrous on it. Brings out the MF, not something we've seen very much from him. And has a really, really solid game on it.
He definitely does. I feel like both teams maybe shaking off the rust from the esports weekend. I'm not 100% sure, as we already have some fans crying after what was a very back and forth, kind of heart-wrenching game in both directions. There were definitely moments where I was like, T1 absolutely take it from here. And then I was like, no, DK absolutely take it from here. At the end of the day, D plus Kia did absolutely take the game, but man, that was thrown back and forth many times.
And I feel like so many people had great moments, and then there was just a myriad of people having struggles. You know, Kellen had some rough points, but had that good play that got them the Baron. Showmaker had a rough lane, but then later had some decent walls. Faker, great lane for that rough ending.
Yeah.
I think everyone's going to need to bounce back from a very hectic game 1.
Pretty much just Lucid was the only guy who was kind of consistent, and he should pick up POG. Either way, guys, we're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
오른쪽 쪽에 볼 때. 앞에 나갈게. 최대 불쌍할게. 밀면서 딱 돌아줘. 봐볼게. 거의 빨리 뽑기. 날라갔다. 날라갔어. 야, 잡아. 그렇게. 잘 빼면서. 천천히. 야, 나 더블 탑. 야, 나 워머그 탈게. 나 워머그 피치 탑. 이번에 길게 해서 끝낼 생각 하자. 나 95초. 야, 이번에 나 케넨한테 풀 W 박고. 천천히 해도 돼. 나 90초야. 야, 앞라인부터. 야, 나 나가자. 내가 보내줄게. 나 90초. 천천히 해도 돼. 90초야. 보자. 케넨. 야, 진. 야, 막았다. 나 구했다. 이겼어. 나이스. 다음 판 잘하자. 나이스. 얘들 천천히 집중.
BNK and Closer. Looks like that's coming in here. I don't. So obviously, the Nongshim TP is the one that set this one off. Definitely not necessary as.
And Hyal trying to bait him in here. It might actually work as there is an MF nearby, but actually he just gets popped like a balloon. And now the MF is like, oh crap, it's a giant croc. What am I gonna do? And it's a 1v1. The flash away. He does get the kill, but it's a double kill for the Renekton.
Dura by his side as well, that Gleaming Quilt, keeping him healthy. He does continue to land those. As in goes Closer, finds a bit of an engage on Depolu, not exactly the priority target once again, as there's the quickness into the backline. The engage is so good, Closer just gets rid of the Tristana and the flashing Maelstrom to answer as well. And Bro just find themselves with gray screens, no option at all. If Delight finds an angle though, that's where things are going to get dangerous. Somehow that connected? What? Okay, Cuz is just burning down the culling. Play it as well. He does survive, and that is the main thing, but that Drake is going to be secure. Oh! Onto for the bullet time in as well! And the all-out is mainly just so that Dudu can get out. Two of them already dead, lying on the floor. Who I think has just put his Infinity Edge together as well. That's a powerful one. Oh dear, I don't know about that one, Delight, as he goes way too far, but Keeper's Verdict gets him out of there, and Viper is just by himself.
And they are starting it up. DRX have vision, but T1 have their engages ready to play interrupt on whoever approaches.
Yeah, I'm looking for this Keeper's Verdict right now as the ult comes in from Frog. They want to get... Oh, the massive knockup from the side of Plena and the follow-up, but T1 are still turning this one around, but Faker the first one to go down. Guba's also going to hit the deck. The rest of the team, though, is dead on the side of DRX, but this Viego is getting resets. Finally does go down as it's just the two tanks left, and the Dragon is just breathing on everyone. A triple kill comes through, and Saves will go down as well. They were able to retake control of the Baron Vision very easily. And yeah, now Lahen's kind of getting caught in the same place, and the Maokai ult is going to come in here. This time Gen G, they want to get aggressive with it, and Pace is just so massive that he's going to kill two people before the fight even really begins, as Fate is also going to go down, and this one is already a wash. It's just going to be a clean ace to the side of Gen G. Slow comes in, Envy has to cleanse, and he's just gonna kill the Hens. And now the flash comes in, Envy looking for the 1v2, but it's not gonna happen. FaZe able to fight back.
젠지가 HK의 새로운 기록의 장을 이렇게 엽니다.
앞으로도 이제 남은 프로 생활하면서 계속 기록 써내려갈 수 있게 열심히 해야 될 것 같아요.
다시 한번 연성 시작합니다.
상대가 누구더라도 이길 수 있는 그런 저력이 있는 팀이라고 항상 생각을 해서 할 거 잘 하면은 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
How about that game to kick off a heck of a week here? Week 7 already underway as D+ take the lead against T1 in game number 1, much to the chagrin of us T1 predictors here in the space.
It's just you.
No, the Korean broadcast as well. I'm not alone. I'm not that Korean.
But here you are, T1.
Yes, here I am. I mean, yes, they had the lead early. They were basically all the way through until a miracle steal. But yeah, let's take a look at the draft, guys.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about this draft, because I thought the way D+ opened this draft up was a little bit suspect. You know, picking the Renekton early with Zeus' Cannon available, grabbing Talia with Maokai, it doesn't spark a lot of joy. I don't think it's terrible, but I think there were better options. They could have played the Lucian into the Corki, so wasn't super happy with that. Kingan's laning phase, though, into the Cannon worked out, but it's the second half of the draft where they salvaged it.
And DMF was really interesting, because we were expecting Kai'Sa, and I think you look at this, you see the Renekton and Maokai, like, this is such a free Kai'Sa angle. But it to me speaks really, really well of DK that they identified. If you go Kai'Sa here, you get like Draven. You end up in one way or another. There's just against T1 too many things, even with how many AD carries are banned out, that you're just not going to be able to play into. So I actually think really good read by them. And I think we end up with two comps that both are a little bit awkward on one end, because, you know, trying to engage in the Maokai Braum is a nightmare, but it's also hard to engage into Poppy. And I think that as we got deeper into the game, we did see that for DK specifically, I do think the comp is easier to play. I think for T1, if you ever lose control and you don't have a cannon flank angle, the comp feels a little bit more clunky if you can't immediately blow someone up. And that did end up mattering a whole amount.
Yeah, how much has the meta changed when Nidalee and Renekton is up, does not get picked? It's the evolution of this split as we take a look at some of the highlights here. Later on, 28 minutes in, we get a huge Drake fight here.
Yeah, this is like a whole sequence. Originally, we took away the dragon and we took the Baron, and it's a back and forth, right? But the reason why this is so important, because a lot of the rest of the game kind of comes down to this. With the dragon being stolen, meaning DK don't get an early soul point, and then things go from looking amazing for DK to DK fans, I imagine, being like, oh, this is where we lose the game.
Yeah.
Because it looks so good here.
Kellen not having his greatest game in this one, unfortunately, but like the key factor here, yeah. Wow.
This looks great.
Yeah, no, it's looking solid. And then, you know, we're heading over
okay.
the Baron.
Wolf. Okay, everything's fine. We're chasing down the cannon.
Yeah.
You know, we can just kill him.
Yeah. Then we we just walk in.
Guys?
Yeah.
Well,
so this was definitely a big error, and we were like, you know, D+ really thinking that they were doing Baron, as T1 always do. They have the vision of the Baron completely controlled with that control ward, so they've also got the control ward pinged. They know that it's likely that it's being done by they're doing Baron, so it's a good read by D+, but T1 outsmart them. And then, look at this from Lucid. Maximum range W, by the way, no flash on this, just barely. And if Guma flashes this, maybe he doesn't actually get the steal.
It's so sick because he doesn't actually flash over the wall.
Yeah.
And there's a very short window there. And like asking Guma to preemptively flash that obviously is a little bit too insane. But that's actually what ends up making the difference. If he doesn't get the flash towards the wall, and then, because I think the right call was actually made there by T1. Because that was a 1 in like 100. Because Poppy going out normally, or like, why is the jungler leaving? But he should not have been able to get into the pit.
Yeah, and also considering the roots that were put onto Guma there, they were trying to hold him in place. It seemed like D+ knew there was an angle, because he has the flash, he has the ability to close that gap. If they can keep Guma in place, they sold Guma on this idea, then locked him in place, then punished. This steal is what keeps D+ in the game, because after that huge error, and really nice trap by T1, if they lose that Baron, the game probably ends. But they actually survive through this, and we get to this insane late game.
It was great to watch, and let me tell you, even though it was a great play, what was a greater play was to see Chronicler be like a proud dad, seeing Lucid make that play. All right, let's take a look at the final fight. Well, not the final fight, but the defining fight here at 43 minutes.
And this game, there was messy, right? There were individual mistakes. There were some moments that maybe weren't as clean. But I do think that these type of back and forths that are really messy are where we see some of the most fun League of Legends and decision making. And here, Guma ends up getting taken down almost fully. And it's still messy, right? It's still a ton of damage to come down. But at this point, the soul point has been taken. We're up to 6 dragons. But DK just get the better trade. And really, that's kind of the end of it.
Yeah, because they get the Baron for free. No one can come over here and contest this. It also means they get Soul. And with Soul on this Bloodthirster MF, who's super tanky, has GA, it's impossible to kill her. You have to kill her twice. The shields are massive. Great play by Kellen there. I think Kellen had a really rough game, was caught a lot, made some really bizarre decisions. But his angle he saw there where he's like, I'm just going to ult. We put up the MF ult. That's enough damage. That gets us Baron. Clutch decision there. Ends up winning or finishing the game for D+.
All right, well, let's take a look at the POG after this heck of a game number 1. And there was only one answer. It was always going to be Lucid after the huge play we showed you and staying consistent throughout.
The most mind-boggling thing to me is if you look at his Maokai in Spring, where he was, I don't know if he was actually the worst, but he was in pretty solid contention when it comes to the individual performance on the pick. And I think, like the rest of DK and how this roster has looked, he's really made a turnaround. And really, I think it's so cool to see how this player has developed, but also thanks to the rest of his team aiming, I think, really stepping up. This was another great game from him. And the fact that they are slowly learning to play around each other more. I feel like there's a lot more trust in Lucid. And he also, you know, makes good on that trust.
I feel like if you had told me, you know, at the beginning of the split, even 2 weeks ago, that Kingan would play Renekton into Zeus' Kennen and win lane, I would never believe it. And I mean, just small things like that, where you don't get completely bopped. It's surprising to see, but it's a good evolution, as we knew there might be some sneaky 80 carry votes in here.
You know, I don't know.
All right.
Keck W Media, we're kicking it off right. Well, to get us into game number 2, let's send it back on over to the casters.
Thank you, Spacemen, for that great breakdown. As yes, a little bit of right media action. Also a vote for Showmaker, which was very interesting. But Lucid was the obvious choice, and well-deserved. It's going to get DK started on the right foot, even amongst the crazy game 1.
Yeah, and I think the thing to take into account as well is they won on red side in game 1. So even if T1 win this game 2, it's then side select for D+ on game 3. I feel like it's kind of, I've talked about this example before, like breaking a serve in tennis. Massive advantage if you're able to take down a team on blue side. T1 came in the series with blue side, and now they have a chance to win a game here with it again, but things will get really tricky in that game 3, even if they take them down in this second matchup. We'll see what the adjustments are. I think ultimately the Jhin just couldn't follow through on the damage. Too many tanky targets. I do think the Mountain Soul was a factor in that. Obviously, kind of turned everyone into a tank, even the MF. But I think it's getting tricky to ban aiming out, which I've always thought of him as a player with a more limited pool, like specifically things like the Kai'Sa, the Zeri, the Ezreal. But he's been bringing out the Ashe, bringing out the MF, playing really well, and they already devoted a lot of bans to him in the first draft and weren't able to push him off comfort.
Yeah, he just looks comfortable on a lot of things, and that's, I think, the point you were trying to make, right? And we'll see if any of these bans look any different here, as they're going to ban Rumble first. That does mean that they have a chance to ban maybe a Corki instead of an Azir, but I would imagine that Faker just says, okay, I'll just play Azir then.
Talia instead of the Vi.
Yeah.
And Showmaker's laughing. Showmaker probably said, if I set up that series, I'm never playing Talia again. After that game, sorry. Didn't have the best game.
I mean, KRcast knew. Gave him the POG vote, okay.
Well, I definitely don't think Talia was the problem in that game. And giving Lucid Vi might be a major cause for concern. But they're going to ban the Talia, and they're going to pick the Corki. Maybe felt like the Talia was shutting down their ability to close the distance, but I just think D+ are very happy with this situation. We'll see if they opt from the Rector again. I think even though Renekton struggled to have an impact before, Kingen still had a great lane, so maybe they keep that pick, but they could just go Renek and Vi in this situation is a possibility.
They're playing Vi, I think, 100%. The only other question is, what are they going to pick alongside of it? And that is going to be the Renekton. So I would expect, I mean, there is a lot of discussion here on the side of Lucid. So maybe he says, okay, after all those bans that were targeted into the Vi, into me, I'm not going to play it, actually, which would be very interesting.
Yeah, maybe scared of the Vi into the Poppy, but I don't think so. I think definitely T1 are going to take the Poppy into this. I think if you're going to leave the Vi open, it's because you're like, we think the owner can handle it on the Poppy. So I expect that. Do we get the Kennen again from Zez? I feel like that was the least impactful Kennen game I've ever seen.
Kalista?
Yes, but instead they're like, no, we want bot lane strength. We don't want to go to the second rotation. We're picking Kalista Renata off the bat. And Renata definitely good into Vi Renekton, but Vi good into that Kalista. And we said we weren't really happy with the mid-jungle duo picks from Lucid and Showmaker last game. Maokai Talia did not inspire joy. But Vi Ahri, something we've seen many times, particularly recently, BNK and FairX being very successful with it. And it looks like that might be the angle. I think Ahri going to have a bit of a rough time into the Corki. And it looks like they opt against it as a result. The TF going to come out again. And if I'm playing Kalista and there's a TF and a Vi on the other team, not going to have a fun time.
Yeah, the bailout might get a lot of value. We'll see about how that works in this game.
Wait to sit in a stun card during bailout. That sounds...
feels great.
Yeah.
Cassante bans here. Now, as you mentioned before, they could have gone for Kennen, but they did not. So this is going to chunk out a little bit of Zeus's main pool. But we know he can play a lot of different things. I'm curious to see what he will play in a Kingen.
And I feel like we struggled to see the impact of the Kennen last game into like Talia, into Maokai. But you're against a TF. It's so hard to get flanks against this pick. So easy for him just to collapse on you. So it could be really hard for the Kennen this game as well. Might be a big reason why D+ are banning the Cassante and not maybe as concerned about top lane picks. And they really aren't. They're like, you know what? Pick the Kennen again. Kingen will win lane against you. And in team fights, you won't get the value. I love the Poppy van, actually. That's the pick I'm thinking. If you're letting the Vi open, it's because you're taking Poppy. And they won't get the option now. They ban the MF, but Zeri is open, Kai'Sa is open. You know, you got a Vi already lead the charge. I think aiming is fine in this situation. The one thing I am concerned about, though, is the lane matchup. Getting through lane is going to be the bigger ask. Taking an 80 carry that matches his team comp is going to be pretty straightforward.
I love how the DK fans are very into... Jinx? Zeri, okay, jeez. Yeah, it's just going to be Zeri. All the DK fans are very in tune with what their players play, and they cheered when the Zeri came out. They did not cheer when the Jinx was suffered.
Yeah, and you know, it's going to be a rough lane. I think this is the win con that T1 wanted, is strong lanes in the sides, and they've achieved that this time. The problem is it's a strong mid jungle from D+, who can spread that pressure there. Now they're trying to work out what to play in the top lane, toying with the idea of the Jax, but not going to lock it in yet. Looking for the Viego. I think at least with the Viego, you can ult to kind of buffer things like the Vi ult, the TF ult, so an area of safety there, but
comfort for Owner as well.
Definitely comfort for Owner. Don't feel like he has quite the lockup yet, and they're trying to work out what to pick for Zeus. The Jax did get nerfed recently, Counter-Strike a longer cooldown, but I guess into a Zeri, into a Renekton, into a TF, they're like, something that can stop people auto-attacking would be nice.
And once again, Kellen is going to get final pick here on the red side, especially with the Renekton priority. This does end up happening very often. He knew what he was playing into a long time ago, but now he sees the whole comp.
You can honestly just take Lulu here. Like, you have Engage in your composition. Lulu's ult, the knockup is now a second. They buffed it a while back from 0.75. And you have a Vi. Oh, and a Renekton. You know, if Vi goes in onto Guma, he gets knocked up, then you ult as well to chain the knockup.
Gold card.
Like, how are you supposed to play the game? It is still going to be a rough lane, but that's a given. We knew it was going to be a rough lane. And at least now you have a range support who can shield aiming when he's trying to disengage from a Kalista.
Yeah.
I think D+'s comp in 5v5s is fantastic. And it really comes down to, can T1 stomp them in the dirt early on? Can Owner pop off in skirmishes? Can Guma get fed? Because I think if they don't, I think D+ are going to have a great time.
Yeah, this feels, you know, like T1, they have something similar, but obviously a lot more power down on the bottom side. And if that doesn't really get them ahead, DK just kind of roll them once it hits mid-game. But we'll have to wait and see how it actually does play out. It feels as well like DK, you know, they weren't really playing their style in game one. Now this is very much their style. Like, this looks like the perfect DK comp.
Yeah, they got a hyper carry for aiming to clean up fights. They have a strong mid-jungle combo for Lucid and Showmaker. And if Faker and Owner, if they stumble in that mid-jungle matchup, I think the TF being free to roam, the game is probably just over on the back of that. So T1, it was a very mistake-heavy game one. They cannot make mistakes here or it will cost them heavily.
Absolutely. It's got to be clean from both sides here, jumping out of the rift for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Kia having a fantastic summer so far. They're one win ahead of T1 in series. If they win this, they are then 2 series ahead. And really, I mean, they guarantee playoffs. Maybe not mathematically, but I mean, if you're knocking T1 down a bit, that removes one of your main opponents to potentially move ahead of you. And they've already performed so well.
Yep.
And now they've got a lead here in this series as well.
And third place gives you choice of opponent in the first round of playoffs. And obviously getting top 2 and getting the first round bye is what every team wants. But with that loss to Life Esports, doesn't seem likely for D+ now. But if they get choice of opponent, you know, we've seen a lot of teams struggling in that sort of middle of the table pack. If D+ get to choose their opponent, they probably should be an easy route to the double elimination stage of playoffs, and that gives a lot of security.
Yeah. That would be pretty interesting, actually, to see who they do end up choosing. You know, who ends up in 5th and 6th place in the first place, and then...
So smart.
Yep, take a look at this. Hey, it's a little lane swapperino, as nice little flash with the Counter-Strike, but...
That feels horrible, though, for Zeus.
You still feel awful.
Yep. And now it's that situation where you have to rush into, oh, we have to lane swap now. We don't have a choice. Kingen is just going to be a nuisance here. He's going to try and force a smite or something.
Smite's down, but
oh yeah,
definitely trying to at least chunk them down. I mean, Zeus already chunked a bit, and Owner maybe denied access to his wolves. Meanwhile, I mean, we see Lucid is just kind of getting a free clear at the moment. We do have Keria moving in.
Lane swap's super good when you have a lane matchup like this, bot lane, where you know you're in a big disadvantage. But something we saw when the lane swap meta emerged, not even at MSI, but before that, was that lane swaps felt so severe when you weren't ready for them. And the other team had one planned and were going into it. And it was very clear from this T1 weren't ready for a lane swap to happen. Didn't do the homework to check for it. Zeus got baited, and now he's just stuck here getting no value. And yes, T1 are going to get more plates, but they were going to their plan was to hard stomp lane and get plates.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like, though, anytime you're drafting so heavily for bottom lane, you have to have this in the back of your mind, but it seemed like they just really did not expect it at all.
And I feel like lane swaps still existing in some form, and them existing at MSI was a massive nerf to how T1 want to play. You know, this is a team who love to have strong side lane matchups and rely on that power, and they can't really do that when lane swaps are a thing. We see it's just going to be that early swap. You don't swap for too long because it's hard to match on plates with the increased defenses on the top lane plates. So, but I think navigating those first couple of levels, because realistically, if T1 have Prio bot, they could just set up an early dive. But now Aiming's struggling to even get to the tower. He needs Lucid and Kellen there to walk him in. And Kellen is level 1, by the way.
Yeah. Well, they will be able to be walked in, at least. Lucid just going to punch the air. But Aiming did get chunked out a bit. So, you know, at the end of the day, this lane swap, it does what it was meant to do early on. But now Aiming... he is in a little bit of a rough spot. Kellen, as you mentioned, still level 1.
Yeah, it doesn't... You know, the lane swap helps. It doesn't fix it. And also, Keria had Demolish. So he's able to pick up... They're able to get 3 plates. Often those trades, we see like a 2-for-1 trade.
Kellen trying to stop the back here. He will be successful, but has to trade flashes and his heal.
I think, as weird as it sounds, it's still worth for Kellen. You know, you trade sums, but you stop the recall. If Guma gets to spend, the lane gets a lot worse. But yeah, you know, they didn't get a plate top lane, did DK, and T1 have 3 bots. So this hasn't really gone as well as maybe they'd hoped, or maybe like it looked it would initially when Zeus was caught out.
Yeah.
He's doing fine so far on the top lane. Him TPing up to catch that big wave of XP definitely helped to mitigate any advantages Kingen had.
Yeah, it looked very silly in the moment, but it was absolutely the right play to just teleport half a lane up just to make sure you get the XP in gold.
We saw Zeus at MSI die on the tower and then TP straight back to die again just because he was so set on getting the XP. And top laners, you know, I remember Impact saying it around MSI that sometimes you have to die to get the experience. Because if you don't get the experience, things are so much worse for you than just giving away, you know, however much gold and a little bit of XP to the people who kill you.
Yeah. I mean, you die, you lose some, but it's better than losing everything, I suppose.
Yeah, and it's just how broken early levels are. You know, Zeus equal level with Kingen means he can kind of handle the matchup pretty okay. But Lucid is threatening. It's just taking the Grump away here. I'm not sure they'll go for a dive with him so healthy and Zeus getting his flashback. Very hard to do with a Renekton into a Jax just because of the counter-strike. But Zeus is conscious of it and he's holding the wave as best he can.
Yeah. Also got Owner pathing up top, and they are going to find Lucid here. Might be forced to flash, but no, he gets his Q back.
Oh, you can see Ono is trying to threaten like a stun flash there, trying to force Lucid to flash, but Lucid just to disengage with the Q. But Grubs will be started, and bot lane still going badly.
Yeah, well, we do have TF in this game, as now the handshake is pretty good, but carrying a lot of trouble here as they're trying to trade it back is Guma, but his first blood going over to Zeri here. Aiming will pick up a big chunk of gold.
That's a gold king for you. The summoner trade from earlier ends up punishing Keria, and the timing perfect because Showmaker just hit 6. You could see that T1 didn't expect it, but also Guma didn't have his 6 yet. And that whole play goes completely differently if the Kalista has ultimate. I actually think they were just 2v3, being honest. You could see at the end, Keria even tried to get the kill trade, but it just wasn't there. Showmaker with the early plated steel caps, able to mitigate, but he has not had a good time in lane so far. Down 20 CS plus already.
Yeah, that's It's not going to feel good. I mean, at least it is TF. You can get gold in other ways. But we are taking a look here at the play once again. Just very pushed up. TF presses R.
Greeted for Demolish. And you can see Kerry is like, I'm dead anyway. I'm just going to try and auto for the passive so the Guma can kill. But didn't have the bailout there. Maybe on cooldown.
This is TF. Yep, he's right. He is playing TF. Correct champion call out from Showmaker. I mean, obviously, you don't get to play against a lot of mid-TF unless you're playing into Showmaker pretty much in pro.
Yeah.
So I would assume that maybe they just kind of slipped their minds.
Yeah, just a spur of the moment thing. But ultimately now the ult is there for Guma. And this tower is so low. So the lane swap I don't think has worked. The gank mitigates, but doesn't keep them safe.
Kellen doesn't have flash, is about to get heal back. And, well, the handshake comes in. He takes a little bit of a chunk, but that's about it. Yeah, Showmaker's pretty good at this champ. This is a Showmaker champ. Confirmed. As in goes Kellen. There's the Dominus. No Counter-Strike right now for Zeus. Has his ult up, but trying to force the flash here is King in, and he's not going to be able to. Zeus just walks it off. But honestly, still advantage to the Croc.
I remember in spring when Zeus was playing Aatrox all the time and so was Kingen, and Zeus just looked so much better. And it felt rough that Kingen, he really felt underwhelming then. He's playing one of his signature champs, he's got a skin on, but Zeus is doing better. But recently, in this series, he has looked in a complete other form. And both games now having, and I mean, I know it's on Renekton, which is a strong pick at the moment, but he's just been lane gapping Zeus. The one shining light in this game so far, because everywhere else is having a rough time. D+ have just committed the swap. They're like, look, we are losing that tower anyway. Let's try to get some plates on the top side. You can see on the map, Carrier and Ona moving up to defend. Maybe you get a plate tops for D+, but after that, you need to get out of dodge.
Yeah, we'll get the one. Zeus actually going to hop in, but he's not denying anything. Also, Aiming gets the solo plate gold, which is very nice.
And we get a little bit of a view of what must have been happening mid lane. Showmaker not having fun in this matchup. Corki notoriously strong in lane. And you can see why. And T1, you know, they had a good lane, Faker into the Talia, but appearing to have an easier time Faker in this matchup and kind of just crushing it, even without a gank. You know, we saw game one, it was a gank from Ona that helped out Faker. This time didn't even come in. Showmaker threw down the Ignite and still lost the trade.
Yeah, he's got unsealed spellbook at least, so he'll be working towards that TP here pretty quickly. But yeah, it doesn't make this lane any better. At least the TF can sometimes just be serviceable with an RFC and some movement speed.
Yeah.
And he is going for what looks to be the Rod of Ages, but we'll see when he does pick up that item. Sometimes you just go for the gold card. As here,
going for the full commit.
Full committal from the side of DK, and everybody on the side of T1 very out of position here. They're trying to just focus down Guma. They're not quite able to. The bailout comes in. He is going to be res, but down he goes. The trade is good for DK. And now Owner, oh, the flash not going to be good, but he is able to get in range of actually ulting over the wall. Meanwhile, Aiming trying to punish Keria. That's not going to happen, and in fact, Owner does get away. So my bad on that one, but only the one kill go in the way of DK.
But DK now strong enough that they can get control off the Herald. Faker did not come to the play, didn't have TP up yet. And we'll see Zeus TP in just to cover this top tower. So I'd say a successful play for D+, especially as Aiming was the one who got the kill. But Faker getting very fed on this Corki once again. And Kingen making the mistake of trying to exist. He's like, dude, it's fine, I can take him. The Showmaker's like, I don't think you can. Kingen's like, I got this. He doesn't have this.
Plated steel caps is all you need, right?
Yeah. That true damage coming in clutch from Faker.
Showmaker's like, I have that item. Didn't help me. But Kingen just able to see us on our turret. But meanwhile, T1, I mean, they get the Infernal Drake. It is a Ocean Soul that we do have coming in here. As we'll take another look here at the committal on top side.
This is just such a beautiful setup from the side of D+. They were super overextended for this. Kingen with a flank, the ultimate comes in. And Guma does get the reset on a Showmaker, but it's not enough really to follow through in the fight. And then it's just escape mode. Zeus makes a great call to leave early. And Ona with the reset gets out. Basically just used Showmaker's soul for an escape there. Definitely didn't want to be the TF in that situation, because kind of weak. But yeah, and a nice getaway, I'll say, for T1, considering how well set up that was for D+. I could see that being a lot worse if they didn't make the call to immediately dip from that situation. But it still felt like an advantage in terms of what was taken for D+ there. And Faker, with a CS bounty right now, getting pretty fed on this Corki.
Yeah, he's doing really well. You see that actually the biggest gap is in support, and then second is jungle. So Faker, even with how well he's doing, he's still playing into TF, who has a couple of assists and his passive.
Yep. Free gold, free money. And I feel like that's one of the things is that obviously when you're farming up a storm in the TF, it feels good with the extra gold, but even if you're behind, still going to have a bit more than usual and be able to get those items. And as you said, the items aren't that expensive. Oh, aiming.
Uh-oh. Well, he is Zeri, so it's going to get out of there, but decent chunk done by Faker, who also has red buff.
But he just got honeyfruited. And it's instantly counteracted. Aiming able to heal up there. And we see Carrier playing pretty aggressive, trying to contest his control ward, but won't be able to find it. Showmaker pushing in, potentially setting up for a move if needed. Yeah, ulted just to get vision. And he'll just dip from that. So something burnt from the side of T1, but not really too much of concern. But now with that down, TB's not available. They feel a lot more comfortable to push up and contest this blue. No one's going to just appear behind them this time.
Yeah. They have learned what the TF does. And, yeah, they get in, they take the blue. I mean, it's just a blue. They are going to get it on a couple of people as Faker actually moves in and takes it down.
And now with that pressure,
yeah,
with the reset from aiming, they're actually able to get this mid-tier 1. And we kind of saw how much they struggle.
Oh, the handshake. Okay, Lucid denied. Showmaker was coming in from the bottom side as well, but no engage happens.
You know, we heard people, I mean, Carrier heard people big talking Kellen's Renata, and he's like, oh, I can show you some stuff. Pretty slick handshake there to disengage. They get the mid-tier 1, and I feel like that was a big talking point of game 1, was that D+ got that enemy mid-tier 1 so early, and it really hamstrung how much T1 could push up. Now they're the ones who control this game as they need to be, you feel. And aiming will hit nothing. But a decent attempt. About 2,000 gold lead, Dragon up at about 1:50, and I think this is kind of the game, pace of the game you do want to be setting with T1's composition, but still, we said mistakes will be super costly if T1 end up making any.
Yeah, they definitely will be, and we're still dealing with a very fed Zeri at this point in time, so DK, they are behind. Most of it is in structures, which they can get back. The plates, they can't, obviously. A little setup here from the side of T1, it looks like, but aiming is just kind of running in between three people.
Wait, he's just dead.
Well, he is Zeri.
Oh, he's just Zeri.
So he's not dead, but yeah, just scouting Zeri, you just send her out, and then if there's anybody there, you get away scot-free, no problem.
I love the champion. So much.
He did have to cleanse.
He did have to cleanse, at least that's something, but nearly in a precarious situation. They're not able to catch him out before he gets over to some terrain. And now it's a resource burn from D+. You could see they were posturing, setting up to try and make a play on Faker, but didn't pay off. But all in all, not a huge takeaway. That cleanse won't be up and available for the fight around Dragon. But I honestly think the cleanse value is significantly lower for aiming this game than the last one. A lot less things you have to cleanse. I guess the Renata ult is probably the big one, where it's kind of hard to avoid, and not being able to cleanse it is very punishing. But things like the handshake, the stun from Zeus, the stun from Ona, you know, realistically, you have a lot of ways to outplay those.
Yeah. TK trying to set up here around this Dragon, 15 seconds on it. And they do have vision cryo at this moment in time. There's that one ward right there by aiming.
The thing is, Lucid hasn't fully upgraded his item, but Ona has.
Helen is okay. It's okay. Destiny Gate comes out and is going to push them back. But maybe T1 just take the Drake from here. It doesn't look like DK are really putting up a big fight on that one.
Yeah, I think Lucid needs to finish his item upgrade before they really get into fights over neutral objectives. Third Dragon going over T1. Nice for them, but it is an Ocean Soul. Not the most impactful Soul. Not as bad as Chemtech, but I think if D+ do end up having to let the Soul go, it's not the end of the world. We obviously saw last game losing the Mountain Soul was a big hit for T1. And now D+ trying to enact that play on the top side, but it's still difficult. Vi and Renekton against a Jax, and they will just take a tower for it instead.
And they get one turret. Game has definitely slowed down from here. You see that Both teams just kind of trading objectives, nobody really going for a big fight. Last time we had it was DK up in the top lane, but T1 just said no and ran away. And that was just fine. 1,500 gold lead for the side of T1. But still a very fed Gold King aiming.
Yeah. He just has a way, you know. He's so good at finishing off kills. I feel like there's so many skirmishes. And the thing is, like, obviously sometimes D+ leave it for him, but he just has that execution mindset. Like, oh, wait half a second. There's the kill.
I could not imagine aiming playing any other role.
That is,
you know?
So true.
Like, he is an AD carry player.
Yeah. He's the AD carry player who's, like, you know, you get in solo queue who will, like, ping you back if you walk up the tower when you get plates. In a nutshell.
You start moving towards his wave, he starts pinging you back. It's like, no. That's my wave.
He demands third blue. Like, mid lane is like, no, I need it. He's like, no. It's mine.
T1 are getting a nice little push here. They did get the Rift Herald from earlier. They're going to take the top tier 1, and that's it.
Yeah, not much value from the Rift Herald in the end. We've often seen that. I feel his teams commit pretty heavily getting the Herald and aren't able to get much from it. But I feel like with mid tier 1 already down, it's not a major issue. But just D+ doing a good job of moving members there to defend. Now T1 threatening with this push up here, and they've kind of routed D+ here. Can get some damage on the tower, but don't think they'll be able to take it right now. And it looks like they won't even go for that. D+ able to move over in time.
Yeah. Well, they got another blue.
That's Aiming's blue buff.
That's exciting. And in fact, they got 2 blues. One for Owner, one for Zeus.
There's the payoff.
And now we've got Aiming going up against Faker in mid. I was wondering about the side lane kind of setups from both teams, because I feel like you really don't want TF into Jax at any time, especially in Showmaker's position.
I think in fairness, Zeus is pretty far behind as well.
Yeah.
Major concern. I will say one thing, they really need Faker to get to his Manamune and get a stack before this dragon. They've got about 2 minutes. Oh. Flank engage.
Yeah, they're just sending it. The buy-out's right here on Aguma, who's in a lot of trouble, and Lucid is full health. He's able to get away. No, he goes down, actually. And now Guma super low, but it's actually Aiming who gets taken out. The flank comes in from the side of DK, and it's going to backfire immediately. King of the though, gonna pull the trigger, takes out the Viego. And now this Krog is pretty huge, but is it going to matter? It doesn't look like it. Showmaker not able to do much. It's a big fight win for the side of T1, as it's only Kellen left, and eventually he will not be left.
He's got Flash, but I don't think that's going to help. Not if you're going that way. I think his goal is just, you should just die.
The turrets.
Oh, wait, he can go through those turrets.
Yeah.
Find a lot of time.
You can eat the turret shots. You can
I think, honestly, the play might just be to give the kill over to... No, this is not a play.
They know he's there. I mean,
give the kill to Carrier. You could have just run under the tower and died, and Carrier would have been the only one with credit. But either way, tries to get away, doesn't make it. And this looks, in theory, like a good engage. They focus on Guma, but the turnaround that comes through from the Renata, Owner and Guma commit for the reset, and Guma can disengage from the situation. The ult as well from the Calista high value. And Kingen makes a great play here onto Owner. You know, he's trapped as a Zeri until he ults and gets the CC laid onto him. Not a fun time, but ultimately them going in for that play cost them heavily, but I think they were, you know, they were in for a penny, in for a pound. No way to disengage from the situation after that, and they just went for the trade kill. For T1 with a 4,000 gold lead, they needed that early advantage, and now they're looking at an Ocean Soul at about 21 minutes. And D+ are struggling to approach on this one. They might just have to give it up.
Yeah, Ocean Soul still gonna make you feel something. It's not the biggest deal, but I mean, you get it this early on, you're already ahead. It's just gonna help snowball the game. Get your Jax in a good spot. I mean, Zeus picked up a double kill, so he was behind, but I think eventually this Jax is going to be a big problem in the side lane for D+ Kia.
Showmaker does have rapid fire though, and no cleanse on Guma. Maybe they can find an angle for this. Aiming still has his cleanse, and Showmaker's got Ghost with the Spellbook.
Look at the hostile takeover CD as well. You see Carrier desperate to get that one up. It was so valuable in that last fight. And might just end up being a flip here. The Destiny comes in. And yeah, here comes Lucid, but it goes to Renekton. Kingen gonna pick that one up. and that will deny the Ocean Soul.
Just absurd that in a situation with a
Baron.
Kalista and 2 junglers, the Renekton manages to take the dragon. Some calculations a little bit off, you know, maybe by single digits there. But in the end, D+ deny the soul. They're going to head over to Baron and start it up. T1 know they have to set a pace in this game.
Yeah.
And D+ kind of caught off guard on this, but we'll see if Lucy can pull magic again. No flash available for him.
Yeah, just got to go in with the Q. They don't have much vision. Oh, the hostile takeover catches him. He's too late, and the pull comes back. T1, though, will pick up the Baron.
They don't get their soul they wanted, but they'll get the Baron for Kellen.
Just going to Valkyrie over the wall.
He's fast enough to get away, and I think T1 wanted to spend a bit of that gold. We've hit some big spikes here, but we'll look to get as much value as possible out of this Baron push, 5,000 gold ahead. And what health did it go to, and how did Kingen get it?
Nobody knows.
It just didn't even it just went from 2,084 to 0.
Just disappeared.
It looked like he altered it at the same time.
It's probably like double smite and rend and, you know, an auto from Renekton. And that's what ended up getting it.
You know, I feel like it's one of those things, you just gotta have faith. Kingen just had faith. He was like, I'm just gonna auto the dragon. Probably was just doing it for the Fury.
No, he knew.
He knew.
100%.
He's like, why not? You know?
Calculated, yeah.
It's like when there's like a raffle going and there's people who buy like hundreds of tickets and you're like, I'll buy one, you know? I'll give it a go. Oh,
This'll work, yeah.
You know, it's that easy.
Yeah.
Just have a winner's mindset.
So we've seen a lot of teams get caught in this part of the jungle, but Keria will be smart about it. Aiming did kind of give away the position, but that's fine. Doesn't look like DK necessarily want to fight unless it's really on their terms here. Up against the Baron, as T1 are trying to push the top lane now. Owner a little bit behind the play, but now Kingen is going to be spotted by Owner, and Kingen is forced into the fight. TP coming in from Faker, but Owner is all alone. The Wild comes in with the flash, and Owner's just dead. Meanwhile now, the Lulu ultimate comes in, saves Showmaker, as we're getting pretty down and dirty with this one, I think, as now 5v4 here for the side of DK. As the gold card will come in on a Faker, bit of damage into Lucid. He's chunked out in an insane way. And now Showmaker just gonna ult away. Rest of the team trying to fight here. Amy just gonna get dunked on by the Jax. And not even Redemption will help him. Looks like Kellen, similar spot. Should be going down here eventually, you would imagine. Oh, the TP is going to deny it. And C1, wonky fight, but they will win it.
But like, Zeus is hunting still. Can he find him?
Yes.
Yes. The answer is yes. Not sure you have an answer to this one, Kellen. He's accepting his fate. But Zeus is stalling out the respawn for a little bit longer.
Keria kind of alone, but he does have his team. Coming on in with the TP, Lucid now is kind of alone. And he's now very alone in the Death Chamber. Actually, he's there with his buddies Renekton and Lulu. The C1 have really ripped this game open.
Yeah, just on the back of a few pretty fantastic plays, we've seen T1 really take control of this. There is Showmaker looking for an angle onto Faker. Faker is on vision, but he will scry an orb. He will see Showmaker coming. And in the meantime, T1 are making some headway bot lane. So maybe D+ probably want to defend this.
You know, I think that would probably be a good idea. T1 doesn't seem to care about the Renekton, who is alone, and do a ton of damage to him. But now TP is coming in, aiming, trying to have a little Zeri moments here at the end of this one, as Guma is going to get knocked up. But there's the bailout. The Rend gets the kill, but that will go the Kalista anyway, as they're still pushing forward. It's an extra kill onto Kellen, and they're looking for a bit more. This Jax is huge, and so is the Viego. 5-0-4 right now for Zeus, and the game might just be over.
Yeah, it looks like the Jax nerfs didn't do anything to him. He has just been popping off after the laning phase in this one. Quiet game one, but he's found some momentum in this. I think, though, T1 not going to be able to end here. They're going to back off and look for Soul again. Maybe take a mid inhibitor turret. You know, on the way out. Why not? You know,
sure.
Treat yourself. But we'll exit now and look towards that Ocean Soul. And just T1, you know, they had a lead. D+ trying to fight back, and it just felt like play after play after play. T1 finding favor. See this replay. So Owner ends up getting into the scrap with Kingen, which is a little bit risky, but he's playing Viego. He's like, I'm safe, you know, I have ult, I have flash. But Lucid actually ults and then flashes to close the distance, so he can't ult in time. Catches him off guard with that. so he doesn't have time to ult out. Really nice play from Lucid, and it gives them a lot of confidence to start things off, but Zeus just has a killer instinct for aiming in particular.
왼쪽 볼게 살짝 봐줘.
He's like, let's
얘 잡았어.
go on left, go for this.
야 끌었다. 와.
Oh man,
열심히 찾아.
Kellen did King and Dirty there, I think is all you can say. The unintentional play of the game from Zeus.
And then we had this fight, and Guma, you know, he goes in, he gets the kill, and yes, he dies, but then Zeus is just in perfect position.
Yeah, we're so close to the bailout though there from Guma. It just kind of shows why this Callisto Renata has been so threatening, but D+ just not able to do enough. 10,000 gold down, Ocean Soul secured for T1, and they are pushing.
King just not here as well, and the damage from Faker is huge. Redemption utilized, but you've lost all 3 inhibitors, and it's going to be a very long while before they get those back as well. So just now sieging up in the base. They don't even need the Baron. Here comes a massive knockup though as DK trying to fight back. The cleanse comes in for aiming as he tries to carry this fight, but man, they're just so far ahead. The wallets are so heavy for the side of T1 that it doesn't seem to matter.
The Ocean Soul going to heal them up as well. If it wasn't a 10k gold lead, that would have been a sick play, but I don't think it's enough right now. A T1 just looking to end.
Doesn't look very likely. Aiming's kind of got to do it all by himself here, but the damage is being layered in. As a nice polymorph from Kellen, but that's just about it. As now Guma flashing forward, they will play with their food, they say, and they will take game number 2 and tie things up against T+ Kia in the series.
And a big bounce back for T1. I think it's very clear that when they have this advantage in the bot lane, they can play around night and day, really. And they are so capable of setting a pace to the game that teams just can't match. You know, Gen G, obviously, a great example of a team who can really shut down what T1 want to do. But D+, they had attempts. And I think the concept of the attempts was good, but they just couldn't find the execution in the moment. That being said, they equalized series, but they are now giving side selection over to D+. So a good start from T1, but there's more to be done in this series.
Series ain't over. And yeah, I mean, this game was at least pretty one-sided to the side of T1, so hopefully they can build upon this and have some confidence moving over to the red side. You know, as we said at the top of the day, maybe they just get a really strong bottom lane for Guma and Keria in the counter pick on that side, as this time they went for Callisto Renata, and it worked out in a big way.
And I think as well, the fact that they left the Vi open, they didn't even end up picking the Poppy, it got banned away, and they won against it, takes off a lot of pressure, because teams have just been fixed on banning the Vi, and they got away with leaving it open.
Yeah, the Vi and the Lee Sin, which T1 are like, Lee Sin, whatever. That's game number 2 going the way of T1. We are going to take a quick break and have the space. We'll be right back.
무리 안 해도 돼. 무리하지 마.
벌컥 빠졌고.
얘네가 실수하는 거 받아 먹어.
얘네가 걸 거야.
얘네 한번 끌었고.
레넥 봐볼게, 레넥.
천천히. 앞라인부터 맞아, 앞라인. 레넥.
나 가인이야.
저도 좋아. 뺄게.
천천히.
미드라인 해봐.
대리공
미드
꺼졌어.
바텀.
대리공 꺼졌어.
얘 정화 있지?
바텀 라클 해줘.
없다 그랬던 것 같아.
있어. 돌았어.
있어.
바텀 라인 왔어. 타워 먼저. 타워.
PC 걸릴 거지?
들어가도 돼, 가도 돼.
가위. 못 걸렸어. 오, 쉣.
내리.
잡아야 돼.
잡았어. 나이스.
of course the series was going to go to game number 3 as T1 tie this one up against D+. It's been a heck of a series so far. Welcome to the space to break it all down. Degon alongside Wolf and Chronicler. Lane swaps, Callista, an expected Twisted Fate, and still unexpected the outcome.
Yeah, I mean, like the draft here for D+ feels very D+. Kingan's Renekton looked fantastic in game 1. Looks pretty good here in game 2. The Vi comes through, but they swap it up, right? They pull out the TF. There's a lot of map rotations you can use with this pick, and you can block, at least that's the hope, some of the Callista advantages bottom lane. They lane swap early to try to get through those first few levels, but end up finding themselves pretty far behind on gold. Great rotation from Owner also really stifles that lane quite significantly. The other problem with this TF pick is its matchup into the Corki, where Showmaker was able to make some good rotations, but he fell super far behind.
What we also saw is that Renata basically counters the entire composition from DK repeatedly, which was kind of inevitable, you know, and I think that's why T1 also felt pretty confident to leave up the Vi. I actually think that if a couple of the early game plays would have gone, which were very close, went the way of DK, this game would have been a blowout, because T1, once they lose control, like with this composition, it's super over. You basically have zero setup, but instead they were able to build a large lead, and T1 with a lead, particularly when they play a composition like this, is unplayable.
Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights here. Early on, skirmishy lane swaps, but here at 19 minutes into the jungle, we get into a little tussle here, and looked good at the start for D+, but immediately gets flipped on its head.
Yeah, I mean, you could see just how confident T1 is with a composition like this. The Renata ultimate here, fantastic. Bailout also continuing to get decent value here for this squad. And yes, you know, we see Gumo die a few times when this is utilized, but he gets so much out of it. In this case, is able to escape with his life. And then this fight is kind of on a knife's edge, right? Kingan comes back in here, but they just don't have any follow-up damage. Like, Showmaker just is really not a champion at this point. And also, you know, one thing that Chronicler was pointing out a lot during that game is like the Viego pick in this draft also so good into the Vi specifically because of his ult. T1 just knew how to play this, and Kellen, this is just should have just
executed. I like here it's kind of close, but I think if you just run into the turrets here, play it as slow as possible, I think there's a chance you get the execute, and you definitely never get out. He does it again later. I also think that even though he wasn't the highlight, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some Zeus votes, because Jax also clears that comp, right? Like, I think that the Zeri obviously is great late game insurance. Playing Jax into Renekton, TF, and Vi is kind of a best case scenario, and I think we saw it in the extended skirmishes as well.
All right, well, let's take a look at the second highlight here, where you got to see a little bit of Kellen being a bro, and he ends up being a bro later on in this one. As it starts off with a pushing into the tower and a flash that did not happen and could have been very, very different here.
Because the start of this fight is great, right? Lucid loves his old flashes, so ends up getting the kill here. And already, I think Faker does a really good job of splitting this fight, which makes it very awkward. Showmaker isn't with the rest of the team. But then here, I get that they want to try and play, because if you can kill them here, you're back in control. But unfortunately, they need a damage dealer. And the Redemption just not quite in time. And I think aiming, if he flashes that, I don't know if it's enough, but it could have been the difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a huge issue here, because if Zeri lives and they can kind of kite back, there's definitely an angle where they win this fight. I want to point out in both of these fights, T1's pressure on the map. They're pushing into enemy jungle above Baron, putting up deep vision, constantly choking this Twisted Fate off of the map, keeping them at really honest and constantly forcing these awkward skirmishes where Zeri isn't quite online yet. And it's not just that their comp is better, it's how they use it and how much pressure they put on the map non-stop. That made it so difficult for D+ to actually find any angles.
And what we didn't highlight was the one fight where DK looked like they got like 3 kills, but they got 1 kill and grubs, right? And that again is one of those moments where I think if they just get like 2 free kills, take the early tempo out, it might be playable. But T1 is, I think, our best stomping team. You know, Gen G is our best team, but T1, when they kind of get in their groove, this game didn't even feel remotely close. I don't know when they closed it out, like what, 25 minutes, give or take.
Yeah.
But it just didn't feel like they opponents got to play the game.
Yeah, we saw them do that in Game 2 against DRX last week. Let's take a look at the POG here as it gets all tied up, and it is Keria getting it, and this one feels like what you guys wanted.
100% KP at 14, nearly 100% game-wide, and his bailouts were fantastic. His ultimates were great, so good in this comp. He had the really cool disengage handshake in mid, which probably won't show up here because it's not one of those moments that's game-changing, but you could just see these little things, and Ox pointed out, if you're playing into Kellen, right? Like he's the Renata.
He's the Renata guy.
Carry is making a case that he's also one of those top Renata players. Great ult there as well, the Fate's Call. Just in general, Keria is super confident, and overall, you mentioned the stompy nature of T1 when they get these leads. The confidence for T1 seems to really be back.
Yeah, as mentioned, I think the Zeus vote makes a lot of sense. Going back, that's kind of the hipster vote. Did carry a lot of the fights. Even the AD carry vote. Honestly, I feel like there's only good votes here.
All right, well, game number 3. It will be the decider. Let's send it on to one of those Zeus voters. It's Ox and Valdez.
Thank you, Spaceman. Yeah, not me. I don't get a vote because I'm a play-by-play. Ox going for the Zeus vote, which I think makes a lot of sense. The left KR cast today is pretty spicy. Always going against the grain so far.
Definitely some interesting takes. That's why we have the votes. That's why we show them for some interesting takes.
Yeah.
Definitely seen before. As for Zeus, I think Carry definitely deserves for Zeus. Being in a lane swap situation and still getting so much value in team fights is always massive for me. But now we have the situation going into game 3. D+ got side select. It's an even series, 1 game to decide it, and they have the edge of blue side. We'll see what they're able to do on the back of this. We know for a fact T1 are going to have to ban LeBlanc and Ezreal. What else, right? There's Ashe, there's Rumble. They're going to ban the Rumble, so is it going to be Rumble, LeBlanc, Ezreal? Or are they going to give one of those up to maybe ban something else? Aiming has had a good game on Ashe this season. Even though it's not a champion you typically associate with this, I feel like his play on immobile AD carries has improved substantially from what we've seen recently, at least. Whereas inside of D+, you could honestly really just target bans. I mean, the Callisto is a complete no-brainer. You could even ban the Corki. Like, Showmaker's been having a rough time in lane. Or you could just first pick the Corki. That's the beauty of blue side.
The world is your oyster when you're on the blue side. And there's the Ezreal ban, so... it kind of leaves the question, are you going to leave the Ashe available? Are you going to leave the LeBlanc available? You have to do one of those.
I think banning the Corki makes sense. Showmaker, it hasn't been his forte to lean on those AD carries mid. And T1, I think you're going to have to ban the LeBlanc in this situation. We'll see if they opt to do that or lean in a different direction.
Maybe just leave both up and you say, okay, they'll first pick LeBlanc and nope. They're just going to say, okay, aiming, if you want to play Ashe, go ahead.
Yep, going to be locked in almost immediately. And we've seen Ashe really powerful when paired with picks like the Sejuani. Has been a strong duo with it. So maybe to T1, go the Renekton themselves here. I think Kingan's laning has been really solid on it so far. But it doesn't really feel like a Zeus move just to early lock the Renekton.
Owner looks very resigned to his fate, which, no, actually...
Yep, I think the Vi value is massive. You deny it from Lucid, you are playing Vi into Ashe, which feels pretty good overall. And you could just pair it with Talia if you wanted to. You could just pick a top laner here. You could just pick an AD carry here. You're playing into Ashe. A lot of options available for T1. Don't really have to show your cards yet. But especially with all the mid lane bans, getting like Vi Talia at this point would be pretty strong. We've also seen like Vi Ahri be very popular recently. Vi Jhin, not on the forefront of my mind.
Jhin? I mean, okay, Guma's great at it. He wants a good matchup in Ashe, and he's going to pick it very early. My surprise comes from that it comes this early, but I guess they expect a ban on it in the second phase, so they're going to take it now. But very high prio. And the Sejuani with the Ashe, I thought maybe they would take this away, but they didn't want to deal with Lucid's Vi, so they take the Vi away. But now we got Sejuani Ashe here for DK.
Yeah, and maybe just the Renekton for Kingan on 3 pairs well with the Sejuani. We'll see if they lean in that direction again. But actually looking like they want to secure a pick for Showmaker. Still trying to decide, and they go for the Renata. We've seen Ashe Renata be really strong. Limits the ability for Carrier to play an engage pick into that as a result. Like, you really want to be playing like a ranged harass champion. Jhin Karma used to be a lane years ago. That could work into it. We'll see what Carrier... I mean, it is Carrier. He is known to bring out some definitely versatile
Jhin
picks.
Yuumi. Sorry.
No,
I mean,
But I think maybe we'll go for a pick.
It's not going to be Yuumi, but it will be an enchanter.
They will go the Karma. So yeah, Jhin Karma used to be a very powerful lane some years ago. Still is. And it's actually going to be a rough time for D+ in the bot lane. He's sad he has to play Karma.
Maybe he wanted to play Bard. I think, didn't the T1 skins just get released like last night?
Yeah, I don't
the
think,
World skins.
I don't think on this patch though yet.
No, not on this patch, but you know, it just released.
I mean, Bard is good into Ashe, but this, to me, like, you trade fine as Jin Bard into Ashe Renata, but as Jin Karma, you should just stomp this lane. And we've seen T1's winning strategy into D+ is to just stomp the lane. Renekton getting banned, that is no surprise. Kingen will have to move on to a different pick and won't get that synergy with the Sejuani. And D+, you know, could be concerned about things like the Kennen, like the Gnar that we've seen Zeus bring out. Even the Talia ban could be pretty good from D+ as well. Pairing well with the Vi. We haven't seen her look it on the Ahri either.
Yeah, I am very curious about what Faker's going to play because it's been a lot of Corki, a lot of Azir, Tristana before that. There hasn't been that much variety in Faker's champion pool this season.
Yeah, Showmaker's been the one who showed variety, and Faker's being like, I'm going to play the OP stuff. And they banned Talia. Pretty interesting.
It's playing Ahri, I guess?
Perhaps, you know. Although I feel like that matchup is very playable for Ahri. We'll see. D+ might just throw another pan towards top lane.
Yeah.
In this situation, if they are concerned about the Gnar. But then again, maybe they want like T1 to pick mid on 4 and then they pick Gnar. But I think it's so risky against Zeus. He is the sort of player who'll just bring out strong counter picks. And they actually go for the Orianna ban. We did see BDD play this to great effect. But I don't think an Ahri pick is very much a surprise. Great dive buddy with the Vi. And, you know, Karma can shield you all up. Jin can ult for the backline. You can understand how this comp wants to play. And D+ comp so far is very much, we're going to kite back and play Peel for our Ashe. So with that in mind, you know, the TF could make sense and lean to that play style if that's something they want to bring out. Point and click CC, definitely high value.
Yeah, it's mid and top. There's that Gnar blind you were saying. And they do get it. And I feel like Kingen's Gnar has been pretty strong so far this season, so I feel like he'll be very happy to get that.
Would it be crazy to even say something like a Sylas? We've seen Sylas Ahri so many times, some good ults to steal.
Look at his face. He might do it.
They've left this pick till the last minute.
Maokai mid. Oh! Ox with the soul read.
And now, Zeus is undoubtedly going to take a top laner who's going to bully the Gnar. We'll see what they opt to go for. Look at the chef we haven't seen for a while. The Yone would be sick, but I feel like it's probably going to be a ranged pick. Just to have a really stable, safe laning phase. It's been Zeus' hallmark recently.
Play Draven.
Oh, oh, this is sick actually if they go to Camille. You know, Camille, no, we've talked about this being a good matchup for Camille, but it's been such a long time since it's been consistently picked. But the dive threat from Camille by Ahri, the Jin over the top, aiming's going to have a rough time. And yet, you look at the composition, right? You have the lockdown for the top side, a lot of CC, a lot of bruiser bulk, and then you have the Renata to peel for aiming. This is a protect the president composition against a composition for T1 that is designed to kill aiming.
Yeah.
And it'll be interesting to see how they balance against each other.
It's funny, Amy has done a really good job of making himself the president. Almost by force. He's like, no, I am the president.
No, I don't think president does it justice. You got to remember, he is the gold king. He is royalty, not just a democratically elected leader.
Yeah.
He said, I am the king. It's my birthright. Give me all your gold to protect me.
I guess if you do take it by force, well, not much of a president. Enough about that. As this says, are we losing today? Win. We're winning. He's holding a sign that says, no, we win.
And that's the hope. You know, I feel like
simple.
Both teams, massive fan bases. The crowd has been going pretty crazy so far. Crying fans already. And the series hasn't even finished.
After game 1.
Yep. So I definitely expect some waterworks after the result of game 3. Either way, this would be a huge win for T1 to climb their way up the ladder. D+ trying to hold on to a really strong season so far.
Well, that's a lot of dive and pick. We'll see if it works for T1 here as we hop into the rift for game number 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
And how about a little vision denial from Jonah Strong? All 5 members here down on the bottom side for DK. What are we running into?
I like how he keeps us on our toes as much as the players are, you know?
Yeah.
We don't get that observer vision, that safety. You gotta live in the eyes of the players.
Yeah, I think some of our viewers need that reminder from time to time. Because sometimes when you have the full vision, some players can look very silly doing things without vision. But you gotta realize, playing a game of League of Legends, there's fog of war.
Yeah, I feel like there's scenarios where it's like jaws looming and you see someone coming from the fog of war. And it's like, there are obvious ones, sure, but also it's so different, obviously, having your own perspective and having to deal with things. You know, if a Camille just flies out of a brush and you have 0.2 seconds to react.
Why didn't he flash it? God.
God, when I slow this down to 0.25 times and replay it and watch the play, it looks so easy to flash.
With vision.
With vision. Yeah.
Just the reminder every once in a while. I think Jonah Strong is... And our entire observing team, by the way. We had Kisan on the space with us last week. Shout out to him as well. They do a fantastic job. They're pretty much perfect. And, well, there's a lot of tension down here on the bottom side. Looks like Aiming and Kellen will get the push, but some extra poke from the Karma.
Yeah, it's so difficult playing the Renata in a Karma, because obviously Renata's so good at dealing threats coming into her. If you find a handshake, that can be powerful for the Renata. But in terms of general trading power, really hard to
Tempo heal, but Guma, he moves up for level 2. He's going to have to flash. And Aiming, he's just going to barrier nothing, just to make sure, as he thought maybe he would be rooted up there.
Zoning barrier.
Zoning barrier pushes them away.
And you know, I feel like T1 not fully respecting the power of the level 1 of the Ashe. The level 2 gets hit first by Kellen, and able to burn some big sums on the back of it. It's like Aiming and Kellen doing a pretty good job, all things considered.
Yeah, it's just such an important lane to hit level 2 in. And we do have Owner moving in. Lucid should be on vision here, so Owner's going to wrap around.
Oh, very sneaky.
Vi is very good in the 1v1 here. And he's got red buff as well. So Lucid, kind of an awkward spot for him, as another hit is going to come in. And thankfully, he's got that disengage cone to deny us from any fun.
And you know, this is one of those situations where D+'s bot lane have Prio. And yes, Prio is better for them to move first. But it also means they're deep in the lane, and it's going to take them a while to get there. So Lucid just has to dip. And his bot lane really don't want to give up the pressure right now. Owner will secure the red buff, so a bit of an advantage found there. He has 3 camps he can pick up on his blue side still.
Lucid's just going to go bot. Just hang around here, maybe find another Vi. Same Vi as the one from before, funnily enough. And Owner's just going to say no. You will not get the Scuttle Crab. You are level 3. You do not pass go. You do not collect $200.
And in these sort of situations, there's not really being given a window to gank bot lane. Guma and Carry are playing really far back. So you don't have much options. When you're being denied camps and you have no camp spawning, the best thing is to gank, but it becomes very telegraphed. And the wave is slowly pushing in, so Guma's like, whatever, I'll just recall, get some mana back. Mid lane so far going in favor of Faker. But it is Doran's shield on Silas, and he does have a lot of heal in his kit, so Showmaker just kind of weathering the storm for now is what he's going to try and do.
Yeah. We've got Wolf on the space. I feel like he's definitely talking about the Electrocute. We don't see it all the time, but he's very excited about the Electrocute buffs. And Silas, you see, Showmaker did go for it here, so he is going to be looking to absolutely look to burst Faker down, but, well, he's there somewhere. I think those are his hands. I see a very comfy Degon. Yep, see the hands.
That's wave.
That's definitely him.
Yeah, I think the thing is, though, if you're playing into the Ahri, it's significantly easier for the Ahri just to consistently electrocute proc onto the Silas than it is for the Silas to proc it back. So, not the most fun in the early game playing that range versus melee. And it's not like a Yone who fully invests into sustain with like Doran's shield, second wind, and fleet footwork.
What are we?
Uh-oh.
I'm like, what are we zooming in on here? There's Sejuani's in the enemy jungle. Yeah, it's just he took the Krugs.
Yeah, and we just saw a little how the matchup between Na and Camille has gone both ways and a lot. You know, 25 to 23. not a lot of matchups that have that many numbers between them.
Yeah, there was a time where when Camille first came out, I'm sure you remember Ox. She was extremely strong, and she was playable in the jungle. It was a fun time. We saw a lot of Camille, and Gnar's kind of just been in and out of the meta, mostly in for nearly his entire career as a champion.
I think everyone enjoyed that meta, you know, when a champion who was super mobile had a Cho'Gath ult on a 3-second cooldown.
Yeah, it's my favorite meta. Callan was roaming up the river. A little bit of show of dominance from the bottom lane.
And honestly, T1 bot lane not doing as well in this matchup. I think the early trading, the loss of summoners kind of hindering them. Oh, nice interrupt there from Lucid.
Yeah, Lucid's up a level, so you can see he's definitely feeling pretty comfortable, especially because of his bot lane situation, but it actually does get pushed into them. Also, his mid lane is kind of not great here. Showmaker, yes, he does pick up the Silas, but this landing phase is rough.
Yeah.
Really rough.
Definitely playing for the skirmishes more so, and T1 just going to look to pick up this dragon early. Showmaker's about half HP, so even though he's coming over, I think they feel confident they can get this and disengage.
He's going to get into the pit as now the engage comes in as that frontline owner very low, and he will eventually go down as they have to go super deep for this one. Showmaker, though, so tanky, will live throughout it all, flashes away, and DK get the Drake as well, but the chase is on. Guma looking for more. Kellen in a lot of trouble. He's just going to sacrifice himself for the trade. But DK, they get first blood and the Drake, so they should be happy with that.
Then they can be happy with that one, and they just dove straight in on the owner, eliminate him from the play. The power, you finally get to see a melee champ with Sejuani, who's good at proccing a passive. I feel like so many games we've just had all ranged for Sejuani. And you see the difference here Showmaker makes in locking down owner. He will head immediately off respawn towards those grubs. Didn't get a dragon, but will take those.
Well, Lucid's here, by the way. He's level 6 Sejuani. He's going to take a big burst, actually. As man, if that was like a Mantra Q, maybe we're getting close. I think Lucid was probably fine anyway.
Yeah, I think it was okay. I do think we learned that.
That was point blank. I do not know how that missed. Good job by Guma, I guess, to sidestep that one.
Yeah, I think Guma boots of swiftness, and he also got the fleet footwork proc, I believe.
Yeah.
But quick moves, honestly. I think a lot of players would have had to ban flash there. I don't even think it was a bad attempt from aiming, just I guess Guma is that guy.
He's just that fast. That is the power of Jhin. Very, very fast.
Too fast.
Said before. Owner is taking the blue buff. And he will definitely get it, right?
Definitely, kind of, probably, maybe get it.
Okay, well, he has to smite it now. Okay, there it is. And Lucid will spot the controller.
Lucid didn't see the whole fiasco with the aggro, only we did. So Lucid's like, oh, wow, really smart. He came in and stole my blue. Nothing went wrong. And we're like,
yeah. Wow, Owner's really respectable and is a great jungler and never messes anything up.
I know, and it's like, hee hee. Oopsie daisy. It's fine. He got out. This is like the most. I feel like that ward is such a common one for TPs, but D+ just immediately sweep it out. Like, nah, none of that.
Yeah. This is Mega Gnar, so just poking him down a little bit. Yeah.
Wow.
Huge damage. Meanwhile, nobody's bought, so some plates.
Was it a V-put plate? And the thing is, Showmaker's low on health, but it's a Silas, and he's not that low. He finds his angle, follows up with Lucid, and with the Ariel as well, the chain CC is just so hard to deal with. And then the disengage there. I think Showmaker might have died, but Guma had to reload at one point. Really unfortunate.
Yeah, you see he's reloading here.
Kellen finds his call and he's like, I'll clear the control ward, that's what I'll do. But doesn't get there in time, sadly. His inner support, just like, I have to do it.
Yep. Well, we're trading plates here. Meanwhile, Zeus is mid. He's like, no, there's no point for me to be bought. Here comes an arrow. That is going to hit Faker here in mid, who is in a lot of trouble. Oh, he threads the needle, but Faker, he gets stuck, but he's still alive, and they turn it around. It's a 3v2, and that's a couple of kills for T1. You see Lucid very unhappy. Owner is, well, he's... Wait, how's he out? Wait, what? How did Kingdom not kill him?
Such a frustrating play for D+ there. That looked like, by all accounts, that was a winning play. Everything landed. Everything. And yet they end up losing out T1 with a miracle defense of Faker. Come in clutch there. I feel like it's hard to fault D+. Like, I think this was a good play, but just T1 played it better. The ult comes down on a Faker. They commit heavily. The fact that this stun lands, beautiful from Showmaker, but the charm from Faker on the retreat stops Showmaker from pressing ult. They kill off Lucid, and then Kellen gets him under the tower. The charm again. Man, Faker getting some humongous value there.
Yeah. And it's funny too, he's just sitting on, he had only Malignance and a Doran's Ring. And he's like, no, I'm just rushing this item. I'm totally fine. No boots needed. He does get it now. He's got a Dark Seal. But yeah, just insane value.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You have great setup with a Camille and a Vi when it comes to the Ahri. We talked about how strong that's going to be. But if you can just blind fire, hit the charms on your own, then, you know, you're just going to carry the game. That's how it works.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when Ahri first got changed, when it was like, okay, when you get a shutdown, might have to hold that thought as Guma is being slowed up here by the Ashe. He does have Cleanse, and he will utilize it to get away. Little Root comes in, Lucid in the vicinity. Now, the curtains will be called, and they will push DK all the way back to their turret. As trying to throw an ult here is Lucid, not going to hit anyone, and DK will be funneled underneath their turret.
Yeah, bit of a scrappy play there. T1 trying to find an angle. You see with the ult from Jin opening up, they get a pretty big advantage. They will pick up a plate there as well, and D+ is kind of trapped under the tower. Ona going to start up the dragon. Vi pretty fast at taking this down. Hope doesn't connect there from Kerry, and Kerry actually low on mana, so maybe becomes a
Ooh, that fourth shot. Kellen is really playing with fire. Has to throw out the heal earlier, so he didn't have it. And they're just going to give up that Drake over to the side.
Oh, he tries to go. He was going to go for the long-range boomerang where it like goes behind you.
Yeah.
That's a cute attempt.
Infernal Soul
is a big one. A lot of squishy members, I feel like, who both sides really would want to take out. I mean, Ashe is so good with Infernal Soul, you can proc it so easily. But you can see how both teams have these really aggressive dives just to take out key targets, and the Infernal Soul going to make that a lot more explosive.
That it does. And we got Ox's favorite minigame, the Cinders.
Oh, I love this, man.
We'll see who gets the most Cinders.
And I feel like
Kellen's got 3.
It's kind of underrated, especially champions like Silas or Ahri, even like a Karma as well. If you have like an Undying game on Karma and you get like 50 Cinders, like ability haste is so broken with that champion. I feel like it's one of those things where it's fun, you know, but the actual impact is massive.
Yeah, it is huge. I mean, as long as you can hold on to them, especially as Jin. All right, that's a 4th grub for T1, just like that. No committal, just long range.
Just trust in the steal, apparently. You know, we've seen some steals today. The Renekton Dragon steal with the auto was a pretty wild one.
The Maokai flash twisted advance past the Poppy.
That was a pretty good one, yeah. It's been a day of steals. Definitely this T1 D+ series delivered there. And Zeus has had a really good read this game on, okay, we're not contesting on that side of the map. I'm just going to kill towers with my buddies.
Honestly, sounds pretty fun. I mean, anything you're doing with your buddies, generally a fun time. And we do have Faker trying to look for the play. That's another charm to land, but he is alone. And the handshake, Kellen says, sit down. No ulting in my face. And now we have a Jin, and aiming is just, well, maybe dead. Trying to get the shutdown here at Honor. Yeah, he's dead. In the front line there is Ashe. Not great, but now we got an R into the wall. And another handshake, and this time it's a root onto Sejuani. That's a double kill for Guma, who has insane value in this game on the Jin. That's a 3rd one for the side of T1. And T1 will continue to push.
Zeus still looking for more, though. The root doesn't connect this time. And Zeus doing a lot of work with his Camille, but T1 in total, making it work, even though Kellen had that masterful play. It backfires for D+, and it's now almost a 4,000 gold lead in the game. T1 firmly in control. And we'll see Faker, he goes to the ult, and watch all the D+. They're waiting, they're like, okay, what's he gonna do? And as soon as he goes in again, they start hitting him. A great handshake from Kellen, honestly massive. But this root from Guma, I feel like the high ground, it made it hard to see there that it was coming, but either way, they catch aiming out, Aim has to sacrifice himself trying to get the trade. And then they focus so much onto Zeus, but they burn those cooldowns, and Zeus is like, okay, well now it's my turn. Ult Showmaker as well knows that Lucid is going to die, so it doesn't burn the ult on him. Gets Showmaker too, baits him in, just really nicely played. Now D+ trying to set up this Herald. But T1 have so many engage tools. If they want to fight, they'll take it.
All right, comes down to Silas getting that one, as now Lucid in a lot of trouble. Isn't really that tanky just yet. Another huge handshake. Man, Kellen is just not missing. After a couple of weaker games, he is coming up big in Game 3 as here comes the Silas. I feel like Guma also is getting huge value on the Sin. Here comes the ult. It's going to hit Faker. He's in a lot of trouble up against that Meganar, and DK turning it back in their favor.
Can Kellen miss? Honestly, this guy is so insane on this champion, I feel. We know why teams have been respecting it, but he's just putting on a masterclass. He saw carry in Game 2 and said, I'll do better. And he's really putting in the effort now. Herald comes down mid, won't take the tower, but D+, just when the game starts to feel like it's leaving their grasp, the 4K gold deficit reduced to 2,000. And we see it in this play. They go for a focus on a Lucid, but he's just a bit too tanky right now. The damage isn't quite there. It's close, but he flashes out, and then the handshake catches Carrier. He's deleted. The karma value's gone. Showmaker just tries to get the heal off the W, pushes forward, and then Kellen again. We first get this ult on a Faker that kills him, and then Kellen gets the cleanse from Guma. Just Sum's being burnt across the game, and cleanse is so high value when there's a Sejuani and an Ashe and that Renata Glass on the other team.
Yeah. He does have to burn his flash to make that play, but he's going to take that trade 100% of the time for the enemy ADC cleanse, especially because Guma has just been getting, again, as I mentioned, so much value here on this Jhin, just kind of ignored in a lot of fights and just sitting back and firing. He's got plenty of time to reload, actually. He doesn't really care about that mechanic.
It looks like D+ still conscious that they're at a deficit. It's about 2,500 gold. They know the threat of T1's compositions. They're not going to contest them on this dragon. It's just the second one. They're fine with that. But they are going to push in and get some vision around this topside jungle. You see Faker playing very defensively, trying to sweep things out.
Kellen nearby, but he's not going to face check that one. Has a ward down. And Faker, yep, he's just going to clear out this wave. So T1 definitely solidifying their lead, taking the Infernal Drake. He might actually throw an ult in here. That's going to get a flash at Zeus. Having Kingen nearby with Meganar about to pop, it's just enough of a threat.
Again, the flash from Camille pretty big. You know, a lot of summoners were burned in that last fight. So if we do have one breaking out, could end up being impactful. You can see a ward placed down here by Carrier. We'll spot Kellen and aiming moving up. Faker should just be safe to take this tower. Another one in the bag for T1. Just pushing that gold little bit by a little bit more in their favor. It's not an insurmountable lead by any means, but I feel like against a composition like T1's, if they do have an advantage, it can feel so punishing just because they can really start fights at a whim.
Yeah, they absolutely can. And DK, you see Lucid is coming on over here. He doesn't have his ult yet, but just the presence is enough. Zeus has to back away. They trade turrets. And we're just stuck in here with T1 about 3,000 gold ahead. Waiting for the next objective to spawn. Side lane, I feel like, is going to be pretty interesting. Kingen does have a nice lead there, and it's been a lot of focus from the side of Lucid, but we know what Camille can do, especially once she gets 3-4 items if the game does go long enough.
Yeah, I think as well, something to be careful of is you could definitely see T1 going for like the 2 side laners, kill someone, and then TP back in. You know, Zeus can easily lock down a mini-Gnar. Faker can easily set up a charm. You kill Kingen, and then if D+ try and stop Baron, you can just both TP there. So I think it's something you have to be conscious of if you don't see Faker on the map. But even if you do, he can just TP down to assist for that, and then if Zeus TPs to the fight, it's a 4v4. Oh, just as I was talking about him needing to be cautious.
Where is Owner? The big question. Well, he's behind Kingen. Kingen about to show. There it is.
They've seen him.
Stops the back. Here comes Lucid. But that is Camille. I mean, you can't get away from this. It's just mini-Gnar, and he is very far away from the Mega. He's just dead. Arrow is going to hit. And nope, TP is coming in. I think DK just have to get out of there. Lucid's like, okay, never mind. Just going to take the Cinder and run away, but the ability to close the gap here from T1 is huge. The ult is going to miss, and another handshake is going to hit the front line, and this Renata gets so much value when everybody lines up for it, and T1 just don't have the chase ability after the fact, and they don't want to go into that choke.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a beautiful play from D+. T1 get the setup, they get the gnaw, but they chase into this choke, and the disengage and peel of D+ is so powerful. T1 needs flank angles. This is exactly what happens if you run straight towards them. The value of the Renata absolutely massive. And in the end, a good setup from T1 ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, and especially since D+ are in a deficit, they'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah, Lucid, by the way, sitting on 16 Cinders. So already beginning to enjoy that. I feel like as Sejuani, you're generally pretty tanky, but you go Zeke's first, you're not hugely tanky early on, so we'll see how long he can hold on to that.
Yeah, and this initial play, really nice, and I think you could honestly be happy with it and just disengage in the situation. You see the arrow hits, and that's when they're like, okay, we
gotta fight in live. That is a caught Keria. That's just Karma, who, when she's caught, she just kind of dies.
I thought you were saying that's Karma from getting POG game 2. D+ for punishment, you know.
Punished. 100%.
Yeah, so we'll just find him in the jungle, and the power of this Silas Sejuani, we've seen it, little bits of it throughout this game, but you can see how effective it can be if they lock someone down. The layering of CC between the knock-up, the Silas stun, and then obviously the Sejuani passive didn't even need the ult. And it is very hard for D+ to approach now. Vision getting cleared out. Looking for angles, and they still have that Ash Arrow. If someone steps up, if someone's in the wrong position, it's an easy pick for D+.
Yeah. I like that T1 stay calm, but this is how Keria gets caught here, just trying to get Baron Vision.
The problem he had here is he didn't wait for Ona, and he also was concerned that Baron was being done, so he ran for the deep vision. He was like, I need to get a ward on Baron now. I can't safely move up and push Vision forwards. I don't have my jungler to back me. And so as a result, you know, if they'd been on Baron, that would have been 100% the right play. But I don't know if you know this, Keria can't see everything we can.
Yeah, looks very silly when we see, you know, DK closing in on him as he's sprinting towards the Baron pit where nobody's doing anything. T1 trying to get in here on the second Infernal Drake of the game. That would give them Infernal Soul Point, and as DK, you kind of have to deny this one if you can.
Yeah, no.
Charm gonna miss. Faker in a bit of trouble. Does okay. He's fine actually. Just gonna Spirit Rush away. But now he's on the opposite side of the fight. So yes, he's okay and he will live, but can T1 actually fight this one? As might just come down to a flip, and Oner is going to steal it away, but now Faker! Oh, he's gonna get away with the Gnar into the wall. Down he goes as DK finally closes the gap, but now very low health bars here on the side of DK. In goes Zeus, and he just murders Showmaker. Down he will go, and Zeus is totally fine. They get in that back line. The Vi is able to lock down aiming, but he gets the reset. But look at the health bars and the chase potential of T1. They shut it down in a big way.
D+ not able to disengage. The Jin'll value is massive, and Guma's look at the fourth shot! He gets it in the bag. Dragon secured. Team fight win. Zeus gonna TP in for the Baron, and T1 getting everything they asked for out of this fight. We'll see the replay. You know, they force Faker's ult early, which is pretty nice because it means it's gonna time out if the play goes long. So T1 are rushing the Dragon here. The Mega's ready. It comes down to just a smite flip, and Ona able to secure it. And then they all jump on a Faker, but he lives for so long. They commit this, but Ona flashes out, and now everyone got so low from this damage. You can see Keria just firing Mantra Qs in, and the Renata ult so slow to interrupt the Jhin. Zeus kites away on low health. They get on the aiming, and everyone ends up so low. He gets the reset from Renata, but look how low he is. He tries to kill Zeus, he can't. And Guma's just free hitting him and Keria, doing so much work in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, Jhin, who's also got speed-ups from Karma, who is this fed. And by the way, Keria went Mikhail's first. Now he's got Shurelius as well. So nobody's getting away from the Jhin. And in general, yeah, okay, Jhin, you know, we're not so sure. But in this case, he's 504. He's got LDR finished.
He's doing damage.
He is going to kill anything that comes in his way.
Yeah, no Mountain Soul near the team for him to contest with.
It's like 1.5 tanks.
Yeah.
It's not much. Feels pretty good for Jhin.
A lot of damage. And I think as well, particularly against the likes of a Silas, the fourth shot, very nice just to be like, okay, you're dying to this. Because it can be quite fiddly if he lives through the amount of burst your team has.
It's like the damage version of Malzahar ult. It's like, you are staying here. Or in this case, you are just dying before you can, get a bunch of sustain in, stick around, throw Zhonya's in. Savai ult stolen. So they are very far behind at this point. I mean, 5,000 gold behind is DK, and T1 still have this Red Bull Baron power play ticking and are trying to get as much value out of it. They also did, of course, get that Infernal Drake, so Infernal Soul Point. And their comp really just works all on the same page, Yep. Like everybody, if they call a target, they can just go in.
A lot of dive potential, and we've seen the follow-up work, so D+ definitely on the defensive right now. They've about 1 minute 15 left of the Baron, and then it will be that soul fight. I will say, not an easy composition to dive on a tower when it comes to D+'s, so T1 are trying to just make some headway, but it's a bit of a struggle so far.
Yeah. Just trying to find the right lane to do it. And
they're starting to move towards top, but I feel like they can lean in on this wave here.
DK are just going to get the mid-tier 1.
This is a fine trade for
Objective
D+,
bounty.
Yeah. I think they're happy with this. The enemy team has Baron and you trading is good. Now, it feels less good if you lose this inhibitor tower, which they might. The ult comes in.
Oh, the arrow, it's going to immediately get McHale's, but the front line here, Zeus, surprisingly tanky. He's got a lot of shielding, too, from the Karma, who's had a good game, obviously. And at the end of the day, though, I mean, T1, they don't even get a bit of damage on the inhibitor turret. Yeah. So they're still ahead. They're still in a fun spot, but it feels like kind of a lackluster Baron play.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the value wasn't massively there. You can see the gold they gained from it as well. I mean, the thing is, they won the fight before the Baron, but the gold they got after wasn't really that significant compared to just the gold you get from the Baron itself. Aiming still on top of gold. He is the Gold King. That is no surprise.
Yep.
But Showmaker, the silence that came out has been pretty cool. There have been some moments, but it's been relatively quiet altogether. And it's still a 5,000 gold deficit. 40 seconds until Infernal Soul. Yeah. That burst damage, very severe. And D+ have to find a way to navigate this from a deficit. I will say, if you look at the inventories of T1, Guma close to an IE, but not there yet. Zeus close to a GA, not there yet. There's a lot of big breakpoints T1 are about to hit, but they haven't. And I think because of that, D+ have maybe a little bit of a better chance than the gold suggests, but definitely still in a deficit.
Yeah, and it might just come down to how this is engaged. It looks like Zeus is out here. As, of course, we had the information that her recall was about to finish.
Got the GA as well, that's actually massive.
Yep.
He's going to be so reckless with his dives to set up the plays. You see D+, because they moved down towards Zeus, they lost control over this area near the banana brush. And Zeus is looking to threaten on this flank.
Yeah. T1 also, they're not even fully engaging, but Guma with shields can just walk up to people and just shoot them. That's going to be a cleanse, though. Early on here, Guma is taking a bit of damage as well. Not the cleanest amount of poke. And here comes Faker on the flank. All the way around, looking for Showmaker, who is pretty low. The Jhin ultimate going to be utilized. They try to clump up here, but that's Infernal Soul. And Lucid, he needs to get in. It's not going to happen. It just goes over to T1. As, okay, Infernal Soul now for the side of T1, and they want to take a fight.
Kingen has no Mega Bar. He has to try and stack it quickly, but they're all so low.
Oh, man. They're all up against the wall as well. The Charm is going to miss. So does the Jhin root. Owner goes in first, but he is looking for that backline, aiming in a bit of trouble as the Renata ultimate does get some value. But, man, the low health bars are insane as the damage from T1 is out of control. Aiming finally gets taken out. It's a triple for Guma, and that might just do it as T1 are pushing the bottom lane.
We saw the Jhin just not able to do the damage in that game one, but Guma makes it work here. They corral D+ in, they cut them down, and they're able to get the win. The upset here, D+ had such a fantastic season, will go down to T1 on their upswing towards playoffs.
That's T1, man. Sometimes they're just inevitable, and they play the better series tonight. As we got 5 seconds until Renata, it's not looking good for DK to have a chance to stop this push, and in fact, T1 will end the game right here, right now, right at the 30-minute mark. T1 take the series, as you said it, on their upswing towards playoffs, and Guma, what a fantastic Jhin game. Oh my lord.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like both Guma and Carrier really played it fantastic. Zeus as well, really strong performance here and in the last game. But I think Guma, it's a no-brainer. He popped off so hard on the Jhin, doing so much work. The value from the ult. We've seen Viper have a fantastic Jhin game, and Guma said, yeah, I'm the Jhin guy. I can do it too. And a big win for T1. You know, they've had a shaky season. There have been matches where we've been questioning them, but they've really showed some good form today. And with that, they will overtake No, they won't. I think they're behind in game score still, but they will match them in wins, which is pretty big. Coming for that third place spot, which will give them choice in terms of playoffs. And I think D+, I think they had a solid series, but I think those compositions, we've seen B&K FairX really make them work. The Vi, Ari, the follow-up being there. Where there's so many vulnerable, like, AD carry picks in the meta, things like the Ashe, we've seen a lot of AD carries mid. It just works so well at just getting on the backline and taking them out.
Man, Guma, the only one that's going to give us the fancy celebration. Everybody else with just waves and thumbs up. T1, it was a trek to make it through this entire series. DK are no slouch, and they should at least be happy with this victory. They tie in the series score, and you know, they're on their way up towards playoffs. Will it just be T1 versus Gen G again? It's very early to call, but at least it's the first stepping stone in that direction.
It will absolutely be T1 versus Gen G later this week.
On Saturday. Saturday Showdown.
And I think, honestly, the hype for that series will go up as a result of this. D+, the team who have brought it closest to Gen G, T1 taking them down. Yes, it's a close series. Do I think this makes T1 favored against Gen G? Absolutely not.
Nobody is.
But I think it's an omen for T1 to challenge them and for us to get an impression of, can Gen G be beaten? Because that is the question on everyone's mind right now. Is there a team capable of taking them down? I think Honor Life Esports big in people's minds to do it, but they haven't been able to achieve it. D+ able to take a game. But T1, their old rivals, you know, if they play like this, I think this is at least potential to get a game. But Gen G have just seemed insurmountable. But I think D+, they can't be too disappointed with today. It's obviously would have been great to get the win. But that track record against T1 we saw at the start of the day has obviously been rough. But overall, still putting in a good performance, and it just felt like when it came to the execution of some of these later setups, they weren't able to follow through. And T1's so good, especially I think Zeus, really the impact he made on things like the Jax. We've seen him so often on like these range top lane picks.
Yeah.
See him on like the Jax and Camille. So fantastic. And the impact he can make when it comes to those 5v5s, you know, picks that typically you expect to do a lot in team fight, in split push scenarios. He's just like, no, I can just dive the backline. I'll make it work.
Yep. Still feels like T1 are pretty immaculate at using red side R5 counter pick. I mean, they did it last week with the Draven Soraka. We see it this week with the Camille to come out here to just really complete the composition.
You know, I'm interested how much damage Carrier did, because he went the Zazak.
Yeah.
And he also, I swear his Mantra Qs were doing a lot in some of those fights, so I'm a little bit interested. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, Guma's definitely going to lead the damage, we know that for sure.
Wait, you mean Carrier won't beat him in damage?
You know what? He won't. Carrier needs to try a bit harder. You need to stick him on center.
Yeah.
If you want to be tough in the damage charts.
So they're just saying, you know, we can end for sure 100%, calling out death timers. And it's very calm from the side of T1. Carrier just saying, yes, shields. This is Guma Jhin. This is Carrier Karma. Self-compliments from both of them, by the way. And it is Guma on top of the damage charts to the surprise of nobody, but 12k from Carrier.
It was there was a couple of fights where he was getting big Mantra Qs, and it set up the Jhin to start ulting. Obviously, the lower health they are, the more you're doing. So I think the bot lane duo had a pretty fantastic one. It wasn't a winning lane. I expected it to be a lot more dominant in lane, but they found the impact in the team fights.
Just do the boom boom damage. That's all you need to do. Save that counter pick for T1. They looked great today. They deserve this win 100%, and we'll see what their future does look like against Gen G on Saturday. But we're done here for this series. Let's hand it over to the space to break it down.
Thank you very much, Valdez, as it is T1 going 2-1 over D+ and getting themselves a much-needed victory in terms of the playoff push standings. Welcome back to the space. Alongside Wolf and Chronicler, I'm Degon. And again, the only T1 predictor in this one. It feels good to start off the week 1-0.
it's a win for Degon, and he needs his wins. So I think we're all collectively very happy for him. I think T1, they deserved it. I think T1 played really well today. I think taking a look at the draft here, the Ashe priority is understandable and warranted, but I just think that aiming is a specialist, and when he tries to branch out, it just doesn't work. I don't think that he was the focal point, but I do think that this is where you see the weakness. I also think Showmaker just didn't have that great a day today. I think there are games where Showmaker locks in that R5 Silas, and looking at the ults, also didn't think they're necessarily super amazing. We saw no like Maokai or Alistair tier ones. But you look at those on a good day, Showmaker, and aiming on a different pick, I think it could have been different, but I do imagine T1 fans were a little bit scared when the Jhin Karma came through. There's a lot of trauma around that duo.
I think that Guma has proven that he's probably the best Jhin in our tournament right now. I think Paze has made an argument, but they're both very strong. My big thing in this draft is the Silas pick. I think Silas is not in a really good spot right now. He didn't have the greatest laning phase. I would have loved to see Lissandra, who's recently buffed, instead. Would have been great to peel. I'm with you on aiming on an immobile 80 carry, and I think when he's been on Ashe and it's done well with the Lucid Sejuani is when they actually have Showmaker with agency and he can actually really help follow up, because it's just an Ashe arrow into a Sejuani ult into Showmaker makes the big play, right? Sometimes it's Kingin, but in this game, Showmaker was so far behind all the time. There were some arrow setups, there were some ideas, but it just didn't come together.
Well, here we go. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here, as at 14 minutes, Faker gets picked, but then his kids come clean it on up.
And this is when T1 is good. That's generally how it looks, right? Yes, you kill Faker, but at what cost? And the cost is way too much. And I think this right here, like aiming, walking very far forward, that is what ends up making this play backfire. And usually when you have picks that have a lot more leeway, I do think it works out a lot nicer. But these are the type of moments where if you clean up the mid game, I think DK could have had a shot, particularly with T1 slowly coming back in form. These extended chases are just beautiful from them.
Guma's cross angle as well that he has just is, he's always ready to catch and turn these plays around. And it's just really nice to see T1 back to that, protect old man Faker situation where, like you said, that's kind of vintage T1. And also, I think there was a lack of respect throughout this game for D+ on how quickly T1 could turn fights around with all their CC.
Yeah, we didn't show all the fights, but there were a lot of fights throughout this game where it felt like they were checking each other. This game 3 did feel very exciting.
Even prior to this, we had the gank that was attempted by Showmaker and Lucid and the backfiring immensely. I think that's really put the Silas in the dirt, because if they get a kill or two there, then maybe it's playable, but it was really hard from that point on.
So after that pick mid, then we had a fight at the Drake for the third Drake for a soul point here. And this, again, was just another scrappy fight.
And I want everyone to watch both Guma and aiming. I know it's hard to do both, but like Guma's positioning here is able to avoid the arrow, gets out of the Gnar, and then he just has free reign in this fight. He has really long range, obviously is going to make a huge impact in this fight. And it's so hard to get out of here as D+ now. You've got this Camille flank angle as well, and it's just T1 set up so perfectly. Yes, the Renata ult stops Guma, but the fight is won off of the back of that Camille ult, and then Guma just walks up and cleans up house. Just a clean team fight here from T1.
What I like as well is T1 playing around the Renata really well, because you look at this and you see, okay, Camille, Vi, Ahri, these picks can really struggle when playing into a pick like Renata if you overcommit to a dive. And I feel like that ebb and flow is really what is something not a lot of teams will be able to do. And that was, I think, the main reason why we didn't see Kellen have any impact, because we know how good his Renata is. And I think T1 played around it really nicely.
And then finally, after taking that lead at the final Drake, yes, you get the Drake away, but at what cost? You get corralled into the corner, and T1 had a substantial gold lead at this time, and they just take care of business here.
Yeah, at this point, I think the game realistically is already kind of done. And I want to talk a little bit about what does this mean, right? Because T1, not 2 weeks ago, people were like, and those were always overreactions, right? Where people were like, man, what if they don't make play? We knew that they were going to bounce back. The main question was, is it going to be in the regular split or is it going to be in playoffs? And I think this is a very clear indication. I still rate DK like on that third, fourth spot. I still don't think they're Hanwha level, but they're still a good team. But T1 getting back to form, I think is really good for the LCK, because it might mean that we actually get the teams kind of hyping each other up in terms of level of play.
Yeah, I mean, we do have right now, if T1 solidify their spot in top 4, which seems very likely, 4 very strong Worlds candidates for our region. And oftentimes, since we got the 4th seed, we've all like, we got 2.5, maybe 3, and then the 4th one we're very worried. DRX did show up in a big way, obviously, in 2022, but we've been a little bit concerned in the past about that 4th seed. T1 coming in here might be 3rd seed, we'll see, but looking very good here, and this is the time to spike back up, ramping up for playoffs.
All right, let's see who the POG is here in our decisive game. Number 3 could go multiple different ways, but again, another favorite here from the Des, Gumayushi getting the pick here.
I mentioned it before how I feel like he's probably the league's best Jhin, and T1 have prioritized his Jhin in sometimes in mistaking weird like Jhin Yumi, everyone remembers, but like he's always been confident on this pick. His cross angle here, his confidence to abuse Jin's range when the rest of the team is tunneling elsewhere. It's just classic T1. It's classic Guma. His damage numbers this game were insane. And I mean, the guy is he's so experienced on this pick. And you can see how they utilize a very strong front line with this Camille engage, the Vi to set up the Jhin. And this is a Jhin angle where you're like, yeah, this makes sense.
Really did a lot of setup from as well. I'm able to play out the way that you want with a Jhin, where they do actually get a lot of pressure in the lane, which is not something that we always see in reality. And I was about to say, I actually think that Zeus had a really good bounce back. His game 1 as canon was really weak. Uncharacteristically, his canon normally is great. So him having, I think, back-to-back really good games, even in this Camille. Like, this looks a little silly because it's media, but...
that was like the setup was like
no,
media, but it's actually real.
No, but when you look at a lot of the...
Non-KEKW media vote.
Yeah, because when you look at the fights, like look at the replays that we just saw as well, I think Zeus always did the right thing, but it was mostly about Guma.
The Drake fight was just great by Zeus. So again, nice votes here by media and Vancast figuring out where bot lane is yet again in their vote button, making sure that they're able to do that. All right, interview almost ready. Not now ready, not ready, yeah, but we'll be ready in just a second. What do we take away from the opposite side here on D+?
I think that D+ really need to play a little bit more together. I think today there was a big underperformance from Showmaker, as Chronicler mentioned, but also just the coordination didn't feel as strong as it had in some of their other big wins.
Yeah, for DK, it also, again, I feel like we have learned so many times exactly what works for this team, and I feel like they just need to accept it. Stop trying to pivot away from it, because you're at your best when you just go all in on the style that works for you.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll get to see both of these squads later on in this week, but for now, we have the interview translations. Standing by is Jisun.
2024 LCK Summer T1과 D+.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation, joined by the bottom duo on the side of T1 after taking down D+ Kia. Congratulations on your win, guys. Keria, today's match was very crucial for staying competitive at the top of the LCK. How do you feel about the win today? I mean, DK, their form is great right now, and I think DK is one of the teams that we can actually practically compete for the top side in the LCK. So I was going all in for this matchup. I'm happy that we managed to add another win to a winning streak, so our momentum keeps going. And I'm happy that I also won a POG today. And Gumayushi, you gave a wink as a victory celebration at the end. What did it mean? You know, cute little bobby pin in my hair, so I just want to act cute. I was feeling it. Can you get a replay of it though? For the fans. There you go. And I heard you are actually growing out your hair. Would you like to kind of tie them all the way up, all the bangs up? I think that would be really cute. No preview, to be honest, no spoilers, but one day I will do that hair as well. Very much looking forward to it. Keria, with this victory, ever since 2022, T1 has a 14-1 match record up against D+ Kia. What are your thoughts on this much of an overwhelming match record? Well, I guess every time we get to play against D+ Kia, we got kind of luckier so that we managed to pull off some of the, dicey plays as well. Keria. I want to know your thoughts about Kalista Renata bot duo. It depends on every different situation, you know. Depends on the matchup as well. And today, we thought Kalista Renata will be on top of the tier list up against D plus Kia. And Renata was a critical counter into the opponent's comp as well. Was that also intended during the drafting? So D plus Kia, because they are really good at playing around their AD jungle picks, so we decided to kind of counter that with our own comp. And I think our play was on point as well. What about you, Guma? How do you think that game 2 bottom lane go? Game 2, well, I think during the pick and ban, we thought we got a decent comp, and then our gameplay followed up amazingly as well. Now, let's take a look at this replay together. It was a little bit of a dicey situation for T1, but you guys managed to escape the scene and actually win out the team fight. Yeah, I also thought this could be a GG for us, and then we got lucky somehow, and we all survived, and we were like, how did he all live? You know? And after that play, T1 managed to solidify the win in the end. And then, game 3, you guys managed to kind of take away the key peaks on the opponents, for example, like Vi and also Renata in game 2 as well. Was that all calculated? So we were expecting a similar kind of matchup to happen in game 2 and 3, and I was pretty confident in the matchup, you know, especially playing Vi into Renata, so we knew how the game will turn out. So there was not a big problem dealing with the opponent's comp. And I think today, Guma, you see on Jin, you managed to kind of display everything that a Jin can do. You know, you stole objectives, you managed to get so many kills, do so much damage. So I was pretty much going full on. And there are two types of Jins, you know. Sometimes you go full on the AD damage. Sometimes you also go for the rapid fire cannon in order to help out your team as well. So the first game I played Jin, I wanted to focus on the damage output. And then game 2, I went for the rapid fire cannon in order to play frontline and, you know, play for the team. Now here's a replay of it. Hingen actually managed to find a really good angle here, but your Jin managed to turn the fight around as well. I was pretty proud, first off, dodging the Narf ult with my flash, and then after that, I knew what kind of spells opponents have used and everything, so I was calculating everything to play out that fight. I want to know your thoughts on Jin as well, because it's a little bit controversial. Do you think a Jin can carry a game? I mean, even today, game 1 and game 3, Jin will receive a different kind of critic or evaluation. But for me personally, I had several games where Jin carried a game, so I would say Jin can carry a game. And recently, with many strong AD here champions emerging, well, we saw a lot of ADC up being supportive in terms of the role, you know, for example, like Jin or Misfortune. How do you feel about this meta? I think it opens up more variety for the AD carry champion pool, so I'm having a lot of fun because I get to play more champions. Don't you think your role is a little bit stolen by a different, you know, lane? I mean, it happened a long time ago. And Keria, T1's next match is the Saturday Showdown up against Gen G. How are we gonna prepare for it? Gen G, they're doing great at the moment. And it's August, which means playoffs is just around the corner, so you have to, you know, lock in for everything. So if we get a win up against them, why is everyone laughing? I don't know. But anyways, if we get a win next time, I think it will be a great kind of a momentum boost for the T1. I also think Gen G is amazing. You know, they are doing great. They're undefeated so far, so we're gonna leave a dent or maybe a wound on that Tigers. Once again, congratulations on the win. And this will be the end of the interview with Guma, Keria, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun, for that translation there. As yeah, T1 locking in 3 wins in a row, and this is a big one to kind of cover the tiebreaker. They're now just 1 game splitting them from 3rd place.
I am pretty sure that DK, the last loss was against Hama, right? So 2 losses that I think are okay as long as the team doesn't let it get to them. They also played against Genji already, but the fact that this is now a really competitive race based on not just a hypothetical score, but on the actual form, I think is really cool.
Wait until KT upsets Hanwha in our 2nd series, then the race gets even closer. I don't think it's going to happen, but if it does, it could happen.
Yep.
I'm not going to predict it.
We'll flip the coin also while we're waiting for that coin to land. Who Are You Man will be on in between this series and the next. All right, we'll see you in a little bit for that matchup.
젠지가 HK의 새로운 기록의 장을 이렇게 엽니다.
앞으로도 이제 남은 프로 생활 하면서 계속 기록 써내려갈 수 있게 열심히 해야 될 것 같아요.
다시 한번 연승 시작합니다.
상대가 누구더라도 이길 수 있는 그런 저력이 있는 팀이라고 항상 생각을 해서 할 거 잘 하면은 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
선수들을 만나보겠습니다. 꽁냥맨! 구구맨! 컨셉 미쳤는데, 아니.
너무 쫄보다.
이거 확실한 걸 봐요.
이건 비매너인데요?
미쳤다.
구구맨 시즌! 윌로 아니에요, 그러면? 같은 팀이었던 해나일 것이다. 해나 선수가 분명합니다.
자, 패널분들의 해나 선수라고 예측을 해주셨습니다. 과연 공략맨의 해나 선수일지 가면을 벗고 본인의 정체를 공개해 주기 바라겠습니다.
아니. 아니.
모아나 선수였습니다.
아니, 제가 아까 먼저 나올지 얘기를 했어요.
우타는 뭐라고요?
저 해나 선수인 거 아니 근데 모건 선수인 거 알고 있었는데 나왔다.
나왔던 선수라서 본인도 시즌 때 나왔잖아요.
그거를.
아니 어쨌든 시즌 1에 출연을 하셨습니다. 그 모건 선수가 그때 어떻게 탈락하셨죠?
제가 룰을 숙지를 잘 못하는 바람에 집을 2번 가서 떨어졌는데
근데 이번에는 집을 2번 간 게 아닌데 떨어져가지고 좀 많이 아쉽네요. 네. 궁대미도 저한테 이걸 주고 가서. 네.
저희 그 예상이 그럼 다 틀렸네요.
둘 다 틀렸네. 윌런님이 아니네요?
그것도 알 수 없는 거죠. 자,
아 미치겠다.
네, 근데 이걸 또 받았는데 또 잘 사용을 못한 것 같아서 되게 좀.
그렇게 빠르게
그러니까요. 빠르게 간 것 같아서 좀 아쉽습니다.
좀 많이 아쉬움이 나왔고.
목이 좀 탔나요? 근데?
모건 선수 목이 좀 많이
목을 탔어요?
타셨어요. 아니 원래 피부가 되게 하얗신데 모건 선수가 그래가지고 더 헷갈렸어요.
모건 선수 피부 안 좋다?
아니 안 좋다는 게 아니라
선크림 잘 바르겠습니다.
예. 어쨌든 응원하시는 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
이번에는 좀 많이 높이 올라가서 좀 짠하면서 모습을 보여주고 싶었는데 그러지 못해서 되게 아쉽고 그래도 남은 서머 시즌 잘 준비해서 좋은 모습 잘 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 고생하신 모건 선수 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 모건 선수 탈락! 예. 탈락.
광탈!
예, 고생하셨습니다.
이게 어떻게 된 거죠?
그니까요. 제 이론상 이게 돼야 되는데 눈덩이를 들 걸 그랬나 싶기도 하더라고요. 제가 졌을 때 상대방이 우승을 했기 때문에 구글맨이 기왕이면 우승했으면 좋겠습니다. 다 저 말고 다른 그런 동물들 다 쪼아주시길 바랍니다. 화이팅!
자, 이렇게 해서 8강 귤먹맨, 킹스맨, 파카맨, 구구맨이 4강에 진출을 했습니다. 미스터리 복면 칼바람 대전 후아유맨 시즌2 함께하고 계십니다. 이번 시즌은 지난 경기와는 다르게 또 색다른 방식이 준비되어 있다니까 잠시 확인해 보도록 하겠고요. 자, 그러면은 4강에 올라간 4명의 선수들 나와주세요. 귤먹맨, 킹스맨, 파카맨, 구구맨입니다.
잘생겼다.
굴먹맨.
hom이 자신감이.
구구맨 너무 궁금한데?
아니, 또 저거 들고 왔네.
네, 저 모래시계? 굴먹맨 너무 무섭겠네.
네, 위풍당당한 4명의 맨들이 등장을 했습니다. 자, 4강의 운명을 결정짓는 퀴즈는 바로 임티 퀴즈입니다.
이모티콘 퀴즈 아닌가요? 임티에서 이모티콘?
오, 확실히 은토라가지고
MZ한데?
많이 들어봤습니다.
다들 알고 계시죠? 끄덕끄덕 좋습니다. 이모티콘을 보고 연상되는 리그 오브 레전드 챔피언 혹은 대사를 맞춰주시면 되겠습니다. 가장 먼저 3점을 획득하는 선수가 상대를 지목할 수 있는 그런 기회를 획득하게 됩니다. 문제 나갑니다.
오, 뭐야?
구구맨
조이일 거다.
정답입니다. 자, 구구맨.
수면 있어서.
이런 느낌?
구구맨 일단 먼저 1점 획득하는데 성공을 했습니다. 이게
게임까지 잘해?
뭐지? 구구맨 라스칼이다.
아니야. 몸
아닌가?
두 번째 문제 나갑니다.
쉽다, 쉬워. 너무 쉬운데요.
바이다. 바이네.
그래요.
브라운.
너무 쉬운데요.
브라운이네. 기절이네.
카멘 브라움 정답입니다.
패시브 3타. 기절. 맞아.
잘하시는데요.
킹스맨 자고 있는 거 아니죠?
아닙니다.
아니고 알겠습니다. 세 번째 문제 보여주세요.
킹스맨.
네, 킹스맨
달리아.
탈리아 정답입니다. 오,
진짜 빠르시네요.
자, 자고 있는 거 아니죠?
네.
알겠습니다.
귤먹맨 미드 아니다.
네 번째 문제 보여주세요. 자, 이거는 챔피언 대사입니다.
애쉬.
이거?
자, 이거는 구구맨 대사예요. 구구맨 정답입니다.
뭐야? 이거 한 번에 맞춘 구구맨 누구야? 구구맨 그럼 원딜 아니야?
구구맨만 유일하게 지금 2점을 획득하고 있고 한 문제만 더 맞추면 구구맨이 이제 상대를 지목할 수 있는 기회를 얻게 됩니다. 그럼 다음 문제 준비되셨죠? 나갑니다. 챔피언 대사입니다.
귤먹맨.
귤먹맨.
너가 사는 거라면 나도 끼지.
너가 사면 나도 끼지? 누군가요? 그 챔피언?
글라가스.
그래, 정답!
너가
사는 거라면 나도 끼지. 뭘 보고 맞췄나요?
맥주.
그렇죠. 맥주 하면 또 그라가스죠. 이렇게 되면이 2대 1대 1입니다.
재밌다.
그럼 다음 문제 나갑니다. 챔피언 대사입니다.
아리 이블린? 아리?
여우? 여우, 늑대, 여우 있고.
그러네.
자, 고구맨 모르나요? 고구맨 맞춰 끝나는데요. 모르나요? 몰라요?
아리요?
아리의 대사입니다.
귤목맨?
귤목맨!
여우한테 올려볼까요?
비슷했어요. 비슷했어요.
고구맨?
자, 고구맨. 고구맨이 맞히면 본인이 대진을 선택할 수 있습니다.
우리 같이 올려볼까요?
우리 같이 홀려볼까요? 정답입니다! 미친 쟤는 뭐냐고!
구구맨 이것도 나왔어.
구구맨
와.
생각해놓은 사람이 있나요?
아니 구구맨 너무 매력적이야.
그 사람을 왜 선택했는지 이유를 한번 미리 들어보겠습니다.
가장 무섭게 생겼어요.
가장 무섭게 생겼다. 일단 이쪽은 아닌 것 같고.
자, 이 두 명 중에 한 명이 아닐까 그런 생각이 드는데 많이 무섭게 생겼어. 외모는 상당합니다. 자, 둘 다 무섭게 생겼기 때문에
구구맨 그럼 본인의 4강 대진 상대 외쳐주세요. 귤먹맨이 구구맨과 4강 대진을 맞붙게 됐고요. 자연스럽게 파카맨과 또 킹스맨이 맞붙게 됐습니다. 주목 받으셨는데 어떠십니까?
가섭습니다.
가소롭다. 못 맞지 않아요.
궁금해는 다 친한가 봐요.
둘의 대진 어떻게 생각하십니까, 파카맨?
굉장히 귀엽게 생겨서 괜찮을 것 같습니다.
아, 귀엽게 생겼다. 지금 외모로는 본인이 지금 굉장히 귀여운 것 같은데. 자, 킹스맨은 파카맨 상대 괜찮은가요?
네, 괜찮습니다.
말투에서 느껴집니다. 비디, 무조건 비디. 저도요. 무조건 비디.
자, 그럼 첫 번째 매치를 치르게 되는 두 선수 서로 도발 포즈 한번 보도록 하겠습니다.
직접 손을 대고 처음입니다. 야, 이거 그러면 쫄았어요. 자, 이제 내려주시고 안 됩니다, 안 됩니다, 안 됩니다.
와, 저 두 분 진짜 누군지 모르겠어.
마지막으로 각오 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
마스크 벗겨드리도록 하겠습니다.
마스크를 벗겨버리겠다.
구구맨 상대 도발이 심상치 않거든요.
자,
진짜 세다. 진짜 세다.
너무 보고 싶어.
제발 져라.
두 선수의 대결 지금 시작합니다.
사실 진짜는 사람부터라고 생각합니다. 이제는 우승을 바라보는 사람들만 남은 게 아닐까 싶습니다. 게임 시작하기 전에 채팅창에서 얘기를 나누거든요. 저는 거기서 거짓말을 치고 제가 삼성 좋은 걸 잡아서 비겁하게 우승하도록 되고 있습니다. 양심 있는 해적 보신 적 있으십니까? 해적들은 다 양심이 없습니다. 제가 비둘기를 싫어하거든요. 비둘기. 요새 사람이 지나다녀도 사람을 무서워하지 않는 게 꼴보기가 싫습니다. 제가 죽여보도록 하겠습니다.
눈치채신 분들도 있겠지만 제 정체를 아시게 된다면 항상 이상일 겁니다. 남자라면 자신감 아니겠습니까? 전부 이겨 보이겠습니다. 귤 먹는 전부 피한 다음 밑으로 쪼아 먹어주지.
너무 궁금해서 졌으면 좋겠다. 아니 근데 귤먹맨이 나 되게 조용한 사람인 줄 알았는데 귤먹맨도 약간 있네. 끼가 있어요. 성깔이 있네. 끼가 있어.
나 처음에 지우 같다는 생각했는데 아닌 것 같아.
아닌 것 같아.
그래요?
구구맨 모르겠네. 아니 센스는 이미 방송인인데 그냥.
그니까 저런 재능을 가지신 분이
LCK에
있어요?
있다니.
쇼메?
근데
근데
몸이가 몸이 너무 커.
고마유시 선수도 아니죠.
구마유시 절대 아니야.
그러니까 나도 센스로 봤을 때는 구마유시
그쵸?
가기 살짝.
그래서 궁금해?
귤먹맨 비둘기처럼 나와서 부리로 쫄아주지.
바다 밑으로 수장시켜주세요.
귤먹맨 인정했나? 말이 없군. 귤먹맨
구구맨 말이 너무 많아.
시작해라.
자, 이제 구구맨과 귤먹맨, 사실 이 두 선수의 정체에 대해서 지금 패널분들도 갈피를 못 잡고 계세요.
맞습니다. LCK에서 저렇게 입담이 좋고 퍼포먼스가 좋은 사람이 도대체 누가 있냐 고민들을 많이 해주고 계신데 빨리 보고 싶습니다.
드레이븐? 과연?
드레이븐?
네.
드레이븐이 지금 미소를 싹 올리고 있어요.
근데 이 픽은 그긋바루스
원거리 대전?
귤먹맨 지우 선수 맞는 것 같아요. 원딜러들이 드레이븐 하잖아요.
그렇게 하죠.
귤먹맨 쫄보 같은 놈.
쇼메. 쇼메 맞네. 쇼메 맞네. 쇼메 목소리다. 쇼메였네.
구구맨 고맙다. 너가 내 대진 상대라서 편안하고.
날 이길 수 있을 것 같나?
아무리 봐도 쇼메 목소리. 톤도 쇼메야. 톤도 쇼메예요. 그러니까 장난치는 톤이 쇼메야.
사실 라인전에서 이렇게 강한 카드들은 꺼내기 쉽지 않거든요.
맞습니다. 양쪽 다 원거리 딜러를 장전한 상태에서 구구맨 대 귤먹맨 운명을 건 승부 시작합니다.
확실히 드레이브는 뭔가 선택받은 자만이 할 수 있다 그런 말도 있거든요. 원딜 쪽에서 많이 플레이하는 선수가 아닌가 싶습니다.
아이템 고민. 뭐가 좋은지 아이템 고민 계속 고민하는 것 같은데요. 야수화를 갔어요.
이어라라 흡혈의 낯을 서우다니.
1대1은 전략 싸움이다. 멍청한 놈.
아 근데 이게 전멸을 들었는데 바루스 입장에서는 드레이븐의 어떤 스킬을 피해야 할 때 전멸을 해야 될지 고민이 많을 것 같거든요.
구구맨!
이걸 싸우죠? 제발 이겨주세요, 귤먹맨! 아, 이거 불리해 보이는데? 구구맨? 구구맨 입딜하다가 지금 갑자기 조용해졌어. 구구맨.
그대로 비둘기처럼 쓰러질 뻔했어요.
맞습니다.
그래서 이게 CS 차이가 좀 나기 시작하는데 구구맨은 말씀하신 대로 이게 아이템 빌드가 다르니까 회복력이 좋진 않아요.
그렇죠. 최대한 상대방과의 평타 교환을 덜 해야 될 것 같고요. 이거 6레벨 되면은 어쨌든 정문판 없습니다.
그리고 이거 뭐 전면
네.
이끌어놓고 그냥 뭐 밀고 들어갈 수 있지 않나요?
구구맨!
그냥 뭐 밀고 들어갈 수 있지 않나요?
구구맨!
이거는 귤먹맨 진짜 귤먹고 살았어요.
맞습니다. 세상에 귤먹맨을 버리는 줄 알았는데 기사회생했습니다.
이겼다고 착각하고 있군.
그러면서 이거 구구맨도 지금 위기가 왔는데요. 라인을 먹기보다 집을 가야겠죠 이번에.
맞습니다.
아이템 발전이 없어. 어색해.
아니 정비를 했는데 구구맨의 인벤토리에는 도란검과 물량만이 추가됐어요.
맞습니다. 와 그래서 도발 멘트 BF 사줄까 닌탑 사줄까
멍청한 새의 머리야.
아이템 사봐라. 와, BF 나왔어. 차이가 많이 나는데?
야 그래서 서로 간에 그 혈투가 벌어지고 있는데 구구맨 입장에서 좀 따라가야 될 상황입니다. 특히 좀 대충 쓰지 마요 구구맨.
왜 이렇게 잘해 귤먹맨. 미친 나노 무빙.
근데 평타는 못 피해요. 평타는 못 피합니다. 귤먹맨의 승리.
GG.
7레벨 때? 혹시 바로 돈 쓰면서? 왜 이렇게 잘해 귤먹맨. 뭐야 무빙. 아니 귤먹맨 미친 나노 무빙. 아니 근데 무빙이 구구맨. 뭐지?
왜 저렇게 끼가 넘치신다고요?
아니 LCK 이런 인재들이 뭐야? 아니 누구시지? 저분?
네, 이렇게 해서 4강 첫 번째 경기
이런 지우 아닌데? 이런 지우 지우 선수 아닌데?
네, 귤먹맨 들어가 주시면 됩니다. 예, 결승에서 먹겠습니다. 역대급 도발을 선보이면서
어떻게 된 건가요, 구구맨님?
귤먹맨이 생각보다 롤을 잘하는 것 같습니다.
솔직히 누군지 모르겠어요.
아예 예상이
진짜로 이런 센스 있는 바지에 이런 모먼트.
진짜 좋아합니다.
근데 생각하기에 이분은요 당연히 오래 하시면 좋은데 만약에 정말 나중에 은퇴를 하시게 되면 무조건 방송 쪽으로 와야 된다. 아니 이런 센스는 타고나지 않으면 불가능한 거다.
저희랑 같이 일했으면 좋겠어요.
저는 클템을 위협할 수 있는 인재라고 봅니다.
아예 지금 역대급 미궁에 빠져 있습니다, 패널분들.
진짜 빨리 보고 싶어요.
보고 싶다. 누군지 보고 싶다.
그러면 구구맨 이제 가면을 벗고 본인의 정체를 공개해 주세요. 구구맨의 정체는 바로
라스카!
구구맨의 정체는 프린스 선수입니다.
아닌데? 프린스 선수 아니야?
프린스 선수라고요. 예.
프린스
프린스.
선수네.
아니 어쩐지 재질이 달랐어요.
아 이거 현역 선수들만 나오는 거 아니에요?
그러니까요. 아니 현역 선수만 나오는 거 아니에요?
저희는 그런 룰을 정한 적이 없습니다. 어땠어요? 이렇게 도발을 하고 그래요, 상대를.
오늘 좀 웃기게 좀 재밌게 했던 것 같고 이제 예측을 해주셨잖아요.
네.
쇼메이커라고 했을 때 기분이 굉장히 일단 좋지 않았고요. 친하니까 이제 또 키가 있는데.
그렇죠.
그만큼 근데 패널분들이 진짜 추측을 아예 못했어요.
진짜 끼가 장난이 아니었어.
후아이맨 함께 참여해봤는데 오늘 어떠셨나요?
좀 가면이란 걸 좀 쓰니까 내재돼 있는 평소엔 억눌려 왔던 이제 하지 못하는 행동들도 좀 하고 재밌었습니다.
혹시 앞으로의 계획도 좀 들어볼 수 있나요?
LCK 채널에서 얼굴 비추는 거는 진짜 오랜만인데 다들 재밌게 봐주셨으면 좋겠고 저는 이제 일단은 여름에는 휴식을 하기로 해가지고 방송을 열심히 하고 있습니다. 많이 봐주세요.
네, 알겠습니다. 여러분 다시 한번 프린스 선수의 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 미친 재능. 네, 연락처 주고 가세요.
프린스 탈락!
그러면은 너무 범위가 또 넓어지는데요?
아쉽게 패배하셨는데 어떠셨어요? 상대도 이제 저는 알았으니까 되게 재밌게 했다고 생각하고 서로 간에 좋은 추억이었고 승부를 누구라고 보시나요? 저를 이긴 당연하게도 불멍맨입니다.
네, 패널분들 동요가 지금 뭐 약간 혼란스럽죠?
현역일 줄 알고 다들 거기서만 예상을 하다 보니까 거기서 빗나간 것 같아요.
일단 그래도 나라카일님은 맞추셨어야 되는 게 아닌가?
아니 그래서 저는 글먹맨 바로 전 알아차렸어요.
누구예요?
지금 말하면은 정답이기 때문에.
자, 하지만 이게 끝이 아니죠. 4강 두 번째 매치가 준비가 되어 있습니다. 바로 경기로 가보겠습니다.
재밌겠다.
김민 선수와 친분이 있고 체격 자체가 그렇게 큰 사람들이 몇 명 정해져 있잖아요. 그렇다 보니까 BDD 선수라고 생각을 하는 것 같습니다. BDD 선수일까요 아닐까요? 박하멜, 랜dim의 왕이 왜 사자인지 보여주겠어요?
킹스는 연륜이 느껴지고 저도 이제 고등학교 때 되겠으니까 한연륜 하거든요. 킹스맨님한테 춤 한번 부탁하겠습니다. 킹스맨 딱대.
들립니까?
들립니다.
잘 살아주세요.
살살 부탁드립니다.
너무 조차벌리 패면은 너무 면이 안 살잖아.
자 이제 킹스맨과 파카맨의 4강 두 번째 경기입니다.
바로 이득이야 돼.
이번에는 진짜
진짜 찐팬인데? 찐뱅.
원딜 다 밴.
원딜러로 알고 있나?
이뻐 선수인가?
어렵다.
본인들만의 시그니처 픽들을 좀 꺼내서 한번 승부에 써봤으면 어떨까 하는 생각이 좀 듭니다. 야, 그래서 지금 킹스맨은 파카맨의 정체를 원딜 쪽이라고 생각하는 걸까요? 원딜 밴만 지금 세 카드를 썼어요.
파카맨의 경우에도 흐웨이를 놔둔 걸로 봐서는
네.
상대가 좀 미드라이너일 수도 있다? 이런 생각을 하는 거.
제드? 근데 BDD가 또 제드 장인이었는데요.
그건 맞아요.
그 약간 지금 자극하는 거 아니야? 제드 올려.
킹스맨한테 너 제드 장인이잖아?
뭐가 좋지? 너무 뻔한 거 해야 되나 이거? 브랜드 나 이거 너무 오랜만에 보는데?
그리고 반대쪽에서 또 아트록스? 아직 브랜드 락인 되진 않았지만 브랜드로.
야. 뭐냐고.
아니 근데 브랜드 못 이길 것 같은데?
와 아트의
브랜드 뭐야? 근데 결승 진출전이니까 욕심 날 테고 자기가 좀 많이 해봤던 챔프라 하지 않을까?
근데 아트록스?
바텀 유저면 아트록스 안 하는데.
킹스맨은 좀 미드라이너일 것 같기도 하고.
파카맨 근데 둘 중에 한 명일 것 같긴 하다.
누구야?
리퍼 안돼.
안돼.
킹스맨의 브랜드, 파카맨의 아트록스 이 두 매치가 다음 경기로 이어집니다.
이것도 볼만한 경기가 되겠네요.
자 이제 킹스맨과 파카맨의 대결.
아니 여기서 쿨감신?
쿨감신의 도방. 이거는 길게 보겠다.
근데 아트하면 또 신발이 중요하거든요.
근데 이 브랜드가 유성을 들고서 이렇게 칼바람에서 라인전을 펼치면 미니언 먹을 때마다 이제 아트록스가 견제를 당할 거거든요.
그렇죠.
그거를 파카맨이 어떻게 극복하면서 딜교환을 할지가 되게 궁금합니다.
아 막말로 솔랭 같은 데서도 브랜드 라인으로 가면 세요.
엄청 세요. 브랜드 서포터 미쳐요.
그렇죠.
오, 일단 무빙
네.
좋았고.
일단 브랜드 스턴 잘 피했습니다.
네.
파카맨.
킹스맨 딜교가 매서운데요?
놀랐는데 지금 딜교하고?
오, 깜짝이야.
그런데 맞아보니까 딜 세다는 건 느껴지죠?
맞습니다. 심지어 상대 브랜드가 점화를 들고 있기 때문에 아트록스 입장에서는 어찌 보면 카운터를 맞은 거거든요.
무빙 좋아.
이게 서로 놀 줄 알아.
파카맨. 이제 스킬 빠졌으니까 파카맨.
상대.
근데
만화가 없다.
조금 아쉬운데? 확실히 파카맨이 아트 전문가가 아니네. 두두한테 속성 강의 배우고 온 리퍼 아니야 이거?
가능성 높은데요?
건가?
근데 킹스맨의 이 무빙과 뭔가 딜교환하는 그 모습을 보면은 라인전을 되게 잘 치는 선수인 것 같습니다.
맞습니다. 보법이 남다르죠?
네. 서로 살에 찍으면서 스킬 레벨이 더 올라갔기 때문에 아트 입장에서는 한 대 맞을 때마다 이거 아파요. 스킬 레벨이 더 올라갔기 때문에 아트 입장에서는 한 대 맞을 때마다 이거 아파요.
몸이
불가고 있어요. 치즈.
아니 안 보인다고.
서로 살에 찍으면서 스킬 레벨이 더 올라갔기 때문에 아트 입장에서는 한 대 맞을 때마다 이거 아파요.
어려웠다.
자, 4강 두 번째 매치 킹스맨이 승리를 가져가면서 결승 진출에 성공을 했습니다. 축하합니다. 킹스맨은 결승에서 다시 만나보도록 하고요.
결승 매치가 정해졌잖아요. 상대에게 한마디 하시죠.
상대가 좀 잘하는 친구라서 요즘 힘들 것 같은데 파이팅 해보겠습니다.
어떻게 된 겁니까? 스킬이 좀 안 맞던데요?
파카는 이 주둥이 때문에 챔피언이 잘 안 보여서 그게 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
이 파카의 요 주둥이 때문에 챔피언을 보기 쉽지 않았다.
길긴 길다.
예, 좀 길긴 깁니다. 팬분들, 이 파카맨의 정체 예측 가능할까요?
킹스맨이 원딜 3밴을 했잖아요. 그래서 일단 원딜러로 알고 계시고 밴을 한 것 같은데 제가 생각하는 그분이 맞다면 탑으로도 챌린저를 한번 도전해보셨던 그분이 아닌가. 조심스럽게 리퍼 선수로 생각을 하고 있습니다.
화카맨님, 저랑 인터뷰 해보셨잖아요.
저희 팀이 아직 승리가 없어서
KT.
또다시 멘붕이 왔어요.
혁균이? 그냥 그쪽으로 몰아가는 거 아니야?
혹시 제 연락처가 있으신가요?
뭘 자꾸 연락?
아니, 데프트는 진짜 내 연락처가 있어. 아니,
인맥 그만 자랑해.
헬리오스 연락처 있으세요?
오? 진짜 아니 연기인가?
나 너무 어지러워요 지금.
자, 과연 예측한 그 선수가 맞을지 아니면 다른 선수일지. 파카맨은 가면을 벗고 본인의 정체를 공개해주세요.
오히려?
역으로?
데프트 왔다.
아니 너무.
처음을 믿으라고 맨 처음을.
리퍼 선수의 거짓말을 해요, 자꾸.
그 아까도 그 생일 나라카일님이 물어봤을 때도 10월이랑 한 게 제가 알기로 10월 23일 생으로 알고 있어서 가면 받았을 때 약간 공부를 했어요. 데뷔 몇 년도에 했고 이런 거.
너무 치밀하셨어.
데프트 선수인 척 약간 메소드 연기를.
완전 데프트 선수가 되셨구나.
사실 뭐 이번 시즌 시작하기 전에 기대감과 함께 또 우려 섞인 목소리도 있었는데 어때요?
끝날 때까지 끝난 게 아니니까 이제 끝까지 열심히 해서 좋은 모습 계속 보여드리고 싶어요.
시즌 끝날 때쯤에는 더 높은 곳에 있지 않을까 그런 생각을 또 해봅니다. 오늘 고생한 리퍼 선수에게 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네. 리퍼 선수 너무 고생 많이 하셨습니다. HK에서 또 멋진 모습 기대할게요. 자, 리퍼 탈락! 네. 자, 이제 6명 중에 6명이 탈락을 했습니다. 결승 대진이 귤먹맨과 킹스맨의 대결로 좁혀졌습니다. 자, 과연 결승에서는 어떤 결과가 펼쳐질지 많은 기대해 주시기 바라면서 저는 계속해서 결승으로 돌아오겠습니다. 9회 시즌2 결승전! 발끝까지 아장내주마 쓰레기 같은 놈들. 귤먹맨. 오늘 밤 사냥을 나선다. 킹스맨.
귤먹맨님이 이길 것 같아요.
확신하고 있습니다. 킹스맨님.
3전 2선 승계로 가게 됩니다.
피했어. 킹스맨이 좋은데? 마이크 나노 무빙.
후아이맨 시즌2 결승전 우승자는 우승입니다.
darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting.
And welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. We got KT Rollster up against Hamalife Esports. And if you missed it, T1 able to start off the night with a win in the series up against T plus Kia. And now, once again, we kind of have a favorite and an underdog. This time a little bit more severe, though, Ox.
Yeah, I feel like, obviously we saw Hamalife Esports beat D+, and T1 also beat KT most recently. So, it doesn't obviously cement things at this matchup, but I think the gap is a bit further apart. KT really need to glow up to challenge here, but not impossible. I think there's definitely matchups sometimes in the LCK and we're like, well, is it going to happen? I think KT on their best day might be able to challenge Hamalife Esports, but it's still a tall ask. But I think it's important for them, when you look at their place in the standings, they are not secure right now.
Yeah, KT Rollster right in the middle again, 6-6 and 0 points. On the side of Hamalife Esports, 10-2, definitely securing their spots right now as the second place team in the LCK.
And when you look at the remaining schedule for KT, they still have to play D+, Gen.G, and obviously Hamalife Esports today. On top of that, they also play Quantum Freaks. So let's say Quantum Freaks bounce back, have a glow up, beat KT, and KT lose to, Hamalife, Gen.G, and D+. There is a scenario where I could see KT not making playoffs, right? Their spot definitely isn't secured. When we talk about the teams higher in the standings, we talk about them being mathematically secured, sure. But this is really like, oh, we actually need to fight for our spot to be in playoffs. And yeah, not being a good matchup for KT historically.
It is the only team that KT failed to beat at least once. Reminder, KT were even able to take down Gen.G in spring. But, they have not been able to take down the Orange Tank, which is Hamalife Esports now. And currently at this point, I think that, we had a very close match between Hamalife Esports and D plus Kia. But those two teams were vying for second. And as you mentioned, KT's kind of in the next tier underneath of that. So it does feel like a pretty large step up, especially because Hamalife Esports did defeat DK.
Favorite matchup for Deft. Both of them will champion 80 carries. I think Viper, a lot of people talked about his good form, but really got challenged by aiming in their most recent matchup. Deft, his Ezreal's been pretty clean, but I think most people would say Viper's had the edge this current split in terms of form.
No Ezreal this series. Your red side, you ban Ezreal. I don't care. Beryl versus Relite. Two supports that showed another level of Rel plays. Who will be the playmaker today?
Beryl works better.
It definitely does.
Relite.
Yeah.
But
Relite is okay, but
it's okay.
Not quite as good.
Yeah. But yeah,
we're not talking about the Rel performance.
Pretty impactful picks on those engaged supports, and having a look in on Zeka, who I feel like hasn't always been the talking point of Hamalife Esports this split, but I feel like it's been a pretty silent carry so far.
Yeah, he's trying to hit 1,000 kills here. He's at 987. These are the champs that he has gotten them on in his career alongside of the top win rates. Actually, Akali and Yone, unsurprisingly, up at the top. Guess who's number 3? Silas.
Yeah.
This is Zeka after all.
But in fairness, 4 and 5, the Corki Tristana has been good to him.
Yeah. Especially after the Corki changes. As we are going to take a look here at KT Rollster. Definitely a wild card. Maybe they flip heads multiple times today. Maybe they get a huge upset. It could happen. These guys, you look at the roster, you look at the players, and you say, man, these guys could definitely take a win on any given day.
Yeah, I think...
The question is today the day?
Generally, their form hasn't looked fantastic this season so far. I mean, they started off really rough. They're now at that 6-6 point with 0 game score. It is a challenge for them to beat Hamalife Esports, but I also feel like some of these players have just such a high peak. They're not always there, but they could just pop off and win worlds, and 3 of them did that before, literally.
Yeah, it could just happen randomly. You see Lucian over there on the left. Maybe we will be seeing some Lucian here today. And here on the side of Hamalife Esports, definitely a force to be reckoned with. They're not Gen.G. Gen.G are kind of on another planet. But Hamalife Esports certainly right behind them in second place and are the big favorites tonight.
Absolutely. And I think, definitely some pieces have been a little bit inconsistent at times, but I think Doran's been in good form. Peanut's been having a solid season. Zeka's been the silent carry. Viper's looked good on a lot of meta 80 carries. And Delight I think his spring was very quiet, but he's really stepped up back to the form we typically expect from him. Alistair and Rel both been monstrous picks for him so far.
That's the orange tank there on the right. As we do have this matchup, it's LCK first versus LCK second when it comes to damage percentage. These two guys have played a lot of Ezreal. That is a big part of it, we're not going to lie. But definitely, they have been two of the guys that have looked the best on the pick and have commanded a lot of respect from the AD carry role.
Yeah, I think maybe PaY's fans might object to them looking the best in it, but I think either way, they both had monstrous performances. I think Ezreal should be denied 100% in this series.
What about the aiming fans, by the way?
Wow, he's the gold king, not the damage king.
Oh, sorry.
Come on, keep
What about I'm the best Ezreal? No, I'm the best Ezreal. No, I'm the best Ezreal.
Look, we have
everybody's the best Ezreal.
You know when Lucid said he was the best Vi, and like there was no one else said anything, and then Ezreal is like every single player is like, no, it's me.
It's because when you play Ezreal, you think you're the best Ezreal because he's overpowered.
Yeah, you hit a Q and it does like 80% of someone's health, and then you miss 2. You're like, well, I hit 1 and it did a million damage. So.
I did so much damage. I must be amazing at this.
Yeah, the champion's pretty bonkers. 140% AD ratio on the Q. You know, a little bit crazy. Fortunately, we are seeing teams just ban it, and it is scheduled to get nerfed. So you know what's going to happen? It'll get nerfed, and then teams will be like, well, I guess we can leave it open. Oh no, it's still broken.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those. Like we had a couple of games of Rumble. That was a mistake.
Yep. Teams learned quickly. They were like, oh, Rumble's nerfed. Surely we can leave it open. No.
It's fine. Oh, wait, it's 100% presence, and it's 3-1. I don't even know who lost on it. I don't really know if I want to remember on this match.
KT will be on the blue side, which has been an edge for teams so far. I think with so many power picks on the patch, so many things you have to ban, blue side definitely helping teams a lot. And we saw T1 banning Ezreal on blue side in the last series. I don't think that's something KT will have to do in this situation, which will put more pressure on Home Life Esports. If you're banning Ezreal, Rumble, Ashe on red side, you have no space to do anything else. We'll see if they opt to leave something like the Ashe Open. Obviously, we did just see aiming lose on it, so it's definitely not unbeatable.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of teams are they're willing to take the trade given a good scenario where they want to take like Ashe Sejuani or something, but we've seen them try to do that and also not have a lot of success. It has worked, but it just doesn't feel very like a good, consistent strategy, just giving Ezreal, so.
Just don't do it with Ezreal.
Just don't do it.
Don't do it with Ezreal.
Same as Rumble, maybe worse.
I just remember that series where it was traded across, and it was just like, even when it's put behind, even when it loses lane, it gets the 2 items. It's like, well...
You mean KT versus Gnomeshin?
Don't remind me.
The last team that they played against that they struggled against?
Oh yeah, KT should remember that. They really should remember that.
So it is very like KT, though, to immediately bounce back and have an incredible performance against Home Life Esports after just almost losing to Gnomeshin.
They are also on blue side, so they will first pick Ezreal if Home Life Esports leave it open. They can leave the mistake to them. Here's one of the problems, though, playing on Home Life Esports. The Maokai has felt like a must ban, and it feels like they are just spamming bans towards Peanut. That has been the meta at the moment for LCK teams. Great on blue side. Perfect strategy. Not much they can do about it. But on red side, a lot more difficult. So KT absolutely need to win this game. Peanut going to be the one to ban the Ivern against Pioshik, so denying that one away does mean that that third ban is left for Ezreal, obviously.
It is Ezreal. Oh, and KT gave you a little gift. They said, hey, we'll ban the Ashe. Now you can ban the Ezreal.
Nice. There you go. It's that straightforward. I wonder if they first pick Azir in this situation. The answer is no. They have to go the first pick for Renekton. And it goes over to Home Life Esports. Do they prioritize the Corki? You know, we've seen Zeka be pretty confident on. Is there something in the jungle Peanut really wants to lean on? His Poppy's been pretty powerful. I'm not sure you need to pick it up right now. Maybe an AD carry you have emphasis on, but again, I think after the Ezreal Ashe gone, I feel like the pool kind of widens for AD carries.
Yeah, it definitely does. I feel like they... Okay! Shyvana! Yes, she's back, and it is kind of flavor of the month.
Yep. Been seeing a lot of play in solo queue recently.
Saw in the LPL. I think Milky Way did play it.
Yeah.
It's seems to be pretty good. The Gnar is going to be spotted here very early on in response to the Renekton, and they don't go for Corki. I actually kind of like this. I feel like both these mid laners are really good at Lucian. As long as it fits in their comp, it can be a little bit dangerous to just blind Corki.
Yeah, and I think looking at the Nidalee, so with the Shyvana, it has been like the AP sort of build that's been very popular. A lot of poke damage, a lot of range, but very gated around that ultimate. Nidalee also a champion with a lot of poke, but also the healing. In these poke battles, the healing for the Nidalee has been really standout. So expectation is, will we get a lot of standoffs? And I think having engaged on the rest of the team very important in these situations. KT gonna pick the Corki, deny it away from Zeka, but also add a little bit of AD to the composition and also a bit more poke when it comes down to those setups.
Yeah, it feels like in this case, you know, stuff like the Ivern, stuff like the Bloodthirster 80 carries having a lot of value. There's the Lucian, where I was like, well, if you pick Corki, the other guy's going to pick Lucian, and that trade does happen here. So this time it's Zeka that is playing the Lucian in response.
Even like a month ago, telling people that like Shyvana jungle, Lucian mid would be something we're going to see on Life Esports in the LCK. But yeah, it's a good matchup in that mid lane. We've seen Lucian able to bully out the Corki. Now with no bot lane is picked, going to see things targeted on the latter end. We haven't seen Lucian flex to bot with that Nami yet, but in theory it could happen, but I don't think they're really afraid of that. Caitlyn banned out. Kalista banned out. I wonder if the Leona is something they're concerned about. But Life Esports do have counter picks, so they're in a pretty comfortable spot in that regard.
Yeah, at least when it comes to the support role. I feel like the Kalista ban on blue can be countered by just picking Draven Renata, but it doesn't seem like KT Rolster want to do that. And
there's still Zeri and Kai'Sa available, I think, for the standouts with the bans that we've had so far. I think Kai'Sa would definitely be useful in terms of having to the poke. Leona going to be better ban from KT, so a little bit concerned about how Life Esports taking that. And I think especially KT, you kind of want some lockdown with your composition when you have this Nidalee to connect the spears. We are just going to get the Zeri locked in for Viper, and they're going to keep that support counter pick for Delight. So KT, do they just go towards the Kai'Sa? Do they go for a more lane focused pick? Looks like, you know, when we talk about long range poke, there is a pick that can kind of benefit from everyone being low health. We just saw Guma have a fantastic game on it. It looks like Deft will be not locking in the Jhin. He's going to go for center. Some more sustain, and honestly, when you're trying to rely on this Shyvana poking people down, there's going to be so much healing between this Nidalee and this center when it comes to those skirmishes, those poke setups before the skirmishes.
Yeah. Could have looked at Nautilus, but then maybe you run into a Braum, which can have a lot of value into poke and also in that lane. And we've actually seen Zeri Braum somehow be a good lane. So it's just Senna Ornn to come out here from the side of KT.
Question is, what does Light play? I think
Relite.
Yeah, I think, you know, some players could think, oh, well, Lulu would be good. We have a pretty chill lane, we can scale up, but I think you need to gap close. I don't think the Shyvana alone is enough to win poke wars. You need to get on top of the enemy backline. You have a lot of power that you can follow up with. You know, if Shyvana fires one of her Fire Blasts at the Rel engage, it's going to do tons of damage. But I am a little bit concerned. You know, you have a lot of longer range threats on the side of KT. You have a Nidalee who's going to set fast pace in the jungle. Delight, a lot of weight will be on his shoulders to make the engages work.
Thankfully for the side of Life Esports, he's really, really good at that. He's been extremely consistent on this pick, and he gets counter pick. He says, well, I don't really care about Ornn. I mean, that doesn't stop my engages. It doesn't really provide too much. It's a little bit annoying if he can cancel my engage himself, but he doesn't really do much for the rest of his team. So I feel like it's a very comfortable spot to just pick up the Rel, get that hard engage you were mentioning, and just get on in there and do what Delight does best, which is engage support play. So
yep,
pretty happy with it.
And I think they kind of realized the poke war wasn't good in their favor. The build we've kind of seen from the Shyvanas, a lot of people have been building Spirit Sojin, and then it's like, you know, typical AP items from there on out for a lot of poke damage. Kind of reminiscent of like when Corki was a poke champ and he went Sojin with things like Leandries, but obviously more IP focused. We'll see how it goes. The Shyvana we've had this season in the LCK.
It does do the boom boom damage, which we do like here. Let's jump into the rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Off we go, game one. Already sparks fly, as it looks like Barrel's gonna get the first damage in the game, so GG for him.
Yeah, I guess he just wins off the back of that.
Yep. All right, let's go next. Perfect is also going to get a nice little trade here. And Doran is just gonna back, which allows a little bit of room for Perfect to poke his head in, be annoying, see what he can see. He isn't going to see anything, so it doesn't really matter.
And Shyvana is a fast clearer, but her combat power is very reduced until level 6, until you have that ultimate available. One of the strengths of the pick is that once you're 6, you can fight around the ultimate, and then you can get it back very quickly when you go back in the jungle and clear. So a lot of power there, but if Pioshik challenges Peanut in the jungle, definitely going to have a bad time. We are seeing a swap come out from the side of Honolife Esports. Going to see if they can get an edge here. Senna Ornn, not the best tower takers. No demolish on the Ornn.
Yeah. So this is going to be spotted. Perfect just has to back away. Nothing else he can do. This is the first time Barrel has played the Ornn this season, as now we've just got Harass Gnar in mid.
Okay, that is horrible, the BDD.
Yeah.
Perfect obviously waited to level up. He went the slice and dice to get away from the situation. BDD already had the phosphorus bomb.
He actually
just got bullied out.
Used it in the trade against Gnar earlier on. But it's going to help him anyway.
Yeah.
And he'll be just fine. Doran is going top.
I think, honestly, level 1 Renekton, if Viper and Delight hit level 3, they could probably just dive this 3v1. We'll see. It's all on Delight, really, to land the CC. I don't think they're quite going to hit level 3 yet.
Well, here comes Doran. That's a TP coming in from Ornn, and that is going to push them back. As Barrel says, hello, I am now here. Doran's just going to TP bot, saying, okay, I can lane against Senna.
Yeah, he now knows there's no risk of him being dove, and the thing is, the Senna is the one who would end up catching the farm, so it just has to back away instead. So, you know, even though it doesn't amount to anything in terms of a kill, I think Honolife Esports happy with how that ended up panning out. And we saw a game earlier where T1, you know, was swapped again and ended up getting like 3 plates to 0. But here, because of the passage of play, KT didn't get any plate. Well, sorry, they got 1 plate in the bot lane, but I'm not sure if Def was even there to get the gold. So, not really rewarded in this situation.
Yeah. Delight's here. Wants to help get this. Says the last person to play this was Pioshik, actually, against KT Bono in 2020 LCK Summer.
Been a hot minute.
Good old Bono. Good old DRX Pioshik from 2020. And yeah, that's Delight's like, okay, well, I don't need to be with the Zeri, so I'm just going to help you get both the Scuttle Crabs.
Yeah, and securing an advantage for Peanut in the jungle on this Shyvana, getting him close to level 6, absolutely fantastic. So good moves coming out from Honolife Esports. You see a Cole picked up by Doran as well, doing some investing. And Pioshik, I don't think you have the setup to kill Zeka.
What do you mean? Corki and Italy have a ton of CC. Zeka just gonna shoot him and then, you know, walk in a line. And yeah, this is why Wolf does not like this combo.
Such an intimidating gank there. I like how Zeka got to the wall and was like, I don't have my dash yet, but I don't think I even want to leave.
He's like, I win these.
Yeah, I'm happy exactly where I am.
He has like no health, no mana, and Italy has double off. He's like, nah, I win these. Easy.
Yeah. And now Delight looking for... They could just dive him.
Yeah, I mean, flash over the wall. There it is. Ignite. Easiest first blood of your life. Delight is not even in any trouble. Super clean. And gets Zeka first blood.
Yep. Pretty nicely set up by Zeka there. Having a good laning phase so far. Trading into BDD. BDD's been farming okay, but been low in health consistently. And, you know, I think... I'm going to say it. I think Rel a little bit of ganking that match... A little bit better at ganking that matchup than Nidalee is.
Yeah. A lot better, even at level 3. Meanwhile, Peanut trying to solo the Drake. It is Shyvana things.
Yeah,
but
you kind of have an addiction to getting the dragons for the extra resists.
Yeah.
Especially since the build we've seen Shyvana's go has been very health focused. So those resists definitely valuable. will be forced away. And I think at that point, losing the flash, don't get the dragon early, you just start crying. There's no other response.
Yeah, I that's what I would do.
Yeah.
In fact, I've done it before.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I didn't tell anyone until this moment.
And now
but it's okay.
Everyone who's watching knows you're a crier.
Yeah, sometimes you got to get a good cry in. As, speaking of which, Delight trying to make more enemies cry. And he's going to...
good at Rel. Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah, sorry, Relite?
Relite.
Yeah.
He's good at Rel.
Relite is good at Rel. Who could have thought?
Yeah.
It's in the name.
Completely new information to us.
So BDD in a very awkward spot here because, you know, it's pushing away from him. He's quirky into Zeka, who got First Blood, has Vamp Scepter, and Pollen. His ult feels...
BDD has a tier and a cloth armor. You know, there was items.
Yeah, he doesn't even have plated steel caps.
Oh man,
it's a sad time.
His steel caps are not plated.
This is why I didn't want to see blind Corki, and obviously, I mean, a lot of things have led to this moment, including even the level 1 Gnar harass.
Yeah,
to help out, but it's still just it's rough.
I mean, to be fair, he's doing pretty good in the farm department, all things considered. Considering he got bullied out by Doran and he died.
Yeah,
he's holding up in CS,
and he is Corki, which is one of the best champs in the game right now. So, at least if he doesn't get too far behind, he gets to be Corki.
Yeah, Peanut is so close to level 6 though. When he can finally become a champion. He's looking for it.
Yeah. Same with Pioshik, who when he hits level 6, he... oh, well, he's the same champion.
Yeah.
They're going to go here for the dragon.
Now they get the dragon. They're like, we have to get this dragon.
Yes. In fact, everybody is grouping up for it except Doran, but neither of the top laners have TP.
This is the nice thing about Jungle Shyvana, though, because... Oh, Pioshik?
This is just on vision. Pioshik, they're not going to extend for that. The Ornn ultimate doesn't get much, but look at the wall! The Peanut level 6 spike does insane damage, but the spear is going to hit Relite, and he will go down as now Beryl in a rough spot here. He will be taken down, but look at the health bars! Oh, another spear! This one to hit Zeka. Pioshik says, I don't need any CC. Who needs that? The flash of the wall does nothing, but Viper trades it back. 1 for 1, and Peanut, he's so low, he's going to be denied the Drake. As now Viper also going to flash and die immediately. End it to Drake over to KT.
Man, that is I would cry after that if I was Peanut. Devastating loss there for the side of Honor Life Esports. But PDD, get a rough laning phase. He just chilled and auto-attack. That's all he needed to do. There's a bit of a split engage here. Delight hits on a Pioshik, tries to W out a BDD, but both of them capable of getting out over the wall. And then this spear kills Delight, and it's kind of a fish in a barrel situation. You can see BDD firing over the wall, another spear hits, they're like, okay, let's try and back away for the Nidalee. And then BDD just comes in, starts putting damage down. Peanut's like, well, maybe I can take the dragon, but I should probably attack BDD, and then he gets neither of them.
Oh. Yeah. Let's see what he says. All right, yeah, I don't have to translate that one. And the fans are loving it. This is what KT fans live for.
Yep. You know what? It's a good start. First skirmish of the series is in a great spot. It's all uphill from here. Typical KT.
Yeah, very consistent. The roller coaster is going up.
I know roller coasters go up, but I haven't really seen that they come down, so I'm pretty confident in KT right now.
Yeah.
They do have a gold advantage. About 600, not a huge amount, but a lot of gold in this Corki. Definitely a nice place for it to be. And obviously, when you have an Ornn on your team and a Senna, you know that at some point you will just ramp up massively. You know, hand out those ornaments, Senna gets a ton of souls. It's a nice set of champions to have if you have an early advantage.
Definitely does feel very good for their side. I feel like part of the reason why BDD was so hyped is, well, he got 3 kills, but also that it just immediately, it changes the entire framework of how this game is going to play out for him. Although right as I say that, the culling, it's almost like a bait culling, but Zeka is he's going to live! Oh, the rocket gets him! Oh man, and now we have a fight down in bot as Viper just, well, he's going to walk in a straight line.
Yeah, that was a zoning ult from Beryl, you know.
Yeah.
Well, neither team's gank really goes successfully in that situation. I will say, Peanut did get a shutdown there, so in terms of gold, they get the edge. But definitely would have preferred that scenario for Zeka to live on the back of that, and BDD managed to clutch it out in the moment.
Yeah, the Corky dream. Meanwhile, Peanut, you know, it's not brand, but you can still do the grubs really fast.
Yeah, and obviously when you auto in the dragon form, you keep the dragon form going, so the goal is just to chain it as long as possible.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, can't get the scuttle there. He knows that Yoshi's going to come over, so has to back away. But we'll take the grubs, 3 each. Can't complain about that. And a mountain dragon is the next one. He has picked up that Spirit Shojin and the Sorcerer Shoes. But a mountain dragon, so you get the resist from the dragon and you get the percentage boost. Definitely would love to get that. And here, Zeka goes in for the trade, but the culling is mostly blocked by this cannon minion. BDD finds the burst, and then as he's about to die, that last rocket comes back in and he just clutches it at the end.
Yeah. That's all you can say. Maybe Zeka could have taken a little bit less damage, but it's mostly just a big play to get Peanut in there. And you can see, this is what I meant by the mid lane framework just totally changing. And, you know, the Lucian felt good, now it feels awful.
Yeah, that is the power of items, which BDD being able to pick up not only the plated steel caps, but has the Sheen, has the Phage, just trading so well in the Zeka. And now Zeka gonna, I guess, TP back in with Blade of the Rune King, so a decent power spike there.
Oh man, Perfect's getting in there. Doran as Mininar trying to kite this one out. And he's just gonna end up trading flashes. Honestly, not that bad. A little flash in here on a Pioshik, who is in Italy, but is in a lot of trouble. Already taking a bunch. Tries to heal, tries to survive, can't get over the wall. Now Peanut getting aggressive, extending that dragon form, and can't really get away from him, but they're just gonna turn and fight, and Peanut just dies as everybody just turns and begins to fire into him. Perfect also TPing into this one, and Viper, there's nowhere for him to go. It's just another kill fed over to BDD on this Corky.
Maybe a bit too aggressive there from Peanut. You know, he has the dragon form. He's like, it's go time, let's kill them, and then just horrendously overextended. Viper was like trying to follow him up, trying to back up his teammate, and ends up paying for it as well. 10 seconds till that dragon. Not the best time to lose this fight. See HLE set up on Pioshik, and the initial play is fine. But I think Peanut just feeling himself too much. Flashes over here, but then Death flashes away, and he misses his E as a result. And then keeps chasing. The TP comes in, the root connects, and he just dies. And then Viper's like, well, even Zeri can't slide away from no one.
Yeah. It feels like, you know, you could say, okay, well, why didn't Doran TP down there? He's got Meganar, but I feel like even if he TPs down, like, they dealt with the Renekton. Renekton doesn't really do anything, so I think Doran staying there is actually the correct call.
Peanut planned for this, though, right? Because the fight happened, the reset came in, KT went top, and he got the dragon. He got what he wanted out of it.
The dragon's all that matters for, well, the dragon, the other one.
Yeah, and all they lost is a ton of plates top, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they get that plate right before 14. That's got to feel good.
Yep, and they should just get that tower as well. And the second will be the first of the game. We'll see, actually. Death's moved down. The light's there to defend. Oh, it's gone, yeah. First tower of the game. Big influx of gold for BDD, who didn't really need a big influx of gold.
Yeah.
Already doing pretty good. So a very fed Corky right now. And Herald going to be secured.
A little awkward there.
Well,
and
I might not be.
Yeah,
you know what? I'm going to say some of the Heralds we've had in the LCK, they're possibly better off without it.
Yeah.
You know, they got the XP, they got the gold.
Right after the grub buff, it feels like most teams really just want to get the grubs more.
Yeah.
Riftel can really help you in some certain scenarios, especially if you get a kill and you can use it to push tempo and mid and stuff. But
yeah,
otherwise, it's like, well, okay.
It can really help for taking down mid tier 1, which is definitely valuable, but I've also seen so many times where it just doesn't do anything. So, yeah.
I like the teams that use it in mid and then they drive it the opposite direction and ram it into the wall right behind them.
Yeah, that's really good. I like the teams that drop it down and then walk away from it, expecting it to like just charge the tower, and then the enemy team stop it and kill it. Especially after they like lost a fight to get the Herald.
So Peanut's here. They say, well, we've got damage in spades, so we're just going to dive this. They get the TP out of, once again, Beryl, who did this very early on in the game.
Yep. Oh, we're seeing the Corky Nidalee again. They'll definitely be able to take out the Gnar.
Yeah. They have
but
a lot of lockdown.
Yeah, they really need Barrel or Perfect, or even Death as a route to be there to set things up. Now, Barrel's been left alone. He TP's in to cover his teammate, and his teammate just dips.
Well, Barrel's gonna throw an ult in just for good measure.
He is tanky, but he doesn't want to step up there. So it's gonna be a trade of turrets. And it looks like on the bot side, BDD will get more gold.
Yeah, he definitely needs more. He already has a lot, but I think he needs more.
Yeah. Also see Death with the Edge of Night Rush, which, considering how much HP you would lose from Peanut hitting you with a fireball, I respect it. I think it's a decent call.
Yeah, I think there is a world, especially when Senna gets behind and it's late game, right before Senna, begins to actually get more XP, but Peanut's got like 3 items, or at least 2 items, where you will lose almost your entire health bar.
Yeah.
So
I feel like
avoiding that is good.
Just because Senna's always down in levels, it's not even just like a squishy, it's like a squishy who's also so starved of experience that you really do just one-shot it. I feel like that's what, when people play this AP Shyvana, that's what you're hoping to run into. Peanut is now level 11. Even less downtime between dragon forms. Close to that Leandries.
Yeah, and he's going to be a big threat. I mean, there is a lot of poke from him, but as you mentioned in the draft, Pyosik just says, okay, I'll just play Nidalee, and at the end of the day, I'm also scaling, I'm also farming, and when you poke, I heal.
Yep.
It's not going to heal everything, but, he's got his own poke. Feels like the Nidalee is a pretty good matchup for that idea. Yeah.
And I think the big thing, though, BDD close to having that Manamune stacked, and I think at that point, KT can just do what they want. It was very hard to deal with this Corki. I think Delight's main objective will be get on top of BDD so his team can kill him. I think, if I'm going to be honest, but all sums now up and available. Dragon Spawn in a 55, you can see both teams setting up for it.
If you're BDD, you're in this position, you're fed, there's a lot of threats on the enemy team. What is your third item?
I think every Corki ever just goes rapid fire in every situation. I don't think it's possible to convince them otherwise.
What's his fourth item?
Fourth item? You gotta go IE, All
right, what about his fifth item?
Fifth item? Okay, maybe then you can go like a GA. Or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like there's some champions where it's like, no, I need to do damage. Survivability? That's
whatever.
For people who don't like doing damage.
That's true. We do prioritize the boom damage here.
It is the focus. Peanut didn't manage to finish his Leandries off. I assume he has enough gold. He's not that far away, and he's been clearing some camps. Doran's moving down with Mega nearly stacked. They are just giving up mid-tier 1 nearly. BDD does almost kill it.
Yeah, it is just one. Yeah, imagine if he didn't have Edge of Night.
He would have a lot less health.
Yeah, he'd be in a lot of trouble. Look at this TP right now. Way behind. Barrel's going to go in, and the massive Rel ultimate on top of 3 of them, but Delight is going to follow up. The follow-up here from the rest of the team is just non-existent, and Perfect goes in and just decimates that front line. Doran, super low, is also going to be taken down. Zeka on the run. There's just no hope for him. He's going to try to kite it out. Peanut's like, man, why'd you bring him to me?
Yeah, Peanut trying to get the recall. BDD has so much damage. I think he can just... Yeah,
he's dead. And that is just a clean ace. KT just absolutely demolished them.
Absolutely annihilated them. Didn't even look... There was like one brief moment. You're like, oh, that's a big engage. And then nothing happened in the aftermath. We'll see the replay. So Barrel tries to engage, doesn't find it. And then Delight gets this massive ult in. And then Peanut hits his E. And it does like a moderate amount of damage. But then Perfect comes in and just one-shots everyone who was already low. Yeah, and Zeka's like, oh, I thought the Shyvana would do more.
Shyvana has very nice burst, but it didn't really do enough. And Viper, he got exhausted and then speared in the face, and then there was a Renekton and that flash on him.
Viper's eaten a few too many spears this game. Pretty happy about that one.
It's about as good as it gets. I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, you can see like every moment, it's like, oh, another kill. Whoa, another kill. You get a kill. He gets a kill.
I just feel like Peanut not having the Leandries obviously reduced his damage massively. Oh, by the way, you know how BDD had the Triforce Manamune before that
Yeah.
fight? He's just got Rapid Fire.
So you said IE up next.
Yeah.
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 Well, he's pretty close.
He's pretty strong. And I don't think Peanut's doing enough damage, but also, like, you're not going to kill the front line that quickly as Peanut.
Look at the massive difference in gold.
What are you... Okay, just ult.
Yeah.
Fine. And then throw some fireballs, I guess. Okay. That one didn't do that much damage. I'm not sure why.
Okay.
Oh, it missed, yeah.
It's not that easy to miss, honestly.
It's like Karma Mantra Q.
Oh, Zeka. Yeah, he's going to have to flash. He also roots Peanut and just dies. And KT are just rolling them. It's just not even close at all. They're just rolling over them. It's 2 kills for free. And the world is their oyster. They can do whatever they want. If they want Baron, they can do that. If they want to push, they can. And Viper's just going to ult and try to, I don't know, rally the troops.
This looks like Gen G versus Honor like Esports. What has happened to KT? I mean, I just feel like this is such a KT thing just to win in this decisive fashion. Now, Delight's trying to approach and get space for Peanut. Peanut nearly has ult, but not quite there.
Delight is so low, and yeah, he's just going to get locked down. I mean, they stopped the Baron.
Peanut ran up to BDD and autoed him to get his ult back sooner, and then just took so much damage.
Yeah.
But so much healing. I feel like the Senna, Nidalee are just, every time they get poked, it's like, okay, well, you're full health again.
Yeah.
Boy. They're not, are they going to even contest this? Peanut has ult. They should contest this.
Well, Peanut, will he get a chance to ult? I mean, even level 10 Deft is just escorting the Dragon away from the pit. And that Boomerang is also going to miss. Now they're looking to turn. A little bit of a messy turn. Not really going to find anyone, but now finally Perfect is going to find that front line. Zeka will go down. And they're just collecting kills. They're just doing it again and again and again. And Hololive Esports can't do anything about it.
Okay. Peanut, fire another one.
Well, he dashed away that.
No, he did dash away. I'm not blaming Peanut. It's just, I feel like so much of this comp is weighing around this Shyvana do meaningful damage, but she just isn't able to consistently land them because of ability. And any that land are just healed.
Yeah.
Like, Peanut's like, I need to get ult back. I need to get ult. You're so far away. His flash is coming up.
I feel like I'm watching an Olaf from behind. He's just like running around, like throwing axes, but they don't actually hit anything, and he just doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
you know?
he's pretty close now.
But he farms really fast.
Yeah.
Well, BDD, okay, I don't know what that was, but he's dead. Now the turn is going to come in. Massive shutdown for, well, Relight.
Look at the pit.
Yeah.
Wait, they're actually throwing.
They're actually... What? I can't even believe it. What is happening here? What? Barrel's just dead. Okay, now Hololive Esports are going to start the Baron.
Okay, this is definitely not Gen G versus Hololive Esports. What is going? Well, just when KT look unstoppable, the perfect team, they find a way to throw it all away, and now they lose Baron.
All right, you see Jonas Strong, he's like panning over the Corki, like, wait, what?
What? So, they go for the mid lane tower. Zeka decides to hold flash until after everything in the world is connected with him. And then Yoshi just finishes him off. Okay, not great. And then Zoran does end up going down here. It looks really bad for the side of HLE. And then BDD, no flash, just autoing a Rel. Interesting strategy. So he dies, and then they all decide to flash over and leave Pyoshik in the pit, and then they just die. I don't think there's more. I don't think there's like, there's not some...
There's not
some well, let's move to the next fight, whatever.
Okay, that didn't happen, but the gold is relatively even now. Weird. Doran just took an insane amount of damage from a spear. And, I mean, it kind of looks like he's here in an okay spot. Yeah, a lot of poke goes into Pyoshik, though. Okay. Shyvana finally doing something. Goes in the pit, nearly dies. Here comes the Gnar.
What?
Oh, my God! Somebody stop this madness! Perfect is going in, and now he's going out. Here comes Viper.
Wait, what are you doing?
Viper's dead. Zeka's dead. No, yeah, he's dead. Okay. Delight No, he's also dead. Okay, KT, they get the dragon, and now I guess they're fine.
Yeah, very convincing team fight from KT. Felt like they were really controlled. You know, Honor Life Esports put up a good fight, but it just felt like KT were that edge above, you know. I'm not sure I can really pinpoint any moments.
Yeah. No, that's...
that could have gone better. Yeah, it just feels like two teams playing things almost perfectly, but KT a little bit more perfect.
Just honestly, pristine gaming.
The sad thing is they don't end, so we're going to get the replay, and we have to see that again. And it's just... It's just this whole... I don't even know what to say! He was clearly trying to go for VDD, but it just looks so goofy. And then Viper is like, so look how low he is, and he's like, I'm going! Why?
Oh, man. Yeah, honestly, just a really clean fight from KT. I don't know if they could really do anything better.
Yeah.
It's a clean 1-0 so far.
Hey, they stayed calm. For KT, they stayed calm in a hectic moment. Respect to them, you know. After throwing a Baron, you could have easily seen KT crumble, but they managed to find it back. Now, the caveat is Peanut got another dragon, which gives him extra armor and magic resist. So,
true, yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
He's getting tanky.
Oh, he's got the Infinity Edge, you know. He is doing the big damage. That much is definitely true.
Yeah, he definitely is.
He's also 2 levels up on Zeka.
Yeah, BDD got that triple kill early on in another one of our just really pristine, clean fights where BDD was standing there pressing buttons and getting kills. And after that, Zeka just wasn't really a factor in this game. Viper, kind of an awkward spot, and Def's range right now is really long. 108 stacks pretty quickly.
He's actually got a lot of stacks, you know. Sometimes we see these centers just not even get close to the number that is worth having like a fasting center, but 110 already with rapid fire cannon, he is not going to be easy to deal with. And I feel like at this point, ornaments going to start getting handed out. KT are gone fully online. We have the ornamented Triforce. Do you know the name? Triforce
Masterwork.
Masterwork, yeah.
Thanks for adding the brackets, just in case.
Oh, they also have the Jack. Do you know the name of the Jack Show, the ornamented one?
Honestly, I don't know. Doran's dead, though. He's just over here dying. I don't really know why, but I guess he just jumped into the jungle, and now we got a TP.
Flank from Beryl? They knew Peanut would be farming.
Yeah.
Not resisted.
Well, he is going to ult over the wall. Nice cancel there, but the flash shot in from Beryl. Knockup comes in, and the Shyvana is just not tanky. And BDD now on 12 kills.
Beryl just decided Peanut was going to die, and he ensured it. Minute 20 till Baron. Peanut will be up and alive. But, yeah, feels like this game kind of pulling away from Honor Life Esports at a rapid pace. There was like a brief moment where they had hope.
KT just wanted to make it interesting.
Sorry, I was talking about the Jack Show, the ornament one. I didn't finish it. People will be frustrated if they don't know the name. It's Jack Show, brackets, Masterwork.
You know, I never would have guessed.
Yeah, it's
really hard to call.
Really hard to
I don't know how you do that one.
Yeah, I'm doing a pretty good job. I learned all the ornament items names since they changed it. Just, it feels like a cool thing to bring out on cast, you know.
It's really cool information. I think the names are really cool. They should keep them this way.
Yeah.
Honestly. So what's the name of the Andres one?
Oh, you wouldn't believe it. I've actually forgotten that one.
Oh.
Well,
you can research it for the next time.
Yeah, I'll research it for next game.
Yeah.
I'll get back to you on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, BDD still monster fed. And this Lucian pick just hasn't worked. Now we get to see, okay, Doran was pushing, and then...
So he jumped into the blind dark jungle.
He was hoping that Death was walking by as he jumped, and he would bounce over him, over the dragon wall.
Honestly, that would have been super cool.
That would have been the sickest. Just blind, just went, you know what? I think he was probably pretty dead no matter where he went, but if he was banking on that, that was actually a pretty cool play.
Yeah.
It just didn't work at all, and it was like a 1 in a million chance that he would have got it.
Yeah. So, do KT definitely win this game? I'm feeling a little bit lost.
Absolutely win this game, which, as I say it, makes me feel less confident. They are super far ahead, Senna's mega strong with a ton of souls. BDD's mega fed level 16. Barrel's handling an ornament. They have 2 smites between them. This game is as locked in as you can get it, which does make me doubt Weird saying.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit worried for KT now because they're so far ahead. I don't know if they can do it.
They're a bit too far ahead. This feels...
They're just going to push mid.
That's a smart strategy.
Look at the positioning of the High Life Esports members. Doran might just die. Okay, gets the Sterix proc. Now BDD is fine. They have a lot of healing. I mean, it's Pyosik and Deft right there as well.
Viper is... Oh,
Pyosik. Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble. Took an auto there from... Yeah, now Viper's got to go for his own ult, and he does have Doran coming up, and can they actually kill Viper here? Another knockup comes in, and Nar doesn't have much healing, but the flash shot over the wall, they do take down Viper, and he will go down. Meanwhile, Zek is killing a ward, and tripped over his shoelaces there, so he goes down, and the game ended.
Yes, it did. KT, even they cannot throw from this point of the game. Perfect is just hanging about with Doran.
Oh.
Yep, they're just having a little hangout.
Oh, the game ended.
Game ended.
31.5 minutes. GG. Really clean first game here from KT Rolls. Absolutely nothing to see here.
Look,
pristine.
I can't criticize KT for any of the shenanigans here. They won a convincing game against HLE. We'll ignore the little hiccup in the middle. But HLE, that is the worst they've looked. I can't even, I don't have a time frame to reference. They did not look good in that game at all. And you know, it's not even about their place in the standings. They're pretty firmly in second place. They could lose it, but it's not even about that. It's just like, you'd hate to have a game like this when playoffs are getting closer and closer, because I don't even know how to describe what went on in that game.
Yeah.
The Shyvana clearly did not work, but next game they'll be on blue side, and hopefully we'll put up a better competition. Peanut did big boom boom damage. I mean, there's that. Everything else, I mean, I don't even know what to...
Just
write it off.
Go next.
You know, Hon Life Esports,
pretend it didn't happen.
Focus on game 2. Don't even think about game 1.
Yeah.
Not a great performance.
I'd recommend everyone does the same. Very interesting first game, guys. We're going to close from here and have the space to break down that very awesome game, and we'll be right back.
오케이.
테리 쪽 텔 볼게.
여기 슈바나.
나 테리. 빼자.
제일 너무.
여기 그 텔만 천천히 해봐. 가고 있어.
슈바나 노공이야. 슈바나 좀 때려줄게. 해볼래. 나 봐줘.
슈바나 노플. 오케이. 괜찮고. 렐도 노플.
내가
야, 노플. 나도 노플.
왜 나를 못 가 그지?
야텔 찍어. 나텔 없구나. 야, 미드 가자. 미드. 나 바텀 찍어. 바텀이라 너 텔 없지?
형 상태 살짝 기다려.
바텀아. 내가 끊을게. 내가. 바텀아.
빨간팀의 억제기가 파괴되었습니다.
안중.
빨간팀의 억제기가
나이스.
파괴되었습니다.
항상 속이래.
나이스.
빨간팀의 포탑이
나
파괴되었습니다.
텔 좀.
간판 잘하자.
텔 좀.
빨간팀의
필요.
포탑이
아!
Well, that was a game of League of Legends. KT won it over Hanwha Life Esports, and after Chronicler proudly proclaimed that we might have 4 strong teams going to Worlds, we might be right, because KT might be one of those teams, Cronny.
Any thoughts, Cronny? You all right? We got the dragon.
I got to see Shyvana.
Yeah.
And then I was like, guys. You know what I said to Wolf? You know what I said to Wolf in draft? I love this champion for Peanut because you just farm. You know, you can sneak early dragons, and it's not a hard mechanical champion. Only thing you do.
I said, what if he misses all of his E's?
And I'm like, he's not gonna miss. He missed all of his.
You're not supposed to miss the Shyvana E's. It's really hard to miss them.
And you know what the worst part is? I don't even think Peanut was like what, maybe like third worst playing member on his team. Oh my god, this Hanwha, what happened? They spent the last 4 weeks building up to the only team that comes close to Gen.G in terms of consistent performance.
And then this game happened. And BDD picked Corki with Lucian available, and it's Zeka's Lucian, which until this moment was undefeated 4-0.
Can't do that.
And
right, Wolf?
I mean, Zeka what he normally does on the Lucian pick is crush the Corki, and then kind of make some really bad decisions in the mid game. He did kind of crush the Corki for a second, but then they gave the Corki 3 kills, and then it wasn't really about the Corki, or it wasn't really about the Lucian anymore after that. I thought the Senna part of this draft was pretty cool. I thought that the KT draft was risky, but if it got ahead, it would look pretty nice. And ultimately, in this case, that it got ahead by accident, let's say.
I'm tearing up, man. This was a game.
Because I wanted to defend Peanut because I feel like the rest of his team was kind of firming on the bus, but then he was like flashing over walls and he was missing. It was.
Well, let's take a look at some of those plays that happened in this game. 18 minutes in, we're here at the Drake, and we had 2 really good Drake fights. I'm spoiling our highlights.
And this is what I want to also highlight. Only Delight bears no blame. Even Viper was kind of running it. Like, gets exhausted, gets spared, walks in, dies.
Yeah.
Doran goes up. Oh, he got
the CC, and then he was like, I gotta flash out of here. And then Beryl said, you're locked in here with us. Sorry, buddy. Zeka also had a few big mistakes this game. This one was just kind of, the fight was lost.
Yeah, so that one is not.
This one's not one of them.
But he legitimately had like a moment where he dashed in, died, then TP'd back, and just died again.
Yeah,
and the Drake before it, those are the ones where they flashed on out, got killed by auto attacks following them after the flash. I mean, Drake Pit plus Hanwha Life in this game number 1 was not very good at all. And oh, wouldn't you know it, we have another highlight of them at the Drake Pit at the next fight.
And I think
just great.
The only conclusion is that KT just has a superpower because they can drag their. And KT had a really good game outside of the.
How about How about Doran's Donkey Kong taunt? Wait for it.
Wait
for it.
After Barrel hits nothing.
It's so obvious.
Throw your hands in the air like you just don't care.
It doesn't even have to flash. It just valves out.
Look, I mean, in this situation, in Doran's defense, like we are disappointed with Hanwha's performance, but in this situation as Doran, you have.
We're not done. Watch Viper.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I didn't want to, but yeah, it's true. We have to do it. Yeah.
I think the one thing that is really funny to me about this game is Hanwha afterwards can be like, Delight, you go to the bathroom, you go take a break. Everyone else, coaching booth now. and we don't talk about KT because fact is, I think KT had a great draft outside of the Corki, which we were really worried about. But outside of that, I think they had a great draft. I think the players individually played well, but it doesn't take away from the absolute shenanigans that transpired here.
Yeah, always fun to be able to, when players are playing great, we give them their props, and when they're not, sometimes they're not, and we're going to call that out too. Let's see the POG here in game number 1 for KT. It is BDD on that Corki that we were a little worried about, but ended up.
He was gifted some pretty nice advantages. He did make a little bit of a whoopsie on the Baron, but that play won't appear in these highlights. This was the beginning of the game where there was a lot of shenanigans. Really nice route, actually, by Deft, and BDD I like how we skipped part of the highlight to get to the end where he gets all the kills.
Oh, Viper, don't flash!
No, don't flash!
Oh, that's the one we didn't show you, but now you saw it.
Yeah. This was the Doran.
He did play really well, right?
I thought, look, it was Barrel for me, man. Barrel also
As
decided
based.
Peanut was
And
gonna
then Viper
die.
just like, oh.
Not yet. It was Viper gave the PUG to BDT. No, I'm being really mean. After I gave Viper so much credit, I was like, oh, he's the MVP candidate for me. Look, Barrel had a great game. I think Pioshik had a really good game. His spear accuracy was on point.
Perfect game, which is hard in that level of chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Barrel votes, based vote. The Pioshik vote's fine.
Pioshik vote's good.
I voted BDD because you know what? I was like, I don't know.
88 Kevin.
I don't know. I felt like Barrel missed a couple of those Orin horns, had a couple. Yeah, I don't know. Well, okay. Well, game number 2 now underway. How would life going to blue side? Do you think that we're going to see the Shyvana from the Nut God yet
Well, this
again?
is my problem. Is like I actually think Shyvana's quite strong, but I know we're never going to see it again because of one game where they all simultaneously lost their minds.
I would like to see a real Hanwha level game of League of Legends myself. That's what I'm hoping
Just
for.
play better.
Yeah, just
like
play
a
better.
draft was fine.
Yes.
Just don't play like that. And KT, hats off. You're great. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah,
No
one
notes.
of the great moments here in the
Easy.
LCK where we had as many kills, I think more kills than minutes in the game. Rarely does that happen, but when it does, it's quite a treat. So hopefully game 2 will provide the same thing. Let's send it on over to Ox and Valdez.
Thank you, Spacers, for attempting to keep it together there as well as you possibly could. Honestly, it was too hard of an ask after a game like that, and the highlights as well. Very well done. So yeah, KT, they almost lose to Nongshim. It gets very close. Ezreal's thrown around, to both teams for some reason. And then they come up against the second best team in the LCK, and they just kind of clap them in one game.
And I think, honestly, we saw some fantastic teamwork in that last game. Teamwork between KT stepping up and Hanwha Life Esports stepping down to make that stomp possible. I'm going to be harsh because I haven't seen Hanwha Life Esports play that badly in a long time, but it's just one game, right? I don't think they're going to bring out the Shyvana again. I think...
Yeah, Chronicler, Shyvana is terrible.
Yeah,
learned it in game 1.
Yep, that was a really bad performance from Hanwha Life Esports. It's all Shyvana's fault. There's no blame.
It got picked, and then that happens?
Yep.
No.
That's the lesson. That's the takeaway of the situation. They're on blue side now, so hopefully that will help them out. But I genuinely think game 2, Hanwha Life Esports are going to play like absolutely bog standard draft and hopefully return to form. But you can't give them all the credit for game 1. KT definitely looked better, so we'll see what they bring out and if they can continue to challenge. Now on red side though, a lot more weight in the bans. Maokai, I guess, is the 3rd ban. I feel like teams have kind of been locked into banning it against Peanut. Sejuani is open though. They ban the Sedge, leave the Maokai in this situation. And especially with Zeka playing a lot of AD mids, the Maokai feels better, to pair up with that.
He said, give me Mao.
Do they...
And he's not talking about the caster.
Yeah, big Mao fans. But also the champion. Yeah, we'll see if they offer the Maokai first pick. They could end up leaving it and going one of the 80 carries.
I told you what he said.
Yeah.
He said, give me Mao. The champion, Maokai.
Maokai, yeah. Well, now it's time to see what KT can respond with in this situation. Probably a Renekton. If you're first picking Renekton on blue side, you're probably taking a hit. They opt to go for the Lucian into the potential Corki, and they will just take that one off the cards. So try to make sure that BDD has a favorable matchup. Obviously, the matchup last time we saw was very unfavorable based on the outcome of the game.
He's taunting him.
It's a fun little hover.
Yeah. He's like, no, I'm not doing that. Like, no way.
No, I want to win the game.
Yeah.
Takes the Zyra, sets a fast pace in the jungle, has the AP profile to fit in the Lucian, and looks like Zeka might be going for the Tristana. Tristana Maokai, an old favorite that we have seen time and time before.
Yeah, it's pretty good for Zeka. I feel like he doesn't necessarily want to play the Corki here.
Yeah.
So there it is.
So we'll lock that in, and then options here could just go for a top laner. I think is what most teams would do in this situation. You could take the Renekton yourself, or you could take like the Gnar if you expect them to go the Renekton. Maybe redeem yourself for a certain ultimate we saw in the last game. Looks like that's Doran's plan this time around.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
I've had to watch it 3 times.
It's out of my brain
Three
already.
times already, thanks to the highlights. So it's locked in.
Yeah.
It's seared into my brain. And now KT, I presume they just pick a counter into the Gnar, and looking at the Jace as an option into it, but they'll go for the cannon. So a lot of AP on the top side, but I don't think it's too much of an issue because you can have an AD carry, and you have that Lucian in the mid lane. Decent backline threat, but it can be a struggle for a Kennen to get on top of the backline when there's like a Maokai throwing saplings around and stuff.
Yeah.
We've seen it do well in the lane matchup. Now 80 carry bans coming through. Senna taking off the cards immediately. Deft not going to play it again, but knowing the power of it. And I feel like Senna, if you're picking it here, it's a bit easier to pick on blue side because you can do the 1-2, you know. Kalista gonna come through as a ban.
Yeah.
Jhin denied from Viper. They know Viper's had a good Jhin game. There is still the Zeri available. And on the cards, they wanted to lean towards that.
Yeah, Zeri stands out for sure. The Leona, something we talk about a lot when they're going for all these 80 carry bans. Generally, the Leona also gets banned along the way. The MF as well is going to be picked up for Deft, who does seem very happy with it.
Yeah, a lot of AoE ultimates on KT's side. I presume Barrel's going to be taking some more engage to set up. And also the Leona ban helps with this. Yeah, Rel. Definitely.
Barrel.
No, it's going to get picked by Honor Life Esports.
Relite.
One of the things... Oh, the Ziggs! Okay, I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
Would you believe?
It's hard for me to believe, yes. You. Alistair, just ahead of time, said, okay, go ahead, pick Rel.
Yeah, so Alistair actually pretty good in a cannon. Quite easily just to headbutt him away. Does struggle a bit into MF. Interrupting the MF ultimate can be kind of hard when you're limited to the range of your W compared to like a Leona who's so good at it. Barrel is just going to take Rel, that's no surprise. And honestly,
Barrel.
I think I'm kind of preferring the composition coming up from Honor Life Esports. I think lane matchups, KT's really good with across the board, but if it gets to the 5v5s, you know, the Maokai ult's a lot of control. They got the Bruisers playing the front line. Ziggs can throw those bombs out on top. And a lot of KT is squishy. You know, if Deft ever tries to ult, he gets ulted on top. So I think with how the 5v5 is going to play out, I think this is great for Honor Life. But it's those lane matchups I'm concerned about. Lucian has the edge in a Tristana. Kennen has the edge in a Gnar. MF is very strong in the early lane. So I think really KT, if they have a strong start, they could just follow the momentum through. But if they don't, their comp is very reliant on like the big engage from the Rel and like having AoE ultimates. And I think there's enough disruption on the side of Honor Life Esports to stop that. And the Ziggs Trist, if you don't crush them in lane, you are not having any plates in the game.
Yeah.
They are tower takers extreme.
They'll take their own plates.
They will take anyone's plates.
They'll take all the plates.
Enough for a banquet. Not just like a set of plates for a dinner, like a banquet worth of plates.
They're going to go to one of those sushi places that have the plates, you know, that just keep coming out.
Yeah.
They're just going to keep eating more and more.
And someone's like further along from you, but they just keep grabbing them so they never get any.
Nobody else gets to eat anything.
Yeah. It's pretty rude, but it's effective strategy.
I do wonder how many grubs they'll be able to get, especially, you know, Zyra loves taking the grubs, and if you don't have any prio in lanes, maybe you don't get a choice of what objective you get as a Maokai. But we'll have to wait and see, again, how those lanes do go here for game number 2. As we are ready, let's hop onto the Rift for that game number 2.
수강사의 학교에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, second game surely can't be quite as clean as game number 1.
Oh, Deft matching Viper's TP, by the way. Obviously very common for a Ziggs to go TP, and Deft matching it, so won't be any advantage in that regard.
Teleport's pretty strong.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get some value out of that.
Remember when they tried to nerf teleport? And people were like, ooh, I don't know about that teleport. And now we just still have 3 teleports on both sides.
Love to see it. I think one thing is that Ziggs gets a lot of power when he gets early mana. You know, we've seen a lot of people go in tier and then Ludens way better than the Archangel's Rush, which just gives you no damage. But Deft, once you get the Bloodthirst, if you get fed early on this MF and you get Bloodthirster, it becomes very difficult for the Ziggs to really deal with you. Apply Poke. Now, Barrel's doing some cheeky stuff.
He's gonna flash on Zeka, and he gets the trade of flashes even.
And Barrel unlocks his Hex Flash.
Man, where's Atlas?
Not even in today. This is why he loves Barrel.
He'd be a big fan.
He is a big fan of Barrel.
Yeah, no, I mean, he'd just be a big fan of that play.
Yeah.
If you saw it happen. And Deft comes over. He's going to get solo XP on one of those, and then he misses the next. That's fine.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, here's the Hex Flash, unlocked.
Yep, gonna do a bit of damage to Viper, and he can't really do any in return other than a couple of autos, but the lane kind of going in favor of HLE so far, just with the control they have. 8-0 is Delight's Alistair, and 4-0 is Peanut's Maokai. I think, you know, it's not always super relevant, people's win-losses on champions, but if you got this, I feel like KT have definitely got some uphill battles considering the win rates of these picks.
Yeah. Those two players especially, very well known for those picks, to the point where Maokai was just banned over and over and over again into Peanut.
I thought Peanut was known for Shyvana.
No,
very
actually
memorable.
he's not.
Oh, he's not?
I don't think we're
Oh.
going to be seeing that much.
That explains a lot, actually.
Anymore. Maybe another team will try. But I think after Hama Life Esports' experience with that one, they're going to shelve it.
And this is kind of the power of the Zyra. Peanut is on his 5th camp, and Yoshik is just done.
Yep.
In fact, he's like, hey, I finished my work. I'll come over and help you with yours.
Peanut's like, well, I'm going to try to dodge everything. And Peanut has not lost a game of Maokai ever.
I think that's a great time to bring up that graphic. Yeah.
Ever.
Really. Zeka, you know Yoshik is there, so there's not going to be any surprises, and he will just walk a little bit away. Just have the bone plating as well, just to try and mitigate the burst from it. Wow. So we were thinking it was
21 game winning streak here on Alistair.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. So, you know, I feel like the win-loss graphics at the start, I was like, well, that's, you know, that looks pretty good. And they've just kind of amplified it.
Yeah.
Just to really emphasize how good these picks are for Hana Life Esports. Oh, Peanut might find a Barrel. Actually, Barrel's just going to leave.
Barrel. Yeah.
We have to say that entire...
yeah, every single time.
Yeah,
I mean, that's who he is.
Yep. Barrel is looking for Delight. I was thinking, could I do something Alistair with Delight? No.
Yeah.
No.
Del Alistair.
No, that's terrible. Give me a shake.
What else would you do? I mean, what?
Sometimes you just don't have to do something, Brendan. Sometimes you just don't.
So, it's either Yundo or Jisun has suggested Delighttar. It was Yundo.
No, passing on that one as well.
And Jisun did not sound very happy with it.
Yeah, I love how she immediately said that it wasn't.
What if you say it like Delatar? It kind of sounds more like Alistair, right?
I think you're only allowed if you say it like with a really southern accent.
Delatar.
Delatar.
I like how you had a British accent anyway. Like while you
I tried
using your southern accent. Great. Good work.
It's a British person who's been living in the South for a bit, you know?
Yeah.
And he thinks he's got the accent on lock. And
he's perfect.
Yeah.
Fits right in.
He's trying his best, okay? Leave him alone.
Yeah.
Perfect. You leave Darn alone. Oh, he didn't. He actually
he stopped back.
He spooked him.
Yeah.
At this point, are you really going to recall Darn?
Yes.
Oh, the answer is yes.
Well, Peanut, okay, some slick moves. He does have his flash. He finally uses it. And he gets away.
Perfect as per usual. You know, this is why he's undefeated on this pick. Slick little getaway. KT been challenging him a little bit so far in the jungle. Looks like he'll be doing okay. Viper hasn't gone the tier route. He's like, I don't need that. I get enough mana from my...
He's level 6. Doran kind of in an awkward spot. Going to be chunked out. Meanwhile, Culling in mid. But yeah, I'm more curious about this. He is just going to face check the Zyra. Doran does have flash, and no red buff here for Pyosik, so he actually just walks away. And is
Walk
totally
strategy,
fine.
very powerful. He's now level 6. They are moving up. Maokai is nearly here.
Yeah, I mean...
And Katie Woods back away. And now they're going towards the grubs.
So it's kind of what I expected, that Pyosik should just be able to get first move on all the grubs, especially the first one.
You know, I think he can get first move on everything.
Yes.
He is clearing very quickly.
He's into Maokai, and that Maokai also just flashed, and all of Maokai's lanes are losing. Or at least they're being pushed in.
They're being pushed in.
Yeah. They're
Viper's
not
doing okay.
technically losing. Losing's the wrong word.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they can get a move towards Dragon actually at some point. It is Chemtech first Dragon. The best first Dragon to get, because then you know you're not getting it. Chemtech Soul.
Yep. And you begin to stack your Drakes. And it just feels good across the board.
Yeah.
And you got some shielding, you know, for Beryl.
So close.
And, you know, for the MF, who's going to build BT first.
Yeah.
So, hey, just a little bit of extra on top.
Well, we do see at this point KT putting the pressure down towards bot lane. Viper can't really step up. HLE trying to do something top side, but it's just going to be a 2-for-0 in terms of objectives. The light says, get out of here. But yeah, this is just advantage KT. Not really much coming from it, but this is just kind of the pace that a Zyra can set in the jungle against anyone who basically isn't like a Nidalee.
Yeah. Zeka is going to hop away. Does have his flashback, but still not feeling too good about the way things are going here. And yeah, I mean, this is just the thing about KT. They can play to their opponents, but also they can play out of their minds and just beat anyone. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised if somehow KT is the first team to take down Genji in a series.
They were the only team to beat Genji in a series this year, in fact.
They did it
Still
already.
Are. Well,
there's a reason why.
I say that. Genji did lose the EWC, so, you know.
Yes, that did happen.
But only team to beat them in a series, the LCK. Or at MSI. So, pretty much everything else. And now, Viper gets to hit the tower. This is the best part about playing Ziggs, when you get to hit the tower.
Yeah.
Come on, do it. You got empowered auto.
Oh!
Get the plate. Get some good poke down.
You got the solo plate.
Yeah, Deft has a Vam Scepter, but not quite enough sustain yet.
He's got 2 biscuits. He's just holding on to them.
Saving them for later.
Yeah.
In case he gets hungry.
It's generally a good idea. You know, sometimes I'm just like, yeah, I'm just going to have that extra little piece of dessert just because it feels good. But then you're like, I should have just saved this for later.
Yeah.
That's like the biscuits.
That's exactly like the biscuits.
Yeah.
Glad you brought that analogy up so everyone's aware. Very unique thing.
Very important, yeah.
That's the insight we need in this situation. Yeah, I think, honestly, Life Esports, despite being down on objectives, are pretty happy with how the game has played out so far. I was concerned the lanes would be going in a weird spot, but you look across the board, CS is pretty even. You know, plates are also relatively even. And 3 grubs and a dragon isn't like you don't draft the KT composition to be like, oh, we got 3 grubs and a dragon up. That's what we were playing for.
Yeah. I do think they should be able to get more. Obviously, it does depend how this does play out. I think that, you know, second set of grubs will be heavily fought over here in about a minute, especially because there's no dragon at the same time. And I'll be curious to see what Life Esports do in that time, because you could have the Ziggs just try to push and maybe even take an entire turret if MF moves away.
And he's gone straight Ludens. None of that tier, none of that. He's like, I don't need more mana.
Is that Ox?
I'm just going to kill people.
Wait, I'm looking down. It kind of looks like Ox down there.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
Must be casting with Viper.
But especially, like, if you land the Maokai ult, the thing is, when you throw down a Maokai ult, what normally happens is the tanky person stands in front to block it for the squishies. But you don't have to root them, you just have to force their movement, and you can ult on top. Like, if BDD and Deft are standing behind Beryl to avoid the ult from the Maokai, you can just throw a Ziggs ult on top, and they're kind of limited in where they can go.
Yeah. The Light's been on a bit of a long gambit in the enemy jungle here. He is going to be spotted and pushed out. All the vision cleared by Beryl and Pioshik going in together. And in fact, KT are not really in position to go for these. They might push in as the one was taken. Now the TP is going to come in as Perfect does get turned onto here. He does go and get exhausted by himself, but finally we have the Ziggs ultimate on top as it does take him down and does get a grub, but the rest of the fight is looking good for the side of KT as BDD going to dash on forward, but now Beryl is pretty low. In comes Zeka, but now Aggressive MF right on top of everybody in that front line. Here's Viper as Ziggs gonna flash in and just die. And now Peanut trying to go down here as well. He's gonna get rooted actually. A Q comes down and Pioshik gets blocked by the minions.
Oh, but he can just put a plant down and it'll kill him. Oh! No, the plant's trolling.
Not quite. Yeah.
Doran's here. Deck has flash.
Oh, dodges the boomerang. There's a chance here for him to get out with his flash intact. Actually gonna try to fight, and then he flashes, and then he dies. Doran, though, will go down. So a trade here, as Steph does trade everything with Doran.
Very hectic fight where KT does come out ahead slightly, but it still felt so close in the moment. Not gonna lie, Viper Ziggs play did not inspire joy. But Perfect gets a very low value ult here initially. He's kind of just ulting the tanks and gets exhausted. But then, you know, a decent ult from Pioshik disrupts everything. Beryl comes in. Doran just gets bursted out. But it's the ensuing play as well where Deft finds a good angle to ult. And so many cooldowns are gone. No one has an answer to interrupt him. The route from Pioshik into the Deft ult is massive. And then Viper...
Cover your eyes.
Yeah, went for the W and then he dashed and then was like, I'm gonna Q flash. That doesn't work. It's not, you're not playing Ezreal. That doesn't work on yeah. So not the most ideal passage of play for Viper there. And here Doran was really hoping that the tower would just forget to do damage. Fortunately for him, it didn't. And now KT kind of just continuing the monopoly and objectives.
Oh,
Hextech with their comp. That is the win con, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, well, we had an early comp, things aren't going amazingly. We're a little bit ahead, but not that much. And then you get Hextech, so you're like, okay, game is back on.
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, the value you're going to get from that, a lot of long-range abilities, especially from the Lucian, can throw in a culling, try to get a fight started, get a lot of poke down, and it is going to be insane. If they do pick it up, that is the question still. I mean, if HLE Esports begin to fight back, could go the other way, as now Pioshik going to get engaged on by kind of everything from the two tanks, as now the Ziggs ult comes in, but another one from Beryl just to try to zone Zeka away. So many low health bars, BDD tries to get in there, and now it's actually HLE Esports that have to run away. Beryl is going to get that engage and lands the stun onto Zeka and will unlock that kill for BDD.
Such a scrappy fight there, but the damage just wasn't there. Zeka was trying to solo kill BDD, but just couldn't do it. And then there's just two tanks running at a Zyra. That doesn't work. BDD is now 5-1 on the Lucian. You can't tango with him.
Looks familiar, doesn't it? Anyone remember game one?
No. Don't try and make
I don't, sorry.
Yeah. I'd rather forget. But BDD having a pretty good one. And Pioshik, the value he's getting on the Zyra is actually pretty absurd. HLE just kind of keep playing into it. And we'll see a replay of how this panned out. But yeah, so Peanut's like, I've got Pioshik. I need help. Delight's like, I'm coming. But Zeka's busy. And then the Ziggs ult comes in, but the center doesn't hit them. And also, he's not got that much damage yet. And then it just turns into like this super scrappy scenario where you have no way of fighting this.
And in live, Delight has found another member. This time this looks much better for HLE Esports. Perfect might consider flashing, but I think at this point, just accept your fate and go down.
Okay, this is better. Now we're seeing why he's on the big win streak in Alistair. They are up in plates, but not nearly as much plates as you would hope to get with Ziggs Tristana. But that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah, the biscuit.
The biscuit crumbles, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. We talked about that before, the dessert.
Yeah, I got it.
So BVD, again, nobody can really challenge him. But the first turret did go to HLE Esports.
I wonder if Viper just goes, I don't think they could do enough to push Deft out of mid lane as a problem now he has his Bloodthirster. He is very difficult to challenge. But they are just looking to put some pressure on this tier 2 tower. I don't think they're going to be able to take it, but they will back off and go for the Herald. Herald with Ziggs, very powerful. At just getting it to the execute range. So they'll secure that. Likely we'll see that used in the mid lane later. For now, Zeka gonna clear out this wave. You do see KT members looming in the jungle, but I think you're probably okay.
Yeah, they were considering maybe if Zeka did overstep.
Yeah, not sure there's too much to take away from this situation. Just some good layered CC, and then Doran did the right-clicking.
Yeah. Or he did the A left-clicking.
Yeah,
also an option.
He also did press Q at a point during that, so...
Yeah.
Sorry for falsely representing the passage play.
He pressed a decent amount of buttons in that one. And
yeah, gold is basically dead even now. But it's Dragon in minute 20, and this is where things are likely to get a little bit messy. It was a very early set of dragons, so sometimes the third dragon, it's like, okay, if you lose this one, a Baron can go over the other team, but it's still a while before Baron. But emphasis still on securing this dragon, and I think the problem is HLE are struggling to find space in the dragon area. You can see the vision heavily in favor of KT, and when you have a Maokai, you want to control an area, start setting up saplings, Ziggs as well. It's very hard to push into areas Ziggs controls, but they don't control areas right now, which is part of the problem.
They don't have a lot of control over this dragon pit, and HLE Esports are not necessarily playing their best League of Legends today. You know, there's been a lot of jokes and a lot of crazy plays, and at the end of the day, HLE Esports have kind of been dragged down to KT's level. So I do worry about their team fighting, which in the past has been actually amazing.
Yeah, I don't even feel like they're playing the second best League of Legends.
They've lost their minds.
They have kind of, but we'll see. You know, I think the problem is as well as they keep trying to chase in a KT, and the value that Pioshik gets is pretty massive. We'll see how they execute in this one. They have a lot of setup. They have the Ziggs, who now has a Horizon focus, the big spike. It looks like Tristan is trying to get something. Doran's coming in on a bit of a flank angle. And now they're going to Herald mid. Herald into Satchel threaten they can do to try and get the tower. I think it's a bit too high to immediately execute. But they force KT to respond, so he can't just auto the tower and then Satchel it. But now they've got some more control. We do see a ward there that can be TP'd to, but HLE Esports kind of backing off to take the red.
Well, they're probably going to get the red.
That's true.
I think they should prioritize the Hextech Soul Point Drake for KT.
Yeah. We'll see what angle they approach here. Both teams, no one really has a flank right now.
Yeah, just straight up, good old 5-on-5. The poke's coming in. The angle here, pretty good. As now our ultimate into the wall is huge, but now the MF and Kennen on top of each other, but the exhaust comes in into light with the 3-man follow-up is huge. But do they have the damage? The dragon will go over to HLE Esports as Deft full health. But you see that Perfect's just going to be melted there by the Ziggs at the end, so a big fight here for HLE Esports.
Just double wombo combo on that fight. HLE end up coming out ahead in terms of members, and they get the dragon. Doran with a hero play. That redeemed himself for last game, honestly. We see him stacking up the Mega, and he finds this angle, gets the big jump in with the flash. Actually, I think it was the Blast Cone first. Yeah, Blast Cone, flash, and he catches the Lucian mid-dash. The ult as well hits 4 people from Viper. Now, the MF ult, in return, does kind of just one-shot Zeka, even with the exhaust, but then Delight gets this flash triple Q, knocks Pioshik into the pit, and the cleanup's really good. I mean, that was just... Doran and Delight had such an amazing fight there.
Yeah.
The setup, and Viper managing to hit 4 people with the Ziggs ult, pretty huge as well.
Yeah, no, it finally feels like HLE Esports have remembered that they can do that. Yeah. They have the ability. It's very nice to see. It's very refreshing.
60-70% through game 2 in a series. Good time to remember how to play the game.
Yeah, better late than never. Puts them in a really good spot here in this game. They get the first Hextech Drake. They have the lead now with still Tristana and Ziggs. Great composition. You see just how much team fight value some of those champions do get, especially when everything's layered on top of each other.
Oh, yeah. And also, the cannon, you know, the exhaust, once again, having some massive value against it. Locket also picked up by Peanut. So a lot of ability to shut that down. Zeka, not the best fight from him. He did kind of just get caught out, but, you know, I don't think it was too much of a concern. But like the problem is in that scenario, like you saw so many people caught in like the Kennen MF ult, but I'm pretty sure the main people caught in it were Peanut and Delight. And Delight ulted, and Peanut just kind of, I think he might have flashed away or W'd away or something. Yeah. But either way, not the target you really need to get on, and it can be very challenging to connect on both Zeka and Viper.
So now you see HLE Esports trying to set up vision around this Baron here. They are not the ones with the Zyra jungle, but still, I mean, you can do a decent amount of damage. It looks like it's Hunter Baron, so it's going to do a lot of damage, though.
I always wonder why sometimes players just hit the Baron and just take damage for free. Definitely always a choice.
It might be that they just got a little bit of vision right at that time, so he's trying to bait them into thinking that that's the timing. Oh, wow, a satchel used correctly.
Yeah. It's such a powerful ability. You can knock away your opponents and also disengage yourself. Now, Viper pretty low on mana and spamming abilities, so he might need it back pretty soon, but he does have TP. Doesn't have the tier. You definitely can run out of mana on Ziggs if you are completely spamming, but does have mana flow band and had biscuits, so the mana pool is pretty solid altogether.
Yeah, I do feel like I don't really believe HLE Esports are going to start up this Baron, and I think that KT have kind of accepted that as well. They have some vision down just to make sure, and they're checking every so often, but doesn't feel like the timing for HLE Esports to just go ahead and start a Baron.
No, that would be very poor. They do get blue buff though for Viper, well, for everyone, but namely for Viper, so he's not going to have to recall. And they can really start pushing on the back of this and contest some more control. If an engage does come through, like Pyoshik still doesn't have flash quite yet. If you just land like a Maokai ult onto him and then ult on top, it's not like a kill threat yet, but it's definitely going to really make it hard for them to contest anything.
Yeah, it definitely will. We have a TP coming into mid. This is from Viper. He has done the most damage in the game, not too surprising as the Ziggs.
Yeah,
he's only died once.
He's gone for Morale Nomicon here. I think Oblivion Orb has decent value into like the MF and the Bloodthirster from the MF. The Blade Ruin King for the Lucian, like it's decent value having an Oblivion Orb, but full Morello finish, not a huge fan of that.
Well, he's going to have it for the next fight.
Yeah,
so
I think that's something to mention. It's also 40 seconds until that next Hextech Dragon. Obviously, the first one picked up by HLE Esports, but they want to keep securing these and denying them from KT. It's decent value as well for their team. Like, ability haste and attack speed on a lot of these members is pretty large. And KT are kind of setting like a trap in the top lane.
Yeah.
And HLE Esports are like, well, we will just go for the dragon. You guys can have top tower. Actually, never mind. Zeka will go defend it. So, I guess they were just hoping someone played up aggressively to punish TD, and then they didn't. And now, if you look at the map, they have no control over anything at all. And they're double TPing mid to compensate.
Okay. Well, HLE Esports haven't started the Drake. I think if HLE Esports had the vision we had, maybe they would have just burst down the dragon.
Yeah.
But, as we know, KT, they weren't necessarily in position, but now they are. The Hex Skates will help with that. Farrell going to lose his support item, Cosmic, whatever it's called.
Celestial Opposition.
Yeah, Cosmic Oppression.
Oh, they're like, you know what? You guys can have Dragon. If you want it so bad. I don't think they have the fastest Baron.
A good idea.
But they just banned TPs, so I'm not sure they can get there in time. Viper, you need to hit the Baron.
This is very slow. I mean, they're maybe gonna get it.
Naganel's there to zone. Just go. DPS and Baron. DPS and Baron. They can get it. They can get it.
Okay. Yep, they'll get it. KT just gonna let it happen. They say, all right, you got it. It's fast enough. And all right, trade of one Hextech Drake for a Baron here for HLE Esports, who are hoping to push with this and get a further lead.
Yeah, it makes it very delicate because now you're on soul point for KT. So if HLE ever miss a smite fight and don't end the game, you're dealing with Hextech for the rest of the game, which is a pain. But they're hoping to get a lot of value out of this Baron, and they obviously get golden XP from that. But the tower taking ability of this composition, they should really be taking every tower outside of the base of KT at a minimum. All three inners and that bot lane tier 1, I feel like with the composition they have, that's what you should be aiming for, at a minimum. So we'll see if they're able to pull that off. They obviously have a 3k gold lead right now. They want a lot more.
Yeah, and they should be able to take, as you mentioned, a lot of gold off the map here. We do see KT trying to move as a unit into their own jungle, try to clear out some of the vision, but they don't have any delusions of taking, or rather defending this outer turret. They're just going to let that one go. Viper just going to auto that one, save his satchel just in case, or for the next turret if they can push into this one, which they should be able to. We'll see if KT wants to go for any crazy fights or any engages just to try to stop Humble Life Esports from taking everything for free. There is a flank ward.
Yeah,
but
there's a lot of decent flank wards, honestly, the KT have managed to place down. I mean, part of the fact is they were around Dragon when HLE were top, but even like that one towards the Baron can work in a pinch if they push a bit too far. Looks like Humble Life Esports are doing their homework, trying to scout things out. And HLE just continuing that push. Looks like they're going to try and rotate towards top lane, maybe, for that wave that Doran has. Save mid-tier 2 for later. But it's a little bit risky pushing through the jungle in case Pioshik's there waiting with an ult, but they do scout him out. Another wave coming in a second. They should just be able to get this. It's basically like an auto and a W from Viper, and it's gone.
Yep. There is the auto, and there's the, there's a Maokai ultimate coming out, and a massive Ziggs ult right onto that front line. Pioshik super low, but he doesn't die, and Doran is going to get sucked in and taken down, and that will end the Baron push.
I saw the angle for Doran. That looked like the sickest ult you could ever imagine, but just wasn't quite able to get in range and connect on the multiple members. Only really hit Pioshik, and Pioshik was just tanky enough to survive. Also, I'm not sure if he had it there, but has the, the Banshees component thing. I think he might have just bought that now.
The green necklace is what it's called.
And you can see there's a brief moment. I thought there was going to be like this humongous, like when everyone's against the wall, but he's just a little bit late on it. And Kyoshi just manages to survive. This is a very bulky Zyra with the build he's gone.
Yeah.
Actually unable to find it. They obviously got both the outer towers. They got all the outer towers apart from that mid-tier 2. A little bit worse than you'd hope. Still a big Baron power play. They're still pretty far ahead in gold. But 1 minute 40 until that dragon, and they have to secure that.
Is Peanut okay? There's a lot of pings coming down, and here comes Perfect. End to TP! They're going to find him in the Krugs, and he had seemingly no idea. Just ran right by Beryl, I believe. And now we got a little push coming in from KT.
Wave not so big, and Ziggs has ult, so he could just ult this wave to try and deny it, but it looks like...
There it is.
Not going to do enough. They're just going to take that tier 2. So overall, Baron was secured for HLE. Looks like there'll be an answer for this tier 2 in the mid lane. Gold lead 3,500. It's still solid for HLE, but the dragon is a looming threat. And now with 55 seconds until dragon, and the game kind of feels like it's already come down to this. Yeah, Beryl found a good angle. I feel like people in this Hex Gates are less good at doing their due diligence to like check whether people are in brushes and stuff.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I'm speeding there, I'm Hex Gating. Thank you, Jace from Arcane, and then they turn up and get baited.
Yeah, they say that every time as well. Thank you, Jace from Arcane.
Yeah, it's mandatory.
Just a little shout out. And right after you said that, Perfect actually checked the brush. He's like, hey, you never know.
There could just be a random person in there.
Yeah.
For no reason.
Could just be Zeka, just pops on him. It's pretty fed.
We do see KT once again aggressively pushing in here. They're going to get some poke onto Delight, but Delight seems not to care very much. 7 seconds until this, and KT have this kind of deep ward you can see towards the Krugs here, so definitely potential for an angle there, but maybe it's a bit too far. Doran's just trying to cover it, and it all comes down to this. If KT get the dragon and Honor Life Esports cannot end, Honor Life Esports could be in a rough spot.
Flipping, this is so risky too. Pioshik, he's got the Banshees. He can just get in, but he's just not going to. Just gonna let that one go, as the call is not to fight for it, as BDD is nearly dead and is just gonna get killed by Zeka. And the blast away there, Perfect's ult hits nothing, and the MF is all alone. Does kill Viper. Death surviving for surprisingly long. Zeka will go down. And all of a sudden, a very split up, messy fight. No stranger in this series, I guess, but Humble Life Esports got the Drake.
Yeah, not a great fight, really. I feel like from either side.
Yeah.
HLE looks so favored, and until they didn't. But the takeaway is they got the dragon. Pioshik wasn't able to get into range to secure this one. Too much threat from the Alistar. So they back off. They're trying to focus on the fight. BDD gets nearly soloed by Doran, and then Zeka makes this great play, jumps in, executes solution, ults perfect away. and then we cut it before his terrible follow-up play.
Yeah, this is a bit rough rather Pyosik alone, but he's so tanky actually against Peanut and Delight, and now Barrel's all alone, dying a Doran here as well.
Oh, the Baron?
The Baron's gonna hunt him down. It's sniping him. Yep, that's... What? I guess it hit someone else.
The Baron held back.
All right, little dodge there. Little gallop. Okay, no, he's dead.
I don't even know how that happened, and it's also just hilarious to me that Peanut and Delight, specifically with a 2 to kill Pyosik, when in all the team fights, like, you've been seeing him like tank like Gnar ults, Ziggs ults and stuff, and then it's just Maokai, Alistair, the beatdown crew. The Chuckle Brothers.
Yeah, the thugs getting in there. And that's a Baron, just like that. So it looks just really weird, but it's really big.
Are winning this game, but they are not particularly inspiring confidence in the way they're doing it. They have a Ziggs though, easy tower takes, they're gonna keep pushing in. KT have respawned though, and Tristana and Maokai aren't there, so I think maybe they should just disengage. Definitely disengage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That they did.
Good moves.
Backed away. They still have 2.5 minutes on Baron. They just got it, so I think they just want to take that back, spend their money, and then go for their real push.
Yeah, I feel like the first series I feel like was both teams playing at a pretty high level, very competitive. And this series, it just feels like every fight, like they're just desperate for scraps. You know, I don't even know how to describe it. They're like clutching at anything, and the way in which they play out is so manic. Least controlled.
It doesn't make any sense.
Considering the caliber of some of these players and the level of play we've seen from them previously in the series, it just feels like this has definitely been an absolute gauntlet for the players so far. And, you know, based on Honor Life Esports winning this game, it's likely we're getting a third game for this series.
Ah, yes, the gift.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, in boxing matches, when they go to the side after a round, or like the coach is wiping the sweat off them, they're just like exhausted. The players are going to come off the stage like that after this one.
Sweating, just...
Come on, it's one more
Doran!
round.
Oh no, Doran in a lot of trouble, but he has Sterix, and I think he just gets away. Meanwhile, Honor Life Esports are just pushing out, trade of flashes here, or rather a dash for a flash, and now we got a Pixel. The BDD nearly dies. He didn't have another dash after that one. Meanwhile, Barrel gonna find and engage, and there you go. The MF ult's gonna be thrown on top. Delight, he's got flash. He says, nah, not worth it. As TP, and Peanut's not gonna follow that one.
This is exactly what I'm talking about.
This game, man.
Look, they've got double super minion waves pushing into BD's like, I'll defend, I got this, right? And then, actually, it's not super minions at the bottom, they're coming later, but either way, HLE now defending mid. You know, they lost that last engagement, apparently. KT found a nice engage on a Viper and Delight.
Peanut throws an ult, he's not even there, he's just doing the wolves, like he's not even trying.
Okay, it's a minute till Dragon. Come on, HLE, focus up, right? Yeah, so Doran's pushing up, and BDD's like, I'm gonna find a pick on him. Looks for the angle, Doran just can't, you know.
Oh no.
I'm done talking about it, let's go back to live.
All right. No, let's not.
Let's keep focused.
Just kidding.
Yeah, they're just scrapping. They're always scrapping. And then they're trying to rotate, and Barrel finds this big engage in the MF ult. And HLE just... But the thing is, look at the map. Like, Gnar and Maokai had left.
Yeah.
You didn't need to go that way. Ziggs can even just go and satchel himself over the wall to Wolves. Very unnecessary. Anyway, whatever. Where Dragon, in 13 seconds, would be sold for KT. HLE are set up on the objective. They have a bit of control. They're throwing down saplings trying to. Banshee's Veil. Well, not the Banshee's Veil. The shield from the Blight Jewel or whatever. No, it's Blight and Jewels. Whatever it's called. He's got the shield. It's still there. We do see the TP come in from Perfect, but it's not really on a flank angle. And now Delight looking for the Blast Cone engage angle. Let's see what he can do.
If he goes left, he might find it. Barrel's looking for the engage himself. That's only Peanut. That gets it! It only gets Peanut, and now, yes, they get the Drake, but they're just so dead. They're so out of position. Doran again, another big Gnar ult, and that might just do it. Hex Tech Soul, I don't think it's going to be enough to allow Perfect to solo clear the waves and stop the game from ending.
He's still got ult and flash, but I don't think it's going to make a difference here. HLE cleaned up the fight. But he... Oh, yeah, Perfect. Can't do anything.
He should try.
Just get your damage numbers up.
Right? I mean, like,
You have Zhonya's. Convince them, bait them to dive you.
press the buttons. Okay, well, they're actually diving him. Delight's dead. Yeah, this is just about the perfect way to finish game 2, as Summer Life Esports will win it, and we will go to a game number 3.
Yeah, I need to vote for my POG. A lot of thoughts on that one.
Dorn, easy.
I think.
Or Delight. I mean, take your pick. It's one of those two.
Yeah. Well, I just feel like even though Honor Life Esports bounced back, I think their comp was good. I think it made sense. They obviously won. It wasn't as bad as game 1. I'm not convinced. I think we need some more convincing in game 3. KT, I give a complete pass. They've had a rough season so far. Game 1 was really good for them. Game 2 was scrappy, sure. But they have looked decent in this series. Pyoshik doing monster amounts of damage. But I just feel like Honor Life Esports are all over the place. You know, this is the team where, like, they could beat Gen G. Oh, no, not they could beat Gen G. They could have the highest chance to beat Gen G out of anyone in the league. And this does not look close. So
they probably still do have the best chance to take out Gen G, even after these 2 games, somehow, some way. Yeah, so we're going to take a break and come back with the space. We will be right back.
땡겨줘 나를 공 쓰면서 볼게
네 무조건 풀떠봐 렐 먼저 야 각조 좋아 야 밑보도 물 보여?
더 잡았어 깨끗내 생각하자
탑텔
깨끗내 생각하자
아깝게 현준이 형 이었는데?
나쁘지 않았지
아 좋았다
나이스
한번 잡았는데 이제 컸다 이거
컸어
보라
걔는 풀이 있어 빡대다
장판 조합이다 나이스 한판 잘하자
한판 잘하자
잡을래?
나 공 도는데 공 줬냐? 가비
BNK and closer. It looks like Decisive is double team coming in here. I don't. So obviously, the Nongshim TP is the one that set this one off. Definitely not necessary. As
Mihail trying to bait him in here. It might actually work as there is an MF nearby, but actually he just gets popped like a balloon. And now the MF is like, oh crap! It's a giant croc. What am I gonna do? And it's a 1v1, the flash away! He does get the kill, but it's a double kill for the Renekton.
Dura by his side as well, that Gleaming Quill keeping him healthy. He does continue to land those as in goes Closer, finds a bit of an engage on Depolu, not exactly the priority target once again as there's the quickness into the backline. The engage is so good, Closer just gets rid of the Tristana and the flashing Maelstrom to answer as well. And Bro just find themselves with grey screens, no option at all. If Delight finds an angle though, that's where things are going to get dangerous. Somehow that connected? What? Okay, Cuz is just burning down the culling. Play it as well. He does survive, and that is the main thing, but that Drake is going to be secure. Oh! Onto for the bullet time in as well! And the all-out is mainly just so that Dudu can get out. 2 of them already dead, lying on the floor. who I think has just put his Infinity Edge together as well. That's a powerful one. Oh dear, I don't know about that one, Delight, as he goes way too far, but Keeper's Verdict gets him out of there, and Viper is just by himself.
And they are starting it up. DRX have vision, but T1 have their engages ready to play interrupt on whoever approaches.
Yeah, looking for this Keeper's Verdict right now as the ult comes in from Frog. They want to get... Oh, the massive knock-up from the side of Plena! And the follow-up, but T1 are still turning this one around, but Faker the first one to go down. Guba's also going to hit the deck. The rest of the team, though, is dead on the side of DRX, but this Viego is getting resets. Finally does go down as it's just the 2 tanks left, and the Dragon is just breathing on everyone. A triple kill comes through, and Saves will go down as well. They were able to retake control of the Baron Vision very easily. And yeah, now Lahen's kind of getting caught in the same place, and the Maokai ult is going to come in here. This time Gen G, they want to get aggressive with it, and Pace is just so massive that he's going to kill 2 people before the fight even really begins, as Fate is also going to go down, and this one is already a wash. It's just going to be a clean ace to the side of Gen G. Slow comes in, Envy has to cleanse, and he's just gonna kill the Hens. And now the flash comes in, Envy looking for the 1v2, but it's not gonna happen. Pace able to fight back.
There's only certain spaces where you can go where games cannot be explained without deeper investigation. Welcome to the Twilight Space. We will now examine game number 2 between KT and Hanwha Life Esports, where Baron takes turn into Baron steals, and drafts turn into maps to try and figure out what happened. Chronicler.
Sometimes, Eagle, you need to realize that what is in front of you is not what you're actually seeing. And you might look at this draft and go, this matters, but it's important to look within and know that that is not the case. None of this was relevant. None of it mattered. It's all just a decoy.
It might have, at first glance, looked like perhaps if you had...
It looked like it.
If you had perhaps a Rel engage layered with a cannon ultimate and bullet time, it would be very easy to wombo combo this comp if you could avoid the Ziggs bombs, if you could have a strong mid game. But if the cannon never shows up to team fights, it does leave you wondering what it was all for.
If Barrel goes in, it's a setup for the cannon, but there's no cannon to be found. Did he even ever go in?
Did the cannon even exist? Let's take a look at the tapes that we were able to procure.
And with the music, I'm gonna talk about this game. I didn't want to, but none of us wanted to, but I think we have to.
We were looking to figure out what highlight we were going to use.
I was really hyped. I was like, wait, this is it? Are they doing Baron? They've got to be doing Baron. Or maybe they're getting vision for it. They're doing something. And then we came out of the replay, And KT were like, oh, they're doing Baron. They thought the same thing as I did. They were like, we better get over there and fight for Vision. They got the Hex Gate. But Peanut and Delight, they were lurking.
And Pioshik and Barrel probably should have not split up because I want to remind everyone who were alive for Hanwha. It was Doran, of course, but he TP'd mid, which they were able to see, I'm pretty sure. And then Maokai and Alistar. They're not doing Baron that fast. You can take a time. You can walk together. It's okay. You don't have to split up and face check the jungle because their damage dealers are dead.
But it's Gnar. He does damage, right?
Yeah, but he wasn't there yet. He TP'd.
But what if he just walked faster than normal for some reason? What if he took a secret Hex Tech gate that didn't exist?
Yeah, Jace has been creating them all over the map. Jace from Arcane, that is.
Yeah, of course. Ox already pointed this out, Chronicler.
Let's take a look at highlight number 2 here, where we had the dominant Drake fight. We had so many fights that were like 3-2 around the Drake. Finally, this is the closing fight.
And this final fight, it's still winnable.
Yeah. Look at this teleport from Perfect, though. He's not there. He's not there. He's not there. Hold on. Wait. There's a really cool Gnar here. Okay, what if there was a cannon? He's not.
There's a bomb.
There's
a bomb. There's a bomb.
Satchel. Look at the satchel placement. He can't get there.
Yeah,
he can't be there.
Yeah.
They put a ward for him there. Barrel put that ward for him there, but he went to the ward in the Gromp pit, or the Krugs pit rather. And then he didn't go in there.
And I want to reiterate, I don't think that's that's not what any of us were saying. Like, this is not on Perfect specifically. I think the TP timing is, but everything else, like, you need to sync up with the rest of your team. At that point, though, honestly, just flash over the wall, like, of the pit. Just run.
Go.
You gotta go. Because the key thing there was because they got the soul, like, they got Hextech soul. So if Cannon can even just be in the front of them and just hold them off and they can somehow back, you can win that game.
Yeah, and they didn't have any way to really set up great wards because they were up against the Ziggs, the Baron buff that happened, prior, gave them so much map control. It wasn't easy to set up wards, but there were some opportunities had they just grouped as a team and tried to set up anything for this cannon. Then they can leave him topside, then he can teleport in and have that big fight with the Rel, with the bullet time. Doran, though, fantastic play there at the end.
Well, a lot of the times I complain that I don't get a vote for POG, but this is one of those times where I'm glad I don't, because you guys had to pick out someone from the other team who is POG for game number 2, and it is Doran on the top side of the map.
I think Doran was one of the players that didn't completely lose his mind in this second game.
Look, I love which highlight it is, that we go into here. Yeah, it's this one.
This one was really well done, right? And I think that Doran in general on the Gnar, Doran is just such an enigma. And I actually think of all the players, Doran should thrive in these type of scenarios because this is Doran's every day. This back and forth, this up and down. And then this fight,
this
obviously,
one as well.
Yeah, does a really good job here.
This one is actually legit. The other one was a really good engage, but his team didn't. It wasn't like the perfect one, but it was still game winning or fight winning. This is actually game ending from Doran. He had a lot of mistakes in sides and was caught a lot, but you know what? At the end of the day, he won the game for his team in the final team fight that mattered. So, fair vote. Let's see where everything else landed, though, because I'm really curious.
So I went for Peanut, which makes sense. I got a care analyst with me. We have everyone but Zeka, which I think that's good. He got BDD pretty hard.
Yeah, that one was not legal to vote. Actually, I don't think.
Yeah, everyone else caught that one as now. KT going back to the blue side here. This series has been very fun to watch. If you want action and boom boom damage, but how do you want these teams to kind of lock in here as we are now going to the decisive game?
Looks pretty mad. I do think that maybe you just draft something that's really easy to play, like instead of doing Wombo combo, which weirdly enough sounds a little bit too complicated here as KT, maybe you go to something like the Vi Talia or maybe Viego for Pioshik. You play something where you can actually set up picks really easily, and then front to back after getting the first pick, maybe Sejuani, Ashe if that's available. Fish for something like that. Nothing too team coordination focused, because Barrel's, sometimes he's getting it done. The rest of the team, I don't know.
Yeah, that's not what they're doing. I think this series is going to continue going down the rabbit hole. I don't know what's gonna happen, but it's gonna be fun.
All right, well, to find out, let's send it on over to our casters, Ox and Valdez.
Thank you, Spacers, for giving it back to us. I'm very excited to get into game number 3. and see how far down the rabbit hole we can go. I think Doran definitely deserved it for this one. Delight had some really good follow-ups. Doran had some game-winning Gnar ultimates into walls. That's who I would have voted for. I think it just makes sense. But it also makes sense that everybody got a POG at the same time because the game was just so confusing that I think it was hard to really lock down one person. Anyway, we're here, Ox. Game number 3, draft.
We have reached the final game of the day. There actually cannot be more games today. And it has been, you know, I feel like the level of play in Series 1 was very, very high. Both teams put in a great effort. The level in Series 2 has been a bit all over the place. I'm hoping for a redemption in Game 3 from both sides. Ban's gone up pretty quickly, following a similar trend to that first game with the Mao and Sedge from KT, but HLE going Rumble Renekton instead of Rumble Ivern.
Yep, Ivern should be available here because you're not giving Ezreal. Okay, I got scared there a little bit. I didn't want to go that far down that rabbit hole.
And he goes for the first pick, Ivern. Just whips it out. Complete confidence from Pioshik here. Puts a lot of value on these AD carry picks. And PDD has been pretty strong on them in both games, getting a ton of kills on both the Lucian and the Corki. So definitely some value there. And the question is, what do Honor Life Esports want to pick up in trade? Certainly not the Shyvana they picked last time.
It might be.
It won't be. They are not picking Shyvana. Tristana again for Zeka. Got caught out fed way too many times, I feel like, in the last game, but does not want to give over Tristana Ivern to KT.
I feel like the common pick is just Brands. It's not Akali jungle, nor is it blind Akali top. But Fiddlesticks? Shyvana? What did I say? There it is! We're back, baby!
What part of Game 1 was remotely convincing? You know, even last game, Pioshik hovered the Shyvana. He was like joking about it. Maybe, okay, look.
BDD is stunned.
They did not expect this. They were like, there's no way they pick Shyvana. What are we going to do? Oh, we'll just lock Corki. Oh, okay. Yeah, so maybe the thought process is Game 1, we had a really rough Gnar performance from Doran, and then Game 2, he picked it again and got POG. Maybe Peanut is inspired. He's like, Game 1, I ran it on Shyvana. Now is the redemption POG angle. That must be the thought process, right?
Surely. The Gnar seems pretty fine. Either you're going to force out a top lane pick right away here, like a Cassante or Jax, right? That's another option. The Kennen we saw, although I don't really want to see Kennen anymore in this series.
Yeah, I am the distant Kennen, the forever flanking Kennen.
Yeah. Let's shelve that one for tonight, please.
Yeah, the toying with the idea is like, you know what? Maybe a tank with a lot of CC would go well. Nope. We're going Aatrox in this situation. We'll see how that ends up panning out. Obviously, we've seen Aatrox in a decent amount so far.
I really feel like Hanwha Life Esports are really erring on the side of not stability. You know? Like, they're doing everything we didn't necessarily want them to do at all.
You know, I've had this thought so many times where, like, teams go on red side and they draft terribly and they're like, man, red side's so weak. I'm like, oh, you could just not pick some of these picks. Okay, the Aatrox isn't that bad, but the Shyvana, Peanut's got some convincing to do is all I'm going to say. We're getting a similar situation where the top side's being picked going into the second set of bans. So a lot of AD carry bans. We're seeing the Senna banned away, Caitlyn banned away. Kalista, does MF get banned or is it Leona in this situation? It has been Kalista, Leona was like the blue side bans second rotation. But will they want to deny the MF? Actually going to ban the Kai'Sa out in this situation.
Of course, yes,
Kai'Sa solid into Zeri, so maybe they're leaning on that.
Yeah.
Let's see what Viper opts to bring out here. They have a lot of AD, so if you had wanted to go Kai'Sa, which has a bit more AP, that'd be fine.
Or you just play Ziggs.
Probably just, yeah, why not just play the MF? It's a pretty solid lane. Don't really have the setup that we saw last game for the MF, but the MF last game also lost, so apparently draft is meaningless, but let's keep talking about it.
True.
Now over to KT, and of course, they're going Leona, and they'll also lock in the Jhin. Definitely a controversial pick, but we saw Guma have a great game on it earlier today. And KT's composition feels honestly pretty standard. I would say. The Jhin, definitely a bit more fringe, but been very popular recently.
Yeah.
Everything else, Gnar, Leona, Corki, Ivan. I don't think there's anything too crazy there. Honor Life Esports going to go with the Alistair into the Leona, continuing the undefeated streak that Delight has.
Yeah.
And at no point during the last game was it ever in doubt.
Yeah, no, it was really just pristine game from them, clean from start to finish. I mean, not much else to say about that one.
Yeah, so
unremarkable, really.
I feel like it's unfair to ask me to judge the drafts because I just see Shyvana and I see Peanut's name underneath, and I feel uncomfortable.
I don't personally think the Shyvana is going to do nearly as much as a Brand would do into the Ivern.
Really?
Obviously,
What
I haven't seen a lot of Ivern versus Shyvana recently, but I just feel like, you know, she does burst. Yeah, she can kind of like dive into the brushes, but that's also dangerous.
One of the main differences between Shyvana and Brand is with Brand, you can just press ER and you can't miss them.
Yeah.
And we had a prime demonstration earlier that you can I didn't think it was possible. You can miss Shyvana E's.
Yeah.
It's not only possible, apparently probable. So, you know, if you just keep missing them, they don't do any damage when they miss. That's how the
They don't deal damage. And also, you know, everybody's grouped up. I guess that's the idea, right? You hit an AoE and you're feeling pretty good because everybody's in the brushes. I don't necessarily think it's going to work out as well, but Peanut's really attached to the Shyvana. He's going to give it another go. Let's see what happens. We got game 3 on the cards. Let's jump onto the Rift right now.
시간차의 확대가 오신 것을 환영합니다. 내년 생산까지 30초.
Here we go, game 3 for KT versus Summer Life Esports. By the way, nobody predicted KT in this series. Very different from our first series today, which felt a bit closer. We did have, I think, 3 total T1 votes across global and Korean talent. One of those being Dagon, the only one here on the global side. And
no one voted KT.
Nobody went for KT.
Which, you know,
mistake.
That's when they're powerful.
Yeah.
Which is what we've seen. And, you know, I think that comp, as I said, pretty straightforward. I will say one of the concerns is sometimes Jhin into Alistair can feel a bit frustrating because if you ult and he has his ult, you can just soak up so much of it. But for the most part, I feel like what they've picked should inspire a decent amount of confidence. Could see HLE having pressure in lanes, though. MF, a very strong laner. Even though Alistair's a little bit more absent, but against Leona, not so much. Tristana, we'll see what Zeka can do into the Corki. We've obviously seen this matchup go both ways in the LCK so far. And Doran going for the Comet Aatrox we saw quite a while ago, debuting a Gnar, being a way you can play around that range matchup. I think if lanes just play out normally, I'm kind of favoring KT. I think HLE need to really find a bit of an edge, it would feel.
Viper has not lost on the MF for the 2 games he's played. Once again, Delight is on a 22-game winning streak on Alistair.
Yeah, pretty solid. But they don't have the Maokai winning streak as well on this one, so... They have the Shyvana. Did you know Peanut's on a 1 Shyvana loss streak right now?
I did know that, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember, unfortunately.
Well, Deft and Barrel got a bit of an edge so far in the early lane. Zenithblade just misses Viper being able to dodge away from that one.
If that hit, though, I feel like...
You feel like Delight would just headbutt Barrel and power? Yeah, probably.
He'd just stomp the ground, or hit the ground with his big hands, and then he'd just headbutt him in the turret.
Sometimes you throw a Zenith Blade, and you're not really thinking about what's going to happen. You're just trying to see if you can.
Yeah.
Right? Barrel, he was asking whether he could land it. He wasn't really asking about should he land it.
He was pretty close. And it looks like maybe he could have.
Yeah.
Here comes Koshik, level 4.
Yeah, well, they're going to try and pressure Peanut. Peanut can just smite this and get out. And it's not cleared his full jungle, but will be kind of denied away from the Scuttle Crab. So KT might just try and get a double Scuttle here, potentially. I don't think there's much else for Pyosik to do. Looks like he will recall now, actually.
Yeah, he smited it.
Yeah.
It's a little bit difficult for...
Yeah, difficult for Ivan. I guess maybe in theory you could like set up the bottom scuttle, run top and smite it and then run back, but
yeah,
I don't think it's really realistic. So
it's a lot of time.
Will be the single scuttle, and Peanut will pick up that one on the top side.
Yeah, and for now things are very quiet here in the beginning of the game. I'm somewhat, I'm a bit fearful as for what is going to happen.
Who's going to start acting wacky first?
Yeah. KT really does just, for some reason, when nobody expects them to win, they just win.
Yeah, and when everyone expects them to win, they lose.
They lose. Here's Perfect. He's only level 5, so a bit of damage is coming in, but Pyosik is going to force the flash.
Yeah, Perfect winning that pretty hard before Pyosik even turned up, and then that was just the icing on the cake to secure the flash. Doran being put in the back foot in this matchup so far. And we see mid lane as well, BDD having the edge. Although Zeka should pick up a decent amount of farm on the back of this wave. Not sure if he'll fully match the CS. We've seen that bot as well. Viper down in farm by about 7. Well, 7 if Viper gets all these CS. Zeka did get all the farm for that wave, so looks like he's fine.
Yeah, pretty calm. Nobody's bought a cull just yet. Although a lot of different champs could. Peanut gonna steal away this prepped Wolf Camp.
Devastating.
Feels bad, Ivern.
He's about to come back and pick it up.
Oh no.
His friends are gone. Devastating.
Yeah.
He had the smite as well. He could have just nabbed it. BDD is going to see Peanut and he's going to go for a little trade. Get out of here.
Amount of damage.
Yeah, I said little trade.
Yeah, he's Valkyrying in. Kind of dropped a couple of autos. He's not going to flash into that one. But a huge chunk already.
Peanut demonstrating the walk strategy there.
Wow. Zeka too. Did a little pirouette. Very slow, no boots. No run.
No boots, but still has the moves.
Yeah.
No.
I'm a little bit concerned about Doran's Aatrox.
Yeah?
I do have some small concerns.
You know, Beryl keeps throwing these Zenith Blades and they're so close to hitting.
Yeah.
Just a little bit away.
We saw this before, Pyosik and Beryl trying to invade on the ground.
Yeah. But they won't get it. And Peanut, you know, this is expected for Shyvana. You just kind of farm to get to that level 6 point. I'm not sure how... He's actually very close. If he goes towards the top side, you could probably get out of just one grub, and then you're in a much better position to fight off the rest of them. He might just grab it on the Raptors on the way, though. Maybe that's perhaps safer than go down grubs level 5. BDD is very low on mana, though. Does have biscuits to use, and actually I think Zeka caught off guard. He's just tankling the entire Gatling gun.
Yeah. I mean, he does clear the wave, but Ivern's there and...
Uses the shield to block the charge, and now Peanut's level 6. Okay, now he's like, it's go time. I'm ready to rumble.
Here we go. Pyosik very far behind on CS, but he is Ivern. Here comes Peanut. Over the wall looking for the E. He's going to hit this one, but there is an Ivern there.
Okay.
So he's totally fine.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going to get some pressure mid so I can go do the grubs by hitting one E.
I feel like we're casting this whole thing with just like sussed.
I am so sus just that. But now he's just left and his dragon form's run out.
I can't believe that nothing has happened yet. I'm like,
he just
I don't know, this is weird.
He ulted to land one E.
Yeah. I mean, it is level 6 Seju, or Shyvana. The other jungle camp that starts with S. And by camp, I mean champ.
At least he stacks it up again quickly. But it definitely, I expected more, you know? From the Shyvana ult and also from both of these, well, no, from Hunter Live Esports.
Yeah.
I'm going to say the farm pace has been good from the Shyvana. Yet to be convinced. Still needs work. I haven't seen anything that's changed my opinion yet.
I think it's going to look great from ahead, but I don't know if they get ahead. This, ooh, the flash root is going to come in, and that's going to mean Perfect and just hop on in, but do they have the damage? One more auto would do it. There you go. First blood given over to Perfect. I was just about to say that Doran really needs help on his counter pick Aatrox into Gnar.
Yeah.
and yet he's the first one to go down.
It's actually perfect timing as well. I need to stop saying that. Perfect timing, because Perfect, he went to mini just as when they needed a bit more damage to finish off, was able to proc the passive, the hyper.
Oh, this time he's just going to flash insta-cleanse from Viper.
Yep.
And the headbutt comes in. Meanwhile, just an ult for good measure. Bit of damage.
Bit of damage at a deft, yeah, I guess.
Harass.
Zoning ult, I think is what we call those.
Yeah.
Peanut's going to steal away some camps again. He's just doing his thing. Hasn't started the dragon yet, which is surprising. Based on my experience of seeing Shyvana in the LCK, which was one game earlier today, have to start dragon as soon as possible because it gives you the extra armor and magic resist. So I'm very surprised Peanut didn't immediately start dragon.
What were you doing in 2020, Ox?
In 2020?
Yeah, when KT Bono was playing against Shyvana. DRX Pioshik picked it up.
I was probably asleep. Back in EU, you know, when it was the early series.
That's a decent time zone for you. You just got to wake up early.
Yeah, in 2020, I was not waking up early, I'll tell you that much.
I see.
Yeah, I had the very degen schedule.
Nice.
It's the life I lived.
That's the last time we saw the Shyvana before Peanut played it earlier today.
Yeah. And obviously, that also lost, you know?
Yeah.
It lost today. We'll see if it can do better now. So far, it's just been farming. Doran is also losing in the top lane. And you may think, well, when people are struggling in a lane matchup, you normally ask the jungler for help. Not a Shyvana. No, you don't.
Well, I mean, is Delight a jungler?
No, but he could be. But now they lose the dragon. I thought they needed that.
Perfect's totally fine. I mean, there's vision here.
Yeah.
The dragon's going to go away. And this will obviously take some of the pressure away from Doran, who is really struggling from that nice gank from Pioshik. But as you mentioned, the dragon goes the way of KT. It's an early Ocean Drake, which is going to feel very nice. Help to solidify some of those lane leads they already have. And it's also going to deny it from Shyvana.
Yeah, that's the main thing. You know, the compulsion Shyvana players have to do dragon. Peanut is fighting it off with his life in this one.
Yeah.
Ocean, Chemtech, first 2 dragons. That is such a high roll for KT with the dragons on lock. Oh,
Yeah.
the light is getting stunned.
Yeah. He does have a will that is unbreakable. So he's fine.
Yeah. He's just going to shake it off. Does bit in the ult though. Ends up being a trade there off ultimates between the two. But it's been a very slow early game from both teams. It feels like they're trying to be a bit more patient. Maybe that's what, you know, going to the coaching booth, it was like, guys, you just need to chill out.
Yeah.
Please, all of you. It was like a collective coaching session.
All of the coaches got together during the game from both teams.
Down. It said, guys, just calm down, please.
We can't take this anymore.
No, it's too much stress.
How was Doran just getting 2 free plates in bot?
So he auto-attacked the tower until it lost enough health that it lost
okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Found an angle to go bot lane when Perfect wasn't there and gets a couple of plates, which is a nice influx of gold for an Aatrox who was behind. You know.
Meanwhile, yeah, Barrel's in here. Doran in a bit of, actually a lot of trouble. He does have flash.
Peanut's like, I'm doing Grump.
Yeah.
Handle it on your own.
He threw an E there. Okay, he's helping. Wait, no. Okay, Perfect just going to take that kill. And honestly, there wasn't much that Perfect, or rather, Peanut could do. They're trying to get the return kill here on BDD as over the wall goes to Light, but a very nice angle here taken by BDD towards his teammates.
Yeah, ends up disengaging pretty safely. The Light trading flashes there with the enemy mid laner. Doesn't have the Unbreakable Will, but is posturing very aggressively. Yeah, I love how I said, like, you know, Shyvana's not going to help you out if you're, like, having a bad time in lane. He's literally dying right there, and Peanut's like, no, I'm doing Grump.
Yeah. All right, redemption here for Doran. Not the item, but perhaps.
I don't think you needed the barrier and flash, but it's okay.
He is Jhin, so I understand the propensity to think that you're always dying. So he does just barrier and flash away. Meanwhile, KT are getting big value in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Grub's in favor of Fun Life Esports, but they are losing some plates bot. Not enough, and Delight will come here to mitigate. So it looks like overall, HLE having a pretty good time. You can see Deft zoned out a bit, did have to use the ult to clear the wave. Zeka able to clear up the minions here. And it's now 5 grubs to 1 in favor of HLE.
Yeah, in a pretty sleepy early game. I think the biggest issue for HLE is very obviously the top lane. The Aatrox really not having much value yet at all. We'll see what kind of flanks they can get. So far, flanks in the series are fake. Yeah. They don't exist.
They're not real.
Running head first into your opponents is more so the tempo.
Doran tried to do that there. And I just find it so funny. Peanut's like, bro, I'm here, I've got you. And then just runs away. Just like fires a little fireball out. Like,
yeah. I mean, if I'm Doran, I'm probably yelling at Peanut, like, do not come in here. Right? Like, I am so dead. Do not do anything. So
you have to test the waters with a little fireball.
Yeah.
See, like, if that fireball had one-shot barrel, I think Peanut might have been like, okay, I'm ready to fight. But it didn't, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I didn't really do any damage at all.
You know, we really like big numbers here in the LCK, and once this turret plating graphic goes away, take a look at Shyvana's farm number.
That's pretty big.
Big, large numbers.
Yeah, there is a problem, though. What does Shyvana like to do?
Farm.
Poke, right?
Oh.
And look at the item he has on the other side.
Unbreakable Will, gone. There's a Leona nearby. Beryl really wants to punish this. Zeka is going to go ahead and just buffer away.
Yeah. But as I was saying, when Ivan has a redemption, you know, the poke definitely might not hit as hard. That being said, Peanut is level 11, has been kind of uncontested, close to the highest farm in the game. He is going to be strong.
You know why Brand is also better than Shyvana?
Why?
Because you just build Oblivion Orb and it stays on them for about 8 years.
That is true.
So when you're trying a redemption, it's like, well, okay, there's still anti-healing on him.
Yeah, but Shyvana's a cool dragon and Brand's just a burning man, so...
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
There is a big difference in levels of cool.
Isn't that why you pick champions? I'm pretty sure every person who has ever made a champion made that champion because I thought it was cool.
Okay, well, look at the difference in CS.
Yep.
Look at the number.
Big number difference. And oh, this could be it. Peanut's time to get a dragon. Those extra resists.
He's so ready. Look at him.
Ready and waiting.
Look at the zoom in.
He's dialed in.
Oh,
come on,
yeah.
Come here. Look at that, 83 armor and 80 MR.
Spotted.
And then watch, it's about to happen.
Jonas Strong is so dialed in too.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
+5, baby.
+5?
+5 in... By the way, it's not +5 to just one of them. +5 to both armor and MR.
Oh, he almost broke the shield.
Wow, there was a second shield.
He almost did it.
Yeah. But like it explodes.
Now he only has Spear of Shojin right now. So.
Yeah, he's not doing that much AP damage.
Soon. We're ready.
We're waiting.
Yeah.
There is a point in the game where the Shyvana will, in theory, do damage. And we will hopefully approach that point for Peanut's sake. But he did get +5 armor and MR, and I feel like that's a big talking point.
You know who doesn't? Is Brand.
Oh.
Brand doesn't have that mechanic with the dragons.
Yeah, he doesn't get the free armor and MR.
Yeah.
That's kind of lame, actually.
It's honestly not as cool as Shyvana's mechanic, I'd say.
Yeah, I think that's a big selling point for me, honestly.
Yeah.
I think, and now you can see Peanut running about having a great time.
Yeah. You know, I like the circles that Brand has, but Shyvana also has circles.
Yeah.
Right?
Also, Shyvana E and Brand Q is basically different impact, the human form E, but they kind of look the same, you know?
Yeah. Kind of.
Except Brand stun.
Fireball.
Shyvana does nothing until she's ulted.
All right, here it comes. Level 11.
Time.
Okay.
Shyvana impact. Okay.
I really do feel like both coaches, like, sat him down and they're like, no, you're not going to play like that again. It's not happening a third time. That root hit a minion.
What is going on? You know, at least they're not doing the wacky stuff.
Yeah.
So I think that's the main takeaway. It could be wackier than this.
They did
That
show
was
the gold
funny.
totals, and I know we saw the minion farm totals, but after seeing the gold totals, Peanut almost has as much gold as Zeka.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but also, okay, hear me out, hear me out. The total gold is even because Perfect's super ahead in top lane, right?
Yes.
And you know, this was a discussion on the desk before. If a Kennen is flanking but never shows up, was the engage real? Okay, I'm gonna posit another question towards you, Brendan. If Shyvana is fed but never lands an E, is she really fed?
The answer is no, unfortunately.
So that's the thing we have to concern ourselves with.
I thought he was going to go back and buy a full Leandries, but he only bought a couple of components.
First Shojin is pretty expensive.
Yeah. Barrel's just like, okay, I've had enough. I am getting in there. We are fighting.
Kyoshik is 3 levels down. Okay, I'm ready to say it. If we don't see the Shyvana have an impact in carry, I think Peanuts is cooked. Well, not Peanuts cooked, but the pick is cooked for Peanut.
Yeah.
There's no other way to spin it. This is the best case scenario. You have double the enemy jungler's CS, basically. You are monster fed. You're a couple of levels up. You got the 5.
You got an extra CS?
Extra CS, 5 extra MR, and
another one?
An armor from the
dragon.
I want to see this dragon do something. Any second now.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really had a fight at all. It's Infernal Soul. Again, we've been really blessed with the Drakes today.
Yeah, this is one of the problems, though, because you see Pyoshik has 2 items. I think this is a pretty good combo at stopping poke damage.
It is. And so are the shields that get stronger as well.
Yeah.
And, yeah, they didn't get the Chemtech Drake. So that's nice for HLE, I guess.
True. Oh, the ward's just outside of range of the control ward. That's pixel perfect.
Yeah.
Some good warding.
Keep saying perfect.
Good job, Delay. Yeah. I feel like the problem is we said it a lot ironically in this series, or well, sarcastically, but we've also said it seriously. And there's also a player called Perfect. It's been like a triple whammy.
Yeah. It's difficult.
Yeah,
It's also game 6 of the day, you know, it's kind of getting late. I wonder if that's what happened to Doran as well.
That started in game 4, you know? There's no excuse for that. Yeah. Doran with the redemption arc. Game 2 POG into not so hot. He nearly killed that control board, though. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, he doesn't do well into the Gnar.
He's also 2,000 gold down. I don't think anyone does good in the Gnar.
And he's not good into the Corki either. So he's kind of just catching waves. And
he's try and lane against Barrel. I think he'd probably do okay in that matchup.
Oh, there's a route to come down. But both of these teams have sworn off engaging in Game 3. So they say, yeah, we got a decent route, but we're not going to go that deep. That's risky.
Maybe both the coaches were like, okay, don't engage in stupid fights. Let the other team int into you. They're just both waiting.
Oh, perfect counter. Okay, we're just going to hop into the enemy team, but it is Meganar. That's only an ult on a Peanut. That's not great. He's just going to flash away and wait for it. Huge. Gonna knock in a depth. Oh, he's dead. Down will go Peanut, and Delight also gonna go in, but Perfect pretty low. Doesn't matter. Redemption comes in, and now Doran on this Aatrox trying to do some damage. He is in that front line, but a couple of kills now for Deft, who is just untouched in this fight, and now Doran finally goes down. And the ult is going to be utilized. Nice cleanse on the slow here from Viper to get him away, but that's a 1 fight to KT Rolster.
I think it's pretty clear both of the junglers had some impact in that fight, but one had a lot more than the other, and it wasn't the one with 213 CS. The Moonstone Redemption value there, absolutely massive for KT. They managed to hang through and clean up. And now, second Dragon going over to them. We'll see, you know, it's not the greatest start from Perfect here. Hops in, only gets to get engaged on. Gets the ult on a Peanut. But I think the key thing is we start to see damage come down from Hanwha Life Esports. Peanut gets some poke in, right? But in this final gauge, look at the heal that comes in for the Redemption. Everyone tries to get in it. It's like 4 members getting about 400 HP. It's the difference between Pyoshik surviving for a bit longer here, so Viper has to finish him off. It's a difference between Perfect actually ending up living here. It made such a big difference in this fight.
Yeah.
Whereas the Shyvana, you know, double the CS, I don't even, you know, nothing. Nothing, I'm not convinced. We said you had to do a lot to convince us. That was not it. And now KT are like, let's just start the Baron.
Yeah, I mean...
Time to throw, remember game 1.
Yeah, they're going to remember that, and now they're just going to engage on an Alistair.
Okay.
who presses R.
They're learning.
Peanut. He's got an ult available. Nice sidestep from Viper. He really wants to win this one.
Yeah, the strut coming in, a lot of value on the MF just to be able to dodge away from things like a Leona ult thrown out with no setup. It's only a slight gold lead for KT. They definitely don't have a significant enough lead to start at Baron, but they will anyway.
Oh, the root here. Oh no, Zeka. He is just Omega caught, and down he will go.
I think that's enough. That's enough for you to start at Baron.
Yeah.
We see Delight has no ult, remember, but he is trying to find an angle on the flank. Peanut has his ult. This is the time. They're all in the pit. This is perfect Shyvana angle.
There's just no way. I mean, KT, like, yeah, they'd like to group around these brushes, but they've got them split up. Perfect is going to get engaged on, and now we got the Wombo combo coming in. Pyosik goes down, but so does Doran immediately. And Viper's dead. And in the 5v4, it's looking pretty good for the side of KT as Def gets away from the Dragon. He lands the shot onto Peanut, keeps him slowed. Will miss the fourth shot, but Perfect will get the job done. And that is only Delight left up. As KT rolls through, they say, we don't need the Baron. We'll just take the fight.
Yep, they'll just pick up Delight on the back end. They can't really do Baron right now with Pyosik dead. They'll just chase down the Alistar. Delight, not much you can do.
Oh, BDD!
BDD can get the kill. Woohoo! So, Shyvana, it looked better this fight, and yet it didn't do anything. Zeka, no words.
It was one auto, and then he gets rooted by Jhin.
Yeah, and then here, you get this huge engage from Delight. Look at the massive knock-up into Shyvana, into the MF ult. Only Pyosik dies, and then he redemptions Death, and that allows Death to survive with some dodging, dipping, and a bit of healing. So, with that, I think you can safely say, I mean, I know it's about the poke, right, the Shyvana?
Doing Baron.
But that engage looked huge value, and they killed one person.
Yeah, I mean, they were down a member. They didn't have their Tristana, which certainly did make a big impact. But it still means that KT Rolster will move ahead. And we're going to have a chance where nobody predicts the winner of the series. Doesn't happen very often. Now, KT haven't won this yet, but they are in prime position now to take down a bunch of these turrets. They're barreling down the mid lane.
Yeah, oh, look at that from Peanut. No, not convinced though.
Yeah, again, the issue is like, okay, you're not really breaking into these brushes very well.
Yeah, you're not really doing that much damage. The shielding is there. He went double Amped Home. I feel like an Oblivion Orb would have been a decent buy, because with Leandries, you keep it applied for a while. They just keep Redemption out-healing all the damage you've done in a fight with Redemption Moonstone. It keeps happening. They got red buff, though.
Yeah. They did get the red buff, but they... Okay, Peanut's going to kill a ward. Meanwhile, the mid-tier 2 is going down. I'm not sure if they would have been able to really stop that.
Yeah, top tier 2 probably going to go down in a second as well. It's very low. Oh, Peanut's looking for an angle.
What about the Infernal Drake?
Yeah. Forget about it.
Forget about it. All right, here comes KT Rolster. Oh, they're going to move into the jungle. That's another root from Death, man. He's just not missing. And now he's going to open up here on a Delight who's getting slowed. And yeah, he's not taking damage, but he might be forced to flash away here as the fourth shot. He curves it around Doran. And Delight doesn't even bother to flash it.
Yeah, Delight's a support. No one blocks for him. Just let him go down. That fourth shot basically slides through everyone to hit him. Pretty clean shot on goal. Top tier 2 does go down to the Corki. And now, Peanut's like, I can get a dragon though. No, you can't. No, you can't. No more 5 MR and armor for you.
Yeah.
You will go back to base. Oh, but he hit Neon Barrel again.
He did.
Getting the damage pumped up with those E's.
Zeka TP top. They're just going to give away the Infernal Drake. And KT are taking a massive step into the lead with these plays.
Yeah. And you know what? Jhin being pretty useful here. We found a champion more useless than Jhin, and it's Shyvana.
Ooh.
Yeah. No one even... Everyone's like, nah, you good, bro. You tank this one.
Yeah. I mean, if Doran gets hit by that,
I
probably
think
has to flash, but at least
I'm kind
Delight
of
is alive.
joking. They would have been in rough spots if they got hit, and I think they were just like, look, you're probably dead anyway.
Well, Perfect's a little bit caught. He just lost his Meganar. That Solar Flare. Here comes the Redemption. And he just ignores it.
He walks out of it. Pyosik's like, bro, You know how long a cooldown that is? And then you look at his inventory and you realize it's not actually that long. So
I just used this on you.
yeah,
You just ran out of it.
yeah. It was a zoning redemption.
Oh no. Wait.
Oh,
Wait, what? Peanut? Yeah, no, he's just dead. He didn't have any vision. He's like, no, I gotta do the Raptors again. He's addicted to farming.
He's 252 CS for this.
Oh, that's going to be a very nice engage here from the side of Barrel. This is why this Leona is so good into MF. You can immediately just pull the trigger, and there's not much that Viper can do as Zeka has to hop away. And do they just end the game here?
Yes, please. Seen enough Shyvana for the whole split. I think at this point, thank you for trying to convince us again, Peanut. You have failed. It is time to move on. KT with a very significant lead right now. Looking to close this one out. And just in case you thought okay, guess not. Just in case you thought game one was a fluke, very clearly it was not. Shyvana just doesn't work. You know, like, you know in spring, how KT beat Gen G twice?
Yeah.
And it's because they let them get Senna Nautilus 2 games when it was super broken. This is like similar, except instead of KT picking Senna Nautilus, it was Peanut picking Shyvana for 2 games. It's the opposite effect.
Yeah.
Viper trying. He's like, I won't let them end the game, guys. I'll do my best. But unfortunately, KT just willing to flash onto him. We do see Beryl go down in return.
Yeah. He didn't have solar flare, so just had to get his body in there.
Oh, and look, Yoshik has more items now than Peanut, because Peanut's items are expensive.
Yeah.
And Yoshik's items are cheap.
Didn't we have a segment at the beginning of the day? I swear our pre-show did that, where they're like, hey, 80 carry items, pretty good value, and the champs are good, and they're cheaper than mage items.
Yoshik items don't do very much damage, so I think they're bad.
Hey, they do the boom boom healing.
That's not... Who cares about healing, right?
The boom boom shielding.
Look, at the end of the game, we have a graphic that shows damage dealt to champions. We don't show healing and shielding.
Honestly, we should.
Therefore, it's irrelevant.
We should. There's more to life than just damage. Media will figure it out eventually, but they still haven't.
Hopefully Peanut will figure out eventually. You know what's the thing as well? Peanut plays so many like tank champions. He's undefeated on Maokai.
Yeah. Well, they banned Maokai and Sejuani.
True.
He was left no choice.
Yeah.
No, he could have played Poppy.
He had to go Shyvana. You guys don't get it. He had to.
Yeah. I mean, his first pick, Ivern.
The voices told him to go Shyvana.
Could have just played Brand. This didn't have to happen.
Brand doesn't exist, right? Brand is not real.
Yeah.
Oh.
Even Zyra. I don't know. Whatever. I mean, it happens. It just feels like Humble Life Esports aren't having a great day of League of Legends
Look,
today.
imagine if you didn't know anything about League of Legends and someone said, okay, here's 3 champions, Burning Man, Plant Lady, or Big Dragon who breathes fire. What champion are you playing?
Well, I'd probably pick the Plant Lady, personally.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought you hated plants. You hate Blast Cone, you hate the honey fruit. I thought you hated plants.
Yeah. I'd pick it ironically as a show of protest.
You're like, I don't want to play the OP dragon character who's really cool and strong. So you're like,
I gotta show off the plants just to get
and then you
more
realize
screen time.
The plant lady's just better.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Peanut ulted. Is he even gonna ult? No, he doesn't even get a chance to ult away. It just gets even more sad. I thought we were done. I thought we had our molding Shyvana moments, but I guess they're not over.
I honestly thought the 5 MR and armor from the Drake would do more, but apparently not. Apparently it does.
Oh no.
Oh man.
Yeah. You can see Peanut, he had a very sheepish grin. I mean,
maybe if Peanut had another dragon, maybe if it was 10 armor and MR, you know? Potentially.
Well, other numbers, it's 2 Barons for KT. And it's about to be 3 Infernal Drakes, which will equal an Infernal Soul.
Yeah. Yeah. Infernal Soul with Corki, Jin. Pretty good. Doran is just like, I'm TPing top. I'm out.
Yeah, he's had enough.
I think they've all had enough. Oh, man. Yeah, well, they're up against Infernal Soul. It's an 8k gold deficit. We have an IE for both Corki and Jin. Deft even has a red pot. I think it's pretty done. I think the game is over. And yet, I still see things happening in front of me. The Nexus is alive.
Yeah.
We'll see what if Honor Life Esports can pull off the miracle defense against all odds. I will not hold my breath.
Well, they have decent wave clear with Shyvana and MF. I feel like they should try to make some sort
the pitch.
of...
That's what Shyvana does. She's there for wave clear.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. It broke the shield.
It did, yeah. And Def's just going to open up on the curtain call and just try to use it to zone here. Will he hit? Yeah, he will. Peanut is very squishy.
That does a lot more damage than Peanut's Fire Breath. Oh, look at that.
Oh, that was pretty good.
Yeah, they're like 70% HP. Uh-oh, wait, it's that redemption item. Oh,
wait, no.
Man, no.
They're all healed.
Unlucky.
Uh-oh, Viper. Oh, he has to flash. And the flash on in from Doran just to add insult to injury. They get in the backline, does Barrel. And the wallets are just so heavy that, yes, Perfect is going to go down, but it doesn't matter because BDD is just critting people to death, looking for the Penta, and he will get it in Game 3 as KT Roaster will upset Humble Life Esports today.
BDD had a pretty strong series overall. Zeka kind of being the silent carry for Honor Life Esports, but he could not match up to BDD today, finishing the series off with a pentakill, and this is a huge glow-up from the side of KT and Honor Life Esports. I don't want to talk about them anymore. They've had a rough series, but KT, I think we can only give them praise. Yes, Game 2 was a bit of a rough one, but this is such a big series win for them because they are close to the line when it comes to playoffs. And for BNK FearX and Quantum Freaks on their tail, them getting a win against Honor Life Esports makes them so much harder to catch. And we talked earlier about the fact that the series schedule for KT, they still have to play Gen G, they still have to play D+. Having this win against Honor Life Esports, a matchup you typically wouldn't think they'd win, I think it makes a big difference. So credit to them.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Hopes in playoffs.
Honor Life Esports, I don't know if you mentioned it, Ox, but if they won today, they were getting into playoffs. They had the seed locked in. They were the favorites. All they had to do was show up and play a great series of League of Legends like they have been all season. And instead, they just got KT'd to the face.
Yep. And I think I'm going to blame us, the people who predicted, because we all predicted Honor Life Esports.
Yeah.
And we should have known that would just make KT too powerful. But also, I mean, the one mega copium, they cancelled 2-0 to 2-1, but the one mega copium I'll say is better to collapse now than in playoffs. So maybe Honor Life Esports could do some soul searching. I feel like there maybe is a pick that wasn't working for them. I feel like maybe a certain champion that they drafted in 2 of the games, to me, just really wasn't bringing things together.
Must have been the MF, right?
No, I don't think it was the MF. Was there another champion that it was? You know, it's on the tip of my tongue.
Sejuani, maybe?
No, I don't think they played that one. Well, when I think of it, I'll say it. But that champion definitely not really doing them a lot of favors. Peanut just died in this clip. Interesting. The Alistair streak from Delight has been ended, by the way.
It has.
It is not as powerful.
22 games in a row won on Alistair.
And it was just not as powerful as the Shyvana in terms of deciding the outcome of the game. And Zeka had a rough series, I'm going to be honest. Caught a lot in this Tristana. This was the moment where Shyvana nearly looked cool, and then it didn't.
Well, they got Pioshik, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough. Def looked great on the Jhin, by the way.
Yeah.
Cool to see this. Pretty much landing all the skill shots, minus those, ignore those.
Minus one.
Hey, he's going to hit this one. Spoiler.
Guys, this is a poke champion, by the way. If we're talking poke champions. Boom!
That's some boom damage.
And it's like, why can't I do that much damage? I farmed so hard.
You think right media votes for Deft?
I think there's a panic kill. Everyone's voting for BDD. This is how it goes.
Alright, we'll see.
Maybe Biancast votes for Def, but they tend to vote for 80 carries, and BDD's playing in 80 carries, so you know. But I think Def had a good game. I was tempted to vote for Pioshik. For picking Ivan. I thought that was a great play.
Yeah.
I think picking Ivan and not Shyvana fantastic moves. We don't get to see the healing done.
Oh boy.
Graphic. Oh, Peanut did a lot of damage actually. Wow, interesting.
He did. I mean,
maybe the pick is good actually. He did more damage than the rest of his team. Maybe MF was the problem because he did more damage than MF. That's how it works, right?
That is how it works. Yeah. Absolutely. Nobody else on the team really did much damage. The team fights didn't look great, and KT Rolster, everybody voted against them, so of course they were going to show up and get the victory. Very long day here. Is there any specific one point, maybe something you haven't mentioned yet, that perhaps you might want to raise to the audience? Is something that you've learned from today, Ox?
I feel like I learned a lot from the first series. I think the second series, I think KT, you know, we're seeing them a bit on the upward trajectory. I have no further comments about Honor Life Esports.
All right, my comment will be T1 versus Gen G finals here for Summer. Let's throw it over to the space and see what we have from them.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day. What's up with Ox being in these games that are decided in the draft? Game-winning plays in the draft, according to Ox.
No, okay. So I think that the casters, obviously, I don't think that Shyvana was good. It was actually Wolf who said this. Watch Canyon pick it tomorrow and 1v9. But to me, the Shyvana's a big problem, right? But we've seen Shyvana be successful. Coming up more and more recently, not just in solo queue, competitive as well. I just think that trying to put Peanut on the carry makes everyone in Hanwha lose their mind.
Yeah.
Like, yes, Peanut should get a lot of flack for this because I think he played it horribly. But what was Doran doing?
Yeah.
What was Zeka doing?
So, I mean, truthfully, like, Pioshik was more proactive, had some more successful plays topside. Barrel was everywhere. And if you look at the draft, like, in total honesty, like, the brand made a lot more sense than the Ivern to basically everyone here on the global side. It felt like this was an ego pick where Peanut was like, no, I'll promise you I'll get it done this time. But the Shyvana alone isn't the issue. They have this really strong mid game where you have the Aatrox if he's not behind, which he was. You have the Tristana and you have the Shyvana for engage. You have MF, who's also really strong at that point of the game. But nothing really ties all of this together because you don't have solid engage that can set up the bullet time. There's no Rel in this composition. There's no jungler that can link this together. There's no big setup. And then you're fighting into a comp that spikes also around the same time. And then you have the Corki deal with the Jhin, the ways to interrupt the MF ult. It's just Leona and Anar engaged maybe, which does happen, but like it just felt super disjointed the way Hanwha put this draft together. It had no cohesion to me whatsoever.
And if we flame aiming for being a feature, we should do the same to Peanut. His Maokai, Sejuani's Vi, incredible. Him on carries, I don't know if it's a team thing, I don't know if it's a Peanut thing specifically, but Hanwha Life, this Hanwha Life is not the Hanwha Life we saw for the last couple of weeks. And the reason why we're upset is because I, earlier today, said, man, isn't it cool that we have 4 really good teams? And I guess we do, but it's KT instead of Hanwha. And KT, you know, it's KT. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, we can go all the way back to game number 1 in this series and a series of massive errors across every single player except the Light, which is the one that we were saying earlier that maybe got the early break and not the coaching up there from game 1 to game 2. Now let's take a look at some of the highlights here. 21 minutes, Drake into the Baron.
This is just a lot of tunneling in this fight by Hanwha. A lot of target selection errors here. And it looks like, okay, maybe they could turn this around. Maybe they could work this out. But Peanut is just locked down. Viper's ultimate gets some damage, but where's the follow-up? Doran is actually chasing the bottom of the fight, then decides to pivot back up, gets rooted. And actually, Pioshik is insanely low. And then they can't kill perfect. Like, Doran misses, and he's 1v3. Because Viper was already like, no, we bail. I don't have ult. I can't do anything. But Doran was going, like, everyone's just so disjointed. The target selection is so poor. And then this turns into this fight, which it was a good, I mean, it was a good try. The Light's engage was pretty good.
That should have been it. And it just wasn't enough. And I think at this point already, life is pretty rough. Even with them killing the Ivern, they don't have the damage necessary. And one of the things that I really gave Hanwha Life a lot of credit for was their team fighting. And I think today their team fighting was way worse. And a lot of this, again, also comes down to KT, I think, playing really well. KT are obviously out of their slump, have been, even though they lost against T1, that was still, I think, a very competitive series. So this is not too shocking. But how Hanwha look, even in the loss, I think is a really big nosedive.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the fight in the mid lane that led to the inhib, and that was really the crack here that closed it up here against Hanwha Life.
Peanut he just looks lost, man. He's been farming the whole game. He's ready to farm more, and he just walks up here. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I want to talk more about what this means for Hanwha because these are the series, these are the games where you see Hanwha completely collapse and completely choke that make you not trust that they're going to get it done in that lower bracket finals, right? These are the series that make you not trust that they're going to perform internationally. These are the series that make you go, oh, it is going to be T1 Gen G again. And they happen every so often, but it's usually this series leads into a few other like mediocre series, and then they kind of get it back in playoffs and you start to get hype again, and then they drop it one more time. I think Hanwha needs to find some sort of extra consistency here because these types of games, I don't know what was going on in the draft, I don't know what's going on in the team, but like you said, Chronicler, very well said, this is not the same Hanwha I watched last week or watched in week 4, week 2. It doesn't matter any other week than this one. This is just not the same squad.
Because the Shyvana pick is, like, obviously that's going to be changed. That's fine. Like, I tried it twice, it didn't work. I think that's an easy pivot, but it's the level of play from the rest of the players that is far more worrying to me. Like, even Viper, I think, has started floundering a little bit. We also can think back to the DK series, and now really I think only Delight has looked up to his usual level, and this comes to the back of a really good split for Hanwha. And on the flip side for KT, this is also why being a KT fan, you know, sometimes it hurts, but then you have games like this where everything just pops, right? Like, I think Barrel's engages were amazing. I think PO Shake again uses his deep champion pool. There's just a lot that makes this team so fun to watch when they are operating on all cylinders, which again it's a 50-50.
Flip the coin. Well, who gets it here? The POG in game number 3. Was it the man with the penta? Yes, it is. BDD, 700 POG points. Again, coming into the day, wondering about this Corki in certain matchups, but answering a lot of questions now.
It's kind of an unspoken rule in the LCK that if somebody gets a pentakill, they get POG. It's not always true, but I guarantee you it's always true that it gets 3 media votes. And in a series like this, when you have a very, very close vote between a lot of the players, you know, that media vote's probably going to push you over the edge.
I think the BDD vote in the previous game made a lot of sense to me. This one did kind of feel like the get Panda, get the vote. I think Barrow had an amazing game. I think you can do the Pioshik vote where you vote for the Ivern, and Pioshik is one of our few players that actually plays it the way you're supposed to, which I think is a really big boon.
Notice his highlight was the pentakill.
Yeah, and then we actually, I think to me, perfect Gnar is insane, like absolutely incredible. And I think if you go back and watch a lot of the,
You guys think I was lying? Did you guys not? You know, I mean,
we don't even get to see it beforehand. It's literally just you can see Cronny's mind melt because he was trying to contextualize things, but
5
media
votes
knows.
to 4 non-media votes for perfect. I'm just saying.
I'm sorry, Cronny. I know you were.
It would have been better if there was a split vote, you know, if like some of the votes were for Pioshik, some of the votes were for Barrel, who I think had great games. But no.
Got lazy, didn't we? We voted for the Penta.
Yep. Well, that's how things work here in the LCK. You know what happens after a team wins? We get an interview. So we have G-Sun standing by for the translations.
KT 롤러코스터가 올라갑니다.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-Sun for the POG interview translation. This time around, we are joined by the solo POG on the side of KT Roaster after their victory up against Hanwha Life Esports. Congratulations!
네, BDD 선수 2위 팀인 하나생명을 상대로
BDD, you guys take down Hanwha Life Esports, a second place team right now with a 2-1 score. And also, by winning this double POG, now you're tied at the first place for the POG standings. Well, today we focused more on kind of ramping up our performance, but I'm so glad that we managed to also take the win. And KT Roaster, the only team you guys failed to kind of defeat this year long was Hanwha Life, and you finally managed to overcome that. What do you think was the key factor in the victory? I can't really find a specific point. You know, I think as a whole, our team has stepped up so much. And today, Peanut brought out the jungle Shyvana for the first time in 14 and 83 days. I want to know Pusik's reaction to that throughout the drafting, and how did you plan to counter it? Recently, we also noticed Shyvana jungle has become a trend in solo queue and also over in the LPL, so we already kind of came up with a plan to deal with it. And Pusik is also one of the Shyvana enjoyers, so he was a little bit jealous, to be honest. Yeah, we even saw him hover Shyvana in the draft phase. Did the teammates kind of stop him? Yeah, we were like, maybe next time.
BDD 선수가 1세트 때 코르키로
And BDD in the first game, you had an outstanding performance with Corki, achieving a DPM of 1151. To be honest, Corki was not a champion that we preferred heavily before. What do you think enabled you to perform so well today? Well, I was also very frustrated that my kind of stage Corki wasn't as good as my scrim Corki, but now with our kind of teamwork getting better, I got to kind of play Corki better as well. And there was a remarkable team fight by KT Roaster. Let's talk about it while we watch this replay together. Well, so Delight, his route engaged so well. How did you kind of turn the fight around? Yeah, that was a little bit of a rough spot for us because it opened up so well for the opponent, but still we were pretty confident about our team fight at that point, so it was not that difficult for us to win out the fight. After winning the fight, were you confident that you are going to win the game as a whole too? Yeah, I mean, even before that fight, we were already having such a big lead, so we were very confident. We also mentioned in today's pre-show, and we also used a quote from Humanoid as well, that AD carriers are so overpowered right now, so AP mages find it harder to appear. What are your thoughts on this meta? I personally think that compared to the AD champions, with comparing the AD champions and AP champions, I actually think the scaling wise AD champions are better. So yeah, I think they're stronger for now. And in game 3, Shyvana showcased a very strong jungle farming, focusing heavily on her own growth, but you also scaled so well. What was the focal point? Well, nothing really comes to mind right now. I just focused on, my own play, but I think my teammates also did a fantastic job playing out the entire game. Now, here is the game-ending team fight. This is your second pentakill in your entire career. How do you feel about that? I was just picking up kills, and then it was a consecutive kill, and then I realized it was my penta. My first penta, I was not even aware of it, but this time around I was pretty conscious about the fact that I'm picking up a penta, and I'm really happy. And we had a very long day here at Low Park. We had 6 games total, and some of them even missed their train back home. Anything you want to say to the KT Roaster fans? Today we were able to take down one of the strong teams in the LCK, but we will not let our guards down and make sure to keep the best form possible for the playoffs. And this will be the end of the interview with BDD, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun as KT sliding their way, keeping their way there on the western side of the standings and get an upset win here.
Big implications for the playoffs, obviously pushing themselves ahead of BNK right now, so that race for the final spot getting tighter, as well as where we're going to stand in terms of seeding moving into playoffs.
Yeah, like the fact that KT won, knowing that T1 ahead of them also had to get that upset victory. Next matchup, it's a big one, bro fans. The Brositivity will show on out tomorrow as they take on DRX, and then BNK, Brositivity, and then BNK FearX will take on Gen G tomorrow. Man, Chronicler, how do you feel about these matches tomorrow, knowing that maybe Chronicler might be a little fed up after this 6-game series?
Yeah, Chronicler left. He was very upset about Perfect being robbed. So I'm here to close out the day. I think tomorrow's going to be great. Can't wait. It's going to be another wonderful day of the LCK with hopefully less Shyvana.
I'm sure it'll be really exciting, right?
exciting. That's right, Egon.
Well, we had a really exciting day of action, and we'll have even more tomorrow. We have everyone here in the studio. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK.
젠지가 HK의 새로운 기록의 장을 이렇게 엽니다.
앞으로도 이제 남은 프로 생활 하면서 계속 기록 써내려갈 수 있게 열심히 해야 될 것 같아요.
다시 한번 연승 시작합니다.
상대가 누구더라도 이길 수 있는 그런 저력이 있는 팀이라고 항상 생각을 해서 할 거 잘 하면은 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.